contributing to the Agenda 2030. We shall continue to invest in gender data, continue demanding for accountability, and ensure that the transformation we want for the people who really matter will actually be achieved.
First of all, you identify the stakeholders in all sectors that we cover, and so within each of those sectors, they come up with a strategic plan. For the case of gender statistics, we have the Gender Statistics Sector Plan, the GSSP, which has also identified the gaps. It has identified what is it that we need to do, how do we need to do it. So that is already incorporated. So with the GSSP, we have now a number of activities that we are implementing to ensure that we reduce the gaps.
The Gender Statistic Plan is part of the Kenya strategy for the development of statistics, aimed at strengthening statistical capacity in gender statistics. It has been very important because it enhances stakeholders' participation in gender statistics, particularly in the production and management of data.
The State Department for Gender is in charge of promotion of gender equality and empowerment of women in the entire country. And that's why, through the formation of Interagency Gender Statistics Technical Working Group, we were able to bring together different players that include other government entities dealing with gender, academia, and civil societies, even including the Council of Governors.
UN Women partnered with UNICEF to support Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to generate a comprehensive poverty report at the national level, but also 47 county poverty reports. And since those reports were produced, UN Women has engaged National Treasury through the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis to actually engage Treasury and counties to utilize that evidence in their review of the budget process.
I would say it is still work in progress, but we have certainly made major milestones. So for example, we now have a system for coordination of gender statistics in Kenya, which is led by government with participation of UN agencies and civil society organizations. We also have developed a national gender statistics plan to just guide the work that we'll be doing in collection of gender statistics and its use by different stakeholders in planning, in budgeting, and in making policy decisions.
This plan is coming to an end in 2022-2023 financial year. So we hope beyond that we'll be able to look at what is it that we have achieved, what is it that is still pending, how do we then look into the other issues going into the future.
Gender statistics still has a long way to go. So I would say that as long as gender equality has not yet been achieved, we will still need programs like the Women Count program to be our barometer, to help us measure whether we are making an impact or not, whether we are achieving our goals or not. The Women Count program was conceived as part of the negotiation of the Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030, where we successfully negotiated for very key targets and indicators on gender equality, including on women's leadership, on girls' education, on ending violence against women, on so many areas where women are still not yet at the same level as men.
As a Bureau of Statistics, we have that mandate of coordinating the national statistical system. And for us to really achieve that particular mandate, we are working together with the UN Women. So for the case of gender, we have the Gender Statistics Sector Plan, which has also identified the gaps. So we are looking at all that and bringing them together and ensuring that what we require in the area of gender statistics is well achieved through those programs.
The coordination between the State Department for Gender and other stakeholders has been very robust. This interagency has provided a platform where participation and engagement of all stakeholders has been harnessed.
For this program, we coordinated very well with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, of course through the support of UN Women. And we've realized that the uptake of gender statistics by the county governments that were targeted has been very impressive. A lot of governors have actually expressed desire to have statistics because without data you can't plan. And so given what's happening in the country in terms of segregation of data, I'm very happy that the agencies were able to collaborate and produce very good gender statistical sheets, which are now being used by counties for planning purposes.
COVID-19 has given the global community, including Kenya, an opportunity to actually understand gaps in as far as gender is concerned, and there's a lot of data and statistics that were collected to bring this out.
Through the Women Count survey that we did, we actually found out that the incidence of gender-based violence had gone up as a result of spouses or partners, intimate partners, spending more time together at home. We also found out that a sizable number of girls dropped out of school and teenage pregnancies went up. We also found that there was a very high burden of care on women, that unpaid care work at home, which just went up as women were spending much more time at home.
The significance of this program is now people are more tuned towards knowing that there is data disaggregation and that data will inform various programs. So this issue of having the data, it's actually now a critical component that cannot be ignored.
In the long run, the effect of the data that is being produced to women's lives in Kenya is that it will support in getting them out of poverty, because the most critical contribution of this data is guiding public investments and public policy. And the moment we get it right with public policy and public investment, then we are already getting the women out of poverty.
I think the biggest achievement would be for UN Women to be seen as a strategic partner by the National Statistics Office, and just establishing that partnership and driving the program from 2018 and having them lead it. Just the fact that we were able to nurture that partnership, demonstrate our comparative advantage when it comes to gender statistics, and then have the National Statistics Office and the National Statistical System appreciate our contribution in the discourse, in the program, and in the interventions has been, perhaps for me, the biggest achievement.
Statistics is deceiving if its quality is not guaranteed.
As they say, if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it.
Data is very informative in also addressing gaps within national development programs.
Thinking gender policy together.
Gender data is important in formulation of gender policies.
Gender equality is not just for women.
The experiences of women and girls have to be counted for us to achieve gender equality.
Gender data is what will enable us to stop underestimating the challenges we continue facing as we accelerate the achievement of gender equality and women's empowerment.
Thank you very much. Interesting work, and looking forward to hearing more about it as well. Next we'll go to, let's take note of your questions. We'll have time for Q&A at the end of the presentation. Who is a geo-developer and data management officer from ICPAC.
When you get people talking, when you start bringing the policy makers to the table, and to say when you analyze this is what it says, this is what it implies, then you got everybody listening. Then you are closer to having relevant policies in place.
I enjoyed the course very much because research is important, and for you to do research, you have to understand the economy. That is something that I learned from the university. At my current job at Kipra, I am using what I learned from the University of Nairobi. As a young woman, I think that information and data is very important for our future, because we'll have to know the true representation of women in our country, and it will also inform and be easy even to make a decision on policies for it to make a better world. Yeah.
Our main target in the dissemination of gender data was, one, the grassroots women, because that is where population impacted most by lack of development. And we feel and believe that if we start using evidence for planning at the very devolved level, then we will get things right and we will accelerate progress on gender equality.
UNICEF is partnering with UN Women to engage the most important agencies in Kenya. So one example, the Council of Governors has picked this data and uploaded it on their website, so that is accessible to all the 47 counties. So the counties are then picking on the data to actually use it in their planning and budgeting process. So the big strategy here is transferring the data to the government institutions, for the government institutions to apply that data themselves.
I saw increased involvement of women in projects and programs at county level. But as a result of this, the production of these gender data sheets, the counties were able now to allocate pro rata in terms of resources that are there. Not adequate, of course, but at least informed with the data that they have. And because it's not just a gender issue, it's actually an issue about planning. Gender is actually a planning tool. And so all the other departments were involved. So I saw an improvement and a departure from the haphazard planning that has been there in relation to matters to do with gender.
Media holds a very significant and fundamental space in dissemination of gender statistics and gender data. They misunderstand it, they give the wrong story. They understand it, they are going to give very positive stories about women and girls, men and boys. Remember, media has a huge audience, and they need to understand it so that they appreciate why we need to invest in gender equality.
I think the first way to be made accessible is by disseminating it to policymakers. The real change will come when the government is able to appreciate the data that is now available, and this will help them to stop perhaps estimating the progress we have made on gender equality and women's empowerment. So disseminating it to policymakers and also to the technocrats who are actually, drafting the planning and budgeting frameworks for the country. Because if we don't have the investment, then we are not able to demonstrate our commitment and accountability to the people who really matter.
Women Empowerment Index has been very, very, very useful. First of all, is to understand the pathways to women economic empowerment, understanding where the areas they are left behind and what policy interventions need to be put in place. The women empowerment is also going to be very useful in informing the national development programs at the county level and the national level. And therefore, this is a very important tool for planning, a very important tool for budgeting as well, and a very important tool for targeting.
Time use survey is one thing that we have talked about for a very, very long time, and it does not find its space in computation of our economy, simply because we have not been looking at what is the value of unpaid work without really being compensated for it. And so we lacked funds for a long time, but when the UN women came on board in full force, we have managed to undertake that survey. We are doing that because it's the first time that we are doing it in Kenya, so we don't have any baseline information. So that is another achievement that we have made.
That is information that is now available in the public realm, because this study was undertaken by KIPRA and that data was packaged and it's out there. So there is now available data informing us on the women's access to finance, especially for agri-finance, telling us about the social and economic environment within which the women live and operate, speaking to us about the kind of sources of financing that women can access. So that is data, according to me.
This program has been very instrumental in supporting to identify the existing data gaps. And I say this because the inception of the program has also greatly enabled the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to incorporate the gender and empowerment chapter in the annual economic survey report, which is a key milestone, having been recommended before by the UN Statistical Commission about the progress that government would use in a way of demonstrating its commitment.
Thank you very much, Muhammad Ali.
And
we're all really grateful.
We feel that we have set a good foundation for our partners, for ourselves as an institution, just on the trajectory of contributing to the Agenda 2030. We shall continue to invest in gender data, continue demanding for accountability, and ensure that the transformation we want for the people who really matter will actually be achieved.
Initiatives bridging science and policy to strengthen early warning systems, promote anticipatory reaction, and enhance climate resilience in vulnerable regions. So over to you, Marco.
First of all, you identify the stakeholders in all sectors that we cover, and so within each of those sectors, they come up with a strategic plan. For the case of gender statistics, we have the Gender Statistics Sector Plan, the GSSP, which has also identified the gaps. It has identified what is it that we need to do, how do we need to do it. So that is already incorporated. So with the GSSP, we have now a number of activities that we are implementing to ensure that we reduce the gaps.
The Gender Statistic Plan is part of the Kenya strategy for the development of statistics, aimed at strengthening statistical capacity in gender statistics. It has been very important because it enhances stakeholders' participation in gender statistics, particularly in the production and management of data.
The State Department for Gender is in charge of promotion of gender equality and empowerment of women in the entire country. And that's why, through the formation of Interagency Gender Statistics Technical Working Group, we were able to bring together different players that include other government entities dealing with gender.
Good morning. Good morning. Requesting Bella, Caroline, if you can settle. Dennis, at least I. Second test of the. Rosemary. Don't. Yeah, please. We are expecting the guests to walk in time, and therefore we'll be starting. I'll be introducing the Master of Ceremony this morning. My name is Joshua Musimi. Just brief. And one.
For a minute.
Can I better?
And next door, which they asked us kindly to
test.
Yeah, I will say that once the guests walk in, I'll introduce the master of ceremony who will take us through the program. And we'll be starting from that time. So anytime from now, just want to thank all of you who have already arrived. We've run a bit, a few minutes late.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You know where I come from, we like greetings, eh? So if you do not respond, my ancestors might not be happy thinking I'm not doing a good job. So good morning. It is so good to see you. You look lovely from up here. Have you said hi to the person seated next to you? Do you know their name? If not, I'm just gonna give you like 2 seconds. Say hello, ask them their name, and also ask them, what does women count mean to you? Okay? 2 seconds. Just say hi to your neighbor, tell them your name, and ask them, what exactly does women count mean to them? All right, have you asked them any interesting thing, any interesting fact about them, anything that they have learned along the way this morning? But if to the landmark moment, the official launch of Women Count Phase 3 right here in Kenya. And we know how Kenya has been such a pivotal, I don't want to say moment, but a pivotal instrument when it comes to gender equality and data and statistics as well, and just pushing their agenda. So today we're not just gathered here for another conference. We're here to celebrate a decade of bold ambition, transformative partnerships, and one powerful idea. The idea is that no one is left behind, and what gets counted counts. Okay, so just tell your neighbor, what gets counted counts, right? Fantastic. All right, so as we launch the third phase of Women Count, we're stepping into the future, one driven by stronger systems, deeper partnerships, as well as a renewed commitment to ensuring that no woman or girl is left behind. So today, we reimagine what's possible. We celebrate, we reflect, but most importantly, we launch the third phase of Women Count Phase 3. So our distinguished guests are already here and already seated. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor to invite Ms. Antonia Ngabala Sodonon, who is going to give us a welcome address. So let's appreciate her with a big round of applause. And she's a seasoned international development leader with over 20 years of experience across the UN system. And Antonia has worked across Africa, advancing governance, peace building, and women's empowerment. She currently serves as the UN Women Country Representative in Kenya. So let's appreciate her with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Josephine Obonyo, Secretary, Gender and Representative of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Culture and Children's Services. Dr. Masini Ishwara, Director General, State Department for Economic Planning. Dr. McDonald Obudo, Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. representative of the Executive Director, Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, Ms. Mary Ottoson, dear colleague, Head of Development Cooperation, Embassy of Sweden, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, partner, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. It is my great pleasure and my great honor to welcome you to the official launch of Women Count Phase 3. Today is not only a moment of celebration, it is a moment of strategic renewal. It allows us to reflect on how far we have come, and more importantly, to define how we accelerate evidence-based action for gender equality. This moment marks a decade of investment in gender data, 8 years of Kenya's leadership as a Women Count pathfinder, and the beginning of a new phase where gender data must move faster, deeper, and closer to decision-making. Distinguished guests, colleagues, this launch comes at a critical time. We are operating in an environment of fiscal pressure, increasing inequalities, backlash against the rights of women and girls. And at the same time, there's a growing demand for smarter, data-driven policies. Kenya is positioning itself as a regional leader in data-driven governance, and gender data must be at the heart of that ambition. In Kenya, gender equality is not optional. It is anchored in the Constitution, in Vision 2030, and MTP4, and in the country's continental and global commitments, first among which the AU Agenda 2063 and the Agenda 2030. Colleagues, frameworks are not enough. Data is what transforms commitment into action. Gender data allows us to identify gaps, target interventions, allocate resources effectively, and hold ourselves accountable. Without data, women and girls remain invisible in policy and budget, and we know this really well. In 2018, Kenya identified significant gender data gaps. That recognition triggered action. Through the Women Count program, the government of Kenya, with technical support from UN Women, have led a transformative shift in how gender data is produced and used. Together with KNBS and key ministry, particularly the State Department of Gender, we have achieved the first ever time use survey informing the national care policy. The valuation of unpaid care work at Kenyan shilling 2.54 trillion, 23% of the GDP. The development of the Women Empowerment Index and strengthened SDG monitoring, now covering the majority of gender indicators. These are not just statistics. They are tools of transformation. They shape policy, they influence budget, they change life. Distinguished guests, none of this would have been possible without strong partnership across government, civil society, the UN system, and development partners. Partners such as the Gates Foundation, and I wish to acknowledge here my colleague, Ms. Diana Waira, representative of the Director Africa, Gates Foundation. Thank you so much, Diana. Pleasure working with you. I also want to acknowledge the partnership with Oxfam and SDG Kenya, and of course UN Sisters Agency, and the government of Sweden through Statistics Sweden. Partnership is not just an add-on, it is the engine of progress. As we launch Phase 3, we are not starting over. We are building forward. This next phase is about deepening impact, strengthening use of data in decision making, and bringing data closer to counties and communities. Let me leave you with one simple but powerful truth. When women and girls count in data, they count in policy, they count in budget, and they count in outcomes. On behalf of UN Women, let me thank you once again for your partnership. Let us act boldly, collaboratively, courageously, and urgently. I thank you.
I think she deserves a better clap than that. We can do better. All right, so today we'll be doing a lot of clapping. It's good exercise, right? Since we'll be seated almost the whole day, so it's good. Thank you so much for that. And I also want to recognize the presence of Miss Maria Roysam, who's a representative of the Embassy of Norway. Welcome. We also have Miss Bushama Sabar Zachary, who's a representative of the Embassy of Spain. Also Miss Sarah Hendricks, Director, Policy Program and Intergovernmental Division from UN Women. She has been on air almost the entire night. Even for her to be here is such a miracle. So let's appreciate her. I know she's having like a bit of a jet lag, but she'll be okay. We also want to recognize Papa Sek, Chief Research and Data Section from UN Women. We also have Diana Wairira, who's a representative of the Director Africa from Gates Foundation, Professor Alfred Agwanda, Director Population Studies and Research from the Research Institute, University of Nairobi. Welcome. And also Dr. Joy Kiru from the University of Nairobi. And just to bring you up to speed, we were expecting CS Treasury, that is John Buddy, but his center representative, that is Dr. Boniface Makoha, who will be coming a little bit later. His PS, Principal Secretary, Department for Economic Planning, and also later on we'll have Dr. McDonald Obudha, who's the Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. They'll be coming in a little bit later for the launch. But right about now, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Miss Marie Ottesen for remarks. And as she makes her way here, Marie is the Head of Development Cooperation at the Embassy of Sweden in Kenya, bringing extensive global experience in development policy, strategy, and international partnerships from roles across Stockholm and Vietnam. Let's appreciate her with a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me start out by saying all protocols observed. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I feel very honored also to be here and to take part in today's launch of Women Count Phase 3. It's really something that is so close to my own heart. I'm not going to give you a history of Sweden, but having said that, Sweden is a country that shares its statistics. And we have done that for a very long time. If we, let me give you one example. Statistics Sweden was founded already in 1858. But before that, the church had been gathering population figures already during the 17th century. And in the 18th century, a public agency was established to publish and to present population statistics. I think that is a proof how important statistics is to us. We claim that statisticians are the frontline defenders of democracy. And as the UN fundamental principles on official statistics stipulate, statistics provide an indispensable element in the information system of a democratic society. And without statistics, it is indeed difficult, maybe even impossible, to plan accurately and to take informed decisions. And reliable statistics is therefore key for evidence-based planning, for budgeting, and for decision-making. And they obviously also contribute to meaningful dialogues and debates in society. Gender equality is a core value of Sweden's foreign policy, but also of Swedish development cooperation. And coming from an organization in Sweden called SIDA, we quite often refer to gender equality as being part of our DNA. And the reason is, of course, because we consider it to be so important. We are committed to advancing the rights of all women and all girls in all of their diversity. And gender equality is not only a goal in itself, it is also a fundamental precondition for the achievement of sustainable development and inclusive growth. And gender data, including sex and age disaggregated data, is essential for revealing inequalities because it also captures differences in the lived experiences of women and men. And such data enables us to identify gaps, inform targeted interventions, and also to monitor progress towards equality. And as I said before, but it's so important, so it's worthwhile emphasizing it again, it is a prerequisite for relevant analysis, evidence-based policy making, and accountability. Increasing both the production and the use of gender data is a Swedish priority. It is also a key objective in the strategy, in a thematic strategy for gender equality and the freedom of women and girls. Sweden's partnership with UN Women for the Global Women Count program is a key contribution, and it has been since 2019. I'm super happy and proud of this as well. And I know that important results have been achieved in the previous phases of Women Count, both globally but also here in Kenya. UN Women remains a highly valued partner to Sweden, both globally but also, of course, here in Kenya, where I am based. And we place great importance on our strong collaboration, which was also further underscored by the Swedish presidency of the Executive Board last year. We also welcome the government of Kenya's strong commitment to prioritize the production and use of gender data. And Kenya stands out as a pioneer in this field, demonstrating both leadership and strong institutional capacity. And I know that important results from previous phases include both capacity building of more than 400 data users and producers to collect, disseminate, and use gender data have been achieved so far. And all of that gender data is now mainstreamed into the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Strategic Plan for 2023 to 2027, a very important milestone. So, distinguished groups that are gathered here today, you are comprising of many experts and stakeholders from various sectors, but we all share a common understanding, and that is that gender data is a critical tool for addressing challenges and also for meeting the needs of women and girls, as well as creating preconditions for women's economic empowerment. I'm about to wrap up, I promise. And I am particularly encouraged that this new phase will focus both on the production, but also on the important use of gender data. And I'm so happy and pleased to know that this phase 3 will also fill critical gaps in key areas, such as time use on surveys and labor force surveys. So to conclude, I would like to say that I really wish the government of Kenya, UN Women, and all partners involved to be in this to be a success in the implementation, because this is truly an important flagship program. In Sweden, we look forward to do this jointly with you and to continue our partnership in advancing this very important work. And as we heard initially today, we are here to make sure that no woman and no girl is left behind. So with that, thank you so much. Asante sana.
Better round of applause until she is seated. But thank you so much. Very well. Thank you so much for that. And we just want to apologize for a bit of an oversight, but also recognize the presence of Ms. Anna Mutavati, who's the Regional Director, East and Central Africa, UN Women. Let's appreciate her with a very, very big round of applause. Thank you so much. And we also have Dr. Amina Nsengwa, who is a statistician. Are you able to say statistician? Very quickly. Statistician General from Tanzania. And we also have Ms. Angela Nakafero, who's a Commissioner of Gender from Uganda. If you're here, let's see you. Let's appreciate you. Thank you so much for making the time. And we also have Very well. And we also have Peter Nelson, Statistics Sweden. If you're here, let's see you. Good to see you. Thank you for making the time. As well as Alicia Gomez, we see you as well. Thank you so much for making the time. And we also want to recognize the presence of Faith Kasiva, who is the formerly Gender Secretary, but now working for the Gates Foundation. Good to see you. And also Rosemary Bowen, who's the Director, KNBS, sitting in for the DG. Thank you so much for making the time. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen, for really, really making the time to join us this morning. All right, so moving on swiftly. Like we said, this amazing woman has been on air for more than 24 hours, but she is here. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Miss Sarah Hendricks to just give us a reflection on Women Count 10-year journey. And she's globally recognized leader in gender equality. Sarah is a director at UN Women, previously leading major gender initiatives at the Gates Foundation and shaping global strategies that drive women's economic empowerment. Let's appreciate her as she makes her way to the podium.
Very much. Asante sana and jambo to one and all. Distinguished guests and esteemed government officials, partners, and friends, allow me to also say all protocol observed. It is really an honor and a deep joy to be together with all of you today as we celebrate another important milestone, particularly an important milestone in what has been a long and very positive collaboration, and that is the launch of Women Count Phase 3. And let me begin, of course, by expressing deep appreciation to the government of Kenya, also to the government of Sweden, for co-hosting today's event. It is this type of leadership, commitment, and partnership that is so central to this journey on gender data and statistics. And really 10 years ago, when we go back in time, when UN Women launched Women Count, we did so in a moment of confronting what was then and is still now a very stark reality. The reality that the lives of half of the world's population could not be measured with accuracy or with sufficient depth. Violence against women and girls remained a hidden pandemic. Women's work remained invisible, and the economic and social contributions that women make on a daily basis remained undervalued. And all of this was concealed in the shadows of missing and incomplete data. Since then, Women Count has helped to reshape the global data landscape. And I know this specific statistic has been already cited, but allow me to say it again. Back in the year 2016, the world could only measure 26% of the gender-related indicators of the 2030 SDG agenda. Today, that has climbed to more than 63%. It's almost more than double, thanks in part to the deep work and this proven approach of strengthening gender data systems. Across more than 100 countries, we've reached, through Women Count, one very constant truth emerges, no matter where this work takes place. And that truth is that when gender data is available, when gender data is used, decisions change, budgets change, laws change, policies change, institutions change, and indeed, women and girls' lives change. We have documented over 80 instances of the closure of the data to policy change gap. And Women Count has supported data that has led to very tangible impact. In fact, shaping over 51 laws and policies in 31 countries worldwide. And I will say that none of this has happened by accident. It's taken place because of intention. It's taken place because of political will. And it's happened in particular because of partnership and because of leadership, because of a shared commitment to leave no woman or girl behind. And so I extend very profound gratitude to our very important partners, our valued partners, including the government of Sweden, including, of course, the Gates Foundation, whose investments have powered Women Count right from the start. And the many leaders from government institutions, from civil society, from academia, from right across the UN system, whose vision and support have elevated gender data right across the global agenda. And that's been very important to see. Ladies and gentlemen, I will say that these successes have also taken place amidst increasing challenging times. In the last year, just in the past year of 2025, about 24%, or nearly 1/4 of all governments around the world, reported to UN Women and to the UN system that they are facing a backlash on gender equality, a regression on women's rights in their own contexts. We are also seeing shrinking resources, threatening hard-won gains. And we're seeing the increase of crises, whether that is the climate crises, whether that is economic downturns, or digital disruption, actually widening inequalities for women and girls, and really exposing the limits of systems that fail to see women and girls clearly. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, gender data matters now probably more than it has ever before. It is the evidence we need to defend progress, to more specifically and much more accurately target resources into policies and programs that can drive change, and to really ensure that no one is left behind. The urgency of this moment demands really that we redouble our efforts now to protect gains, to very much deepen institutional commitments, and to ensure that data translates into action. And Kenya's leadership here is so vital. We've seen that when a country like Kenya chooses to prioritize data, to prioritize gender data, transformation follows and lives change. Nowhere is this more evident than right here in Kenya. Kenya's progress reflects a broader regional momentum right across East and Southern Africa. Countries are strengthening their gender statistical systems, expanding the production of gender data and statistics, and then using that evidence to shape much more responsive policies. And the region is very much demonstrating that when gender data is prioritized, it becomes a very powerful driver of accountability. It becomes a powerful driver of resilience and much more equitable development. Since joining Women Count in 2018 as one of the then 12 pathfinder countries, Kenya has really led by example. Not only, indeed, Kenya has indeed led by example, not only increasing gender data production, but really ensuring that it informs policy and leads to measurable impact. And we've already heard of some of these examples today. I'll reframe just two of them. Number one, over 70% of the SDG gender-related indicators in Kenya are now available. This is 7 percentage points above the global average. That is a huge milestone due to Kenya's leadership and excellence. And number two, just two examples here, the 2021 Time Use Survey, which exposed the weight of unpaid care work, really shifted national conversations. It shifted and informed a new care policy and opened the door to reforms that recognize this huge burden and seek to address it. Kenya's success rests on a very powerful gender data ecosystem. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the State Department for Gender, the State Department for Economic Planning, county governments, civil society, many of whom are in the room today, academia and development partners have all worked together to turn data into decisions. And really, this is exactly what leadership looks like. And this is exactly what transformation looks like. As we launch phase 3, and as I close these remarks, we do so very much with a clear and bold vision. The next phase is really about deepening this work, about sustaining these gains, and about scaling progress across countries, including and especially here in Kenya. Because gender data really is not just about numbers, it is about dignity, it is indeed about justice, and it is indeed about power. When women are counted, they are seen. When women are counted, they are seen. When they are seen, then they are valued. And when they are valued, societies change. Kenya has shown the world what is possible when a country chooses to count and to see women and girls clearly, not as an afterthought, but really as central to development action. So let us recommit to that vision today in Kenya, across the region, across the continent, but also globally, so that every woman and girl indeed is counted. And together, let us continue to build a future where gender equality is not only aspirational, but it is measurable, it is visible, and it is indeed achievable. And with that, I thank you so much.
Way better round of applause. And I really, really like Ms. Hendricks, what you say, that when data is available as far as gender is concerned, change happens across all board, and that's a really, really, really powerful way to start this event this morning. And right about now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce another phenomenon lady, phenomenon woman, who is Diana Wairira, to just give us her reflection and remarks. And as she makes her way here, Diana is a senior program officer at the Gates Foundation, specializing in women's economic empowerment with a strong background in policy, research, and climate justice across Africa. Let's appreciate her.
Our chief guest in absentia, Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha. Head of representing the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Culture and Children's Services, Honorable Hannah Wendot Cheptumo. Dr. Josephine Obonyo, the Director, Gender. Head of Cooperation, Embassy of Sweden, Marie Ottosson. Country Representative, UN Women Kenya, Antonia Ngabala Sodonon. The Director, Policy, Program and Intergovernmental Division, UN Women, Sarah Hendricks. Regional Director, East and Southern Africa, UN Women, Anna Mutavati. And all esteemed guests, good morning. Please receive the compliments of our Africa Director, Dr. Paula Basinga, who due to other commitments couldn't join us today for this celebration, but you're well represented. It is a great honor to be joining the launch of this third phase of Kenya's Women Count program. Women Count centers the very important need to fill data gaps to make the right decisions where women's needs are concerned. This decision has been a core part, this program has been a core part of the Gates Foundation's mission and commitment to gender equality. We can't close the gender gap until we first close the data gap. These were the words of our former co-chair, Melinda French-Gates, at the Women Deliver Conference in Copenhagen, May 2016. As Sarah said, 10 years in the making. To echo Melinda, only with good data can we do great policy and implement great programming. And it is at this moment in 2016 that the Gates Foundation committed $80 million to gender data and partnered with UN Women to launch what has become known as Women Count. Standing here before you, 10 years later, at the launch of the third phase is quite a significant moment. As the Gates Foundation's approach to fulfilling our mission continues to evolve, our commitment to centering evidence in decision-making remains unchanged. And we are continuing to strengthen data use for policy and program implementation at both national and county levels. We are especially really proud of the partnership with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS, and UN Women Kenya in undertaking Kenya's time use survey that laid the foundation for the national care policy, as other speakers have appreciated. And additional milestones, such as the development of the household satellite account, a milestone quantifying the economic value of women's unpaid care and domestic work. Collectively, all these investments have laddered up to Kenya becoming a front runner in centering gender data in decision-making, with other countries learning from us, seeing that other countries are now undertaking time use surveys and also setting up household satellite accounts, such as Bangladesh, among others. As we celebrate this milestone, we also acknowledge that the world in crisis. Sarah appreciated that as well. The Beijing +30 review, published last year, noted that nearly a quarter of governments globally reported a backlash on women's rights. Papa Sek from UN Women, who is sitting with us in the room, called the DHS termination not just a data crisis, but a gender equality crisis in the making. However, all is not lost. The opportunity to continue building on strong foundations for gender equality, like the Women Count program, is what keeps each one of us in this room optimistic. As the program enters its third phase, the systems for gender data are stronger and the demand far outweighs the supply. The constrained funding environment we are all operating in right now makes sustained strategic investments more important, not less. And as philanthropy, bringing in fellow travelers to the table to continue supporting this work is really critical for us as a foundation. As I close, as many of us know, the Gates Foundation will be closing its doors in 2045, and we keep this top of mind every day to keep us focused. This means that now we are on an accelerated timeline to achieve 3 main goals. 1, to ensure no mom or baby dies from a preventable cause, eliminate infectious disease, and lift millions out of poverty. And looking back at the partnerships that we've built over the past 2 decades and looking forward to the next 19 years, it is indeed our pride being a key enabler in positioning gender data as a global public good and supporting systems that will see the decisions resulting from this data achieve real impact in millions of lives, not just here in Kenya, but globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Until she is sat, we keep clapping. Thank you very much. And really, like you said, we cannot close the gender gap without closing the data gap. So we always make jokes and say, you know what, numbers do not lie, don't we? We always talk about that all the time. I want to believe, that we close the boundary where we say age. Age is just but a number. That is where we say, numbers can lie a little bit, okay? But ladies and gentlemen, right about now, allow me to also recognize the presence of heads of directorates as well as colleagues in the government, regional partners as well who are here. I hope that you really feel welcome. I also want to recognize the presence of Johnson Kagugube, who's from East Africa Community Secretariat in charge of education and gender statistics. Let's appreciate him. And we also have Ms. Florence Sievuo, who's Executive Director, SDGs, Kenya Forum, Ms. Eunice Mwangi, Executive Director, GROOTS Kenya, civil society organizations, as well as our online audiences. We're actually streaming this live on UN Women YouTube platform. So for those of us who are watching us online as well, we appreciate you. And we cannot talk about gender without having the gender ministry represented, can we? We cannot, right? And we're supposed to have remarks by the CS Ministry of Gender, Culture and Children's Services, Mrs. Wendot, but she is being represented by Dr. Josephine Obonyo. So let's appreciate her as she makes her way on the podium until she gets here. We keep clapping, but welcome. The stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Josephine Obonyo, Secretary Gender at the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. So first and foremost is to convey greetings from the Cabinet Secretary, and secondly is also to convey her apologies for not being able to be here today. And I'll go straight on to read her remarks because she really wanted to be here, but unfortunately at the last minute, she had to attend to other matters. Now, in absentia, I would like to recognize the chief guest, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, Mr. Boniface Makwa, who we are informed will be able to join us slightly later. Colleagues in government, the Director Generals and Chief Executive Officers of state corporations, our esteemed development partners from UN Women, our long-standing development partners from the government of Sweden and others who are represented here today, regional partners, representatives of academic institutions, the civil society, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to join you today and participate in the launch of Making Every Woman and Girl Count, Women Count program, Phase 3, 2026 to 2029, after a successful implementation of Phase 1 and 2 in the past 8 years. From the onset, I would like to applaud and acknowledge all the partners who have supported the implementation of this program. We indeed worked as an indivisible unit. The National Treasury played a fundamental role through the phases in ensuring partnership agreements are signed and budgetary support is offered. The State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, as implementing agencies, strengthened the production and use of gender statistics. And non-state actors were also vital in generation of citizen-generated data and advocacy in the use of gender statistics to inform policy decisions. Now, the program amplified the whole of government approach that emphasizes on cohesive teamwork in service delivery rather than working in isolation. Now, this partnership embodies the spirit of Harambee, which means in Swahili, pulling together for a common purpose. Now, over this period, tremendous achievements were made courtesy of the products produced by the program. Of note is the National Care Policy 2025, which was adopted by Cabinet. The policy aims to promote gender equality through establishment of a care system that supports the well-being and dignity of all Kenyans. recognizes and rewards care work. Now, this policy was heavily informed by the National Care Needs Assessment Report of 2022 and the 2023 Kenya Times Use Survey. The National Policy on Women Economic Empowerment Policy 2025 was also adopted by Cabinet. The policy focuses on achieving the highest level of women's economic empowerment for inclusive and sustainable development. Now, this policy was greatly informed by data sourced from various economic survey publications, Sustainable Development Goals fact sheet, and the Census Analytical Report on Gender Dimensions. Now, the 2002 Kenya Demographic and Health Survey that benefited from this program necessitated the review of the National Policy for Prevention and Response to Gender-Based Violence 2014. The survey had a specific module on gender-based violence. Additionally, the data on GBV for women was disaggregated by county. This has led to easy identification of hotspot counties for immediate interventions. Now, these achievements are not abstract. They have changed lives. They have also ensured that women entrepreneurs are recognized in economic planning, that survivors of violence are visible in justice systems, and that girls in marginalized counties are counted in education statistics. Amid these achievements, we have also experienced challenges that we need to address in the upcoming phase. Now, gender data gaps still exist, especially on disaggregation up to the lowest level in the community. It is the granularity of data that will make our interventions more effective moving forward. We also need to focus on gender-responsive budgeting in order to track the impacts of budgetary allocations towards gender equality. Further, we should make deliberate steps in the utilization of citizen-generated data and digital innovations, given that they hold immense potential to complement official statistics. As we embark on phase 3, our vision is clear in deepening inclusivity, strengthening accountability, harnessing innovations, and institutionalizing gender-responsive budgeting. This is how we will make data not just numbers, but instruments of justice and equality. Now, at the regional level, we shall also continue to share experiences, as we've already been doing, to serve as a blueprint for East and Southern Africa. Now, by sharing lessons with Tanzania, Uganda, South Africa, and beyond, we can build a continental movement where gender data drives progress. Together, we can ensure that Africa's daughters are counted, empowered, and celebrated. I therefore call upon all of us to renew our commitment to gender equality through data, mobilize resources and partnerships that sustain this work beyond, and champion the narrative that gender data is not optional. However, it is essential for inclusive development. In conclusion, I reaffirm the Government of Kenya's unwavering support to this cause. We will continue to work hand in hand with UN Women, Sweden, civil society organizations, and all partners to ensure that making every woman and girl count, Women Count program, phase 3, delivers transformative impact. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Josephine, for that. And I know we were supposed to do the official launch of the third phase of Women Count, but we will do that once our chief guest, that is Dr. Boniface Makoha, gets here. So right about now, ladies and gentlemen, I saw some of us taking photos outside. So if you did that, or if you used the selfie props, please post it online, and remember to use the hashtag women count and also tag UN Women. Plus we have all these hashtags here that you can use. So feel free to make as much noise as we can online, because like we said, no one is being left behind, okay? And especially when we're looking at our women and girls. So we're crossing over to an equally very important part of this conversation or this event this morning, and we're looking at a high-level segment of Women Count Champions. And this is a panel discussion that would aim to celebrate the achievements of Women Count Kenya since 2018, highlight success stories, key achievements, but also give visibility to the key leaders and partners that drove the success of the program. So to lead us in this session, the moderator is Mr. Papa Sek. Let's appreciate him as he makes his way on the stage. Who's the Chief Research and Data Section from UN Women. Please take a seat. And also to introduce his panelists, we have Dr. MacDonald G. Obudo, who is Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So if you're here, please make your way to the stage. And yes, let's appreciate them as they make their way to the stage. And we also have Henry Sumba from the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, also joining in the discussion. So if you're here, please make your way to the podium. And we also have Florence Sievu, who's Executive Director, SDGs Kenya Forum. Let's appreciate her as she makes her way to the podium. And we also have Dr. Elda Onsomo, who's Executive Director from Kipra as well. Let's appreciate them as they make their way to the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask us to be a bit of house rules, right? So let's try and limit movements as much as possible. Let's ensure that our phones are on silent, and I'm sure you have seen cameras moving around, so we ask for your consent. So in any given point that you're not comfortable with the cameras around you, just signal the photographer or the videographer who's coming to your face, with the cameras. But we'll also have a question and answer session a little bit later after the session is done. So let's engage as much as we can. But right about now, Papa Sek, the floor is yours if you're ready. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be here today. Over the last 8 years, when we started this program, it's really been a joy working with all colleagues from Kenya. And we've learned a lot as a program. We've achieved a lot, and I really hope that, with this panel, with our esteemed guests, we can really dive into those results and really look back a little bit as to what led to those achievements, but also looking forward. What can we learn about this in the next phase of Women Count? So let's begin, and I'll begin with you, Rosemary. Over the last 6 years, as part of the Women Count program, KNBS has been central to strengthening gender statistics in Kenya. What stands out to you as the most transformative achievements in this journey?
Thank you very much. At KNBS, the first thing that we've done through the Women Count program is the Time News Survey. That was the first one done in Kenya. We did it in 2021. And through the Time News Survey, we were able to contribute to the national care policy development, because we were able to provide information in terms of the work that women do, that is the domestic and care work that is done mostly by women. So one of the biggest achievements of the Women Count program is the first ever Time News survey that was done in 2021. Through that survey, we've been able also to develop household satellite account, which gives an estimation of the value of the work that women do that is not valued in our conventional national accounts. So through the time use survey that was done, we've been able, together with other data, sorry for that. So did you manage to hear what I said at first? Okay. So the household satellite account that was launched the end of last year was such an important estimation for the work that is not measured conventionally, that is done in terms of domestic and care work. So that is a great achievement. The other achievement, of course, is the national care policy, a contribution that has been made using the time use data. Apart from that, through the Women Count program, for the first time, we were able to introduce a chapter in the economic survey publication. It is called Chapter 18 on gender. It brings out a lot of gender statistics, aspects of gender statistics. And the first time was in 2020, and the chapter is still there. And among that, we have so many other data that we've been able to generate through the Women Count program. In fact, there is also a technical working committee that is inter-agency that was able to be started through the support of the Women Count program. I cannot be able to say everything. There's so many. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And really, I think, again, through this work, we've learned a lot in terms of what we were able to do in this country and apply into others. And I think maybe just a bit of a reflection from me was the fact that, for example, the time use survey that was done here in Kenya was that experience essentially benefited countries such as Nigeria to do their own. So the fact that we were able to use experiences, the experience in this country for deeper collaboration between countries, it was really also quite helpful for us and something that we will continue to learn from. So thank you very much again for the partnership. So let me turn to you, Mr. Somba, and your ministry has really been instrumental in translating gender data into policy action. Can you share an example where improved gender statistics directly shaped a program or policy?
Thank you. Thank you so much. The State Department has always been the machinery in terms of gender issues in government. So we've been working collaboratively with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The data which they produced on time use survey, it informed in the development of the national care policy. And as we sit here in this sitting, I can confirm to you that the policy was actually adopted at the cabinet and also submitted to the National Assembly, and it has been taken in as a sessional paper. Data from, or rather programs, which were implemented by the Women Count, also informed on the national policy on women economic empowerment. Besides that, there was the KDHS, in which they supported on the GBV module, and in it has been, the data which was generated from it has been used now to review the policy on the prevention of and response to GBV. That is still ongoing, but definitely in the course of maybe next year, that document should be out. So majorly, those are the 3 documents. And besides that, also in the sector plans, we tried to also, the Women Count program also supported in the prioritization of gender issues in the medium-term plan. So with it, gender priorities are addressed in government through the medium-term plan. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Really, critical achievements, and I think what is important is that behind these policies, lives are changing, and I think that's really what we really what we are proud of as part of this program. So it's not just data, but it's really data that leads to change. So thank you very much. So let me turn to you, Ms. Suevo. So civil society has played a critical role in using gender data for advocacy and accountability throughout the program, particularly here in Kenya. How has stronger gender data changed the way civil society organizations engage in this area?
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here. I say this because our genesis as civil society organizations, when this program started, we were not left behind. There was an invitation that came to us. I remember that day very clearly, because one of our negotiating points was, can we bring together, for example, one of our gender champions in terms of gender data, that was Groots Kenya, and we secured a seat in this interagency, the SDG Kenya Forum, but also Groots Kenya. So it's been a very amazing journey in terms of us actively participating, but also inspiring the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and also the ministry and the other partners. For example, the genesis about the time use survey, I remember initially there was questions around how would this look like for Kenya, and Oxfam, Groots, ourselves, and many others really sort of tried to look at models across Africa, and Uganda was a very good case example. I remember in one meeting us sitting in there and saying, why not learn from Uganda? And Uganda came on board, and we were able to exchange what could be done for Kenya. Fast forward again, our role again has been on the citizen-generated data. Ken Bies will tell you the story. It took a lot of time, a push, from civil society, us saying different countries all over the world are now investing in the citizen-generated data guidelines that non-state actors like ourselves can utilize. And so for a number of years, through this program and through initiatives like what we are funded by the Gates Foundation to do, we really advocated for us to have the Kenya Quality Assurance Framework, this part on the citizen-generated data framework. And so this is one of the success stories, and we moved fast forward again to have an MOU with the Bureau, and this has enabled citizens, like our civil society organizations produce data, for example, on domestic, care workers. There's a lot on, students, girls, particularly in schools, people like Usawa Agenda were in the room. We have, some of our members around the room like Wangu Kanja on issues of gender-based violence, issues of digital violence on women. So this has really inspired a lot of action around gender data. When you heard about feminicide, there's a lot of statistics also that came from civil society organizations. And we continue to showcase how civil society organizations can produce reliable data that can also showcase some of the parts that are not maybe the priority or the focus sometimes for national government. And so there's been inspiration around how we can work together with non-state actors, civil society organizations, to ensure that we are not leaving women and girls behind. So there's a lot that has been done in terms of, for example, a concrete example I would give, during one of our voluntary national reviews, if you look at, I think, 2019, 2020, you'll find the civil society talking about the use of Washington set of questions for persons with disability. And this, then the Bureau had not gone ahead to do that, and during the census of 2019, that was utilized. And so there's a lot of good examples of how civil society have showcased how gender data, how data can be utilized for some of the national processes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And I think, again, the reason why we called Kenya a pathfinder country was that it was also a place where we could learn, like learn about what works so that we could apply it in other countries. So, for example, the inclusion of civil society that, was tested here in Kenya worked very well in Morocco. And you also talked about citizen-generated data. This has been, it's been on the margin for a long time. But just recently, 3 weeks ago, in fact, at the UN Statistical Commission, for the first time, this issue was put on the table, and the Commission has asked for a report on citizen data for its next session in March 2026. And this was through the support of Director General Obudo, who actually stepped up and really called for it on the floor so that it is included. So it is, again, this work that you are doing, it is really, I think, having an echo at the global stage. And so really, again, warm congratulations for that. So now let me turn to you, Dr. Onsumu. Evidence-based policy making is at the core of KIPRA's mandate. And looking back, what gender-responsive insights have most influenced policy debates or recommendations?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm not Dr. Onsumu. My name is John Ochieng. I'm here representing Dr. Onsumu. She's sorry. She went to the parliament for some issues. Regarding KIPRA, basically what we do is we do policy research, and we advise government and other stakeholders on what to do and such areas regarding policies. Me personally, I work at Governance Department, a Center for Gender and Special Needs. So in KIPRA, regarding gender, we have done a lot of research, and there's a research that is talking about gender and employment, and it's looking at women and employment in various sectors. And we also currently are doing a survey in partnership with the GET Foundation on women economic empowerment. And though the survey is not yet done, but that is underway. And we have done a lot of research in various gender areas such as gender and employment, gender gap, gender segregation, and we have looked at how they affect women and children and girls, and how we advise on how they should be handled, and advise the policies that should take responsibility. So we have also recommended that funding should be given to National Gender and Equality Commission, so that to ensure this policy and stakeholders, so that there are more inclusivity in various sectors. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And sorry, I didn't realize that you were representing him. So, but welcome. And I think, for me, what really stands out is the diversity of experiences. The diversity of experiences as part of this program, but also how all of these have really come together to produce the whole. Because I think just the sum of the individual parts wouldn't have done the trick. So really, again, I think not only probably a lesson in how we work on statistics, but it goes beyond statistics. I think, if we join effort in other areas, we will probably see similar results. So Now, let's turn our attention to the future. And Rosemary, I'll start with you. As we look ahead, what are the next frontiers for gender statistics in Kenya? Whether it is new data sources, new thematic areas, new technologies, data disaggregation, where do you see those frontiers to be now?
So based on the Kenya Strategy for Development of Statistics and the Gender Sector Statistics Plan that will be launched during this workshop, the focus that we have is to harness the administrative data sources because all of us agree carrying out surveys and censuses are very expensive undertakings. So the focus is to ensure that we strengthen our administrative data so that we ensure that we are not spending a lot of resources but are able to get data that meet our needs through the administrative data. There are emerging areas, so that is where our focus is. For example, gender and climate resilience. It's an area that we have a gap. So in our plan, that is where we are focusing that we need to generate new data in the areas where we have gaps. The other focus is on the citizen-generated data. We know that Kenya already has a criteria for validating and ensuring that we are able to use data that is produced by citizens. We are not able to produce data all the time for every area, but then we have civil society organizations that are working in small populations, even in large populations, and are able to generate this data. That should be our focus so that we can be able also to save resources and ensure that we are including every voice in the society. The other area that we are focusing on is leveraging on technology. We know that we have AI. We've received support from various actors to strengthen our capacity in big data analytics. We have set up a data science lab, and there is capacity building that is going on. So going forward, that is the area where we are focusing to ensure that as much as we are strengthening statistics in other areas, we are going to ensure that gender statistics is also getting the benefit of generating more statistics and moving to new frontiers. Thank you.
And we definitely look forward to collaborating with you in these areas. Let me go now to SDG Forum. Civil society will continue to be a key driver of accountability. What opportunities do you see for using gender data more strategically in the next phase of SDG implementation?
Thank you very much. That's a very, very heavy question, but yes, needs to be reflected on. For us, we've been looking at the county statistical abstracts that are being produced by the counties. Through our program that I talked about, we've been working closely with counties that have give priority to production of county statistical abstracts. Unfortunately, not very many counties are yet producing those abstracts or have the consistency. So that's something that maybe the partnership around that needs to be looked into, because that gives you data for a specific county from the issues of women and every little thing that happens in that county. So one of the things that we've looked at, for example, I give Makueni County because they are the first county that has been consistent since 2018 to 2025 producing this county statistical abstract. When we met the governor, when we launched the 2025 county statistical abstract, he said to us, what else can we do with this abstract? I feel like I've done, or we've done as Makueni County. So what is next? And so one of the things we've done is gone now deeper to probe what gender issues maybe are not being looked at in particular wards, at a ward level, which is the lowest level. And so last week we did an exercise in one ward level that the county gave us to look at. And so within that, for example, issues of land rights on women are coming out very strongly. So we need to, there's a lot that can be done. As you know, Kenya and the issues of land are very emotive, so there's a lot that needs to be done there. Again, if you look around issues of gender-based violence, there's a lot going on within the counties on issues of gender-based violence. A lot of women are losing their lives. Again, issues of women economic empowerment, because you cannot make every woman and girl count if they do not have access to a livelihood. We are talking about majority of our counties are rural counties. And so when you go to these counties, you realize the issues of patriarchy, you realize the issues of women still not being able to access maybe livelihoods the same way as men would access, and also issues like energy, water and sanitation. There's a lot in terms of like all the SDGs. How can we talk about industrialization in counties? How can women and girls, for example, or women play a critical role in terms of making counties become industrialized? So there's a lot of opportunities in there for us at county level, and so we believe that we need to go deeper. From a national level, I know, as Rosemary said, sometimes the Bureau is not able to produce, frequent, as much as a lot of data that we would want to see as a country, but non-state actors can continue to showcase what else can be done, or they can come up with pilots that the Bureau can later on pick up and see this is where issues are lying. These are the emerging issues. So there's a lot of emerging issues, even on technology and young people, the youth. And so then how do we capitalize on that? So there's a lot that can be done in terms of gender statistics. It's just for us as different partners to come together and to capitalize on the little resources that are available. Because again, I like what the Bureau has been doing with UN Women, making sure that even the development partners who are in the room, it doesn't matter what they are funding, but coming together and bringing all of us together and saying, what resources do you have? How can we capitalize on the available resources? Let's not duplicate efforts. And for us as the forum, as a convener of civil society, we have also been telling our members, we cannot replicate efforts. If you're already doing something, like in Makueni, Usawa Agenda, the ones who took us there, they already had the NACOSTI licenses, they had all these things. And we said as a forum, why should we invest money into things that Usawa Agenda has already done? And their data is one of the data of civil society that is considered official. And so we've been using mechanisms that are already existing within civil society, but also within the donor space. And I think this is a good model that Kenya has really showcased, that we can come together, we can bring our resources together, we can identify. So I think my parting shot would be there's space for us to sit down as a country and identify some of the emerging issues or some of the things that maybe make our women and girls not count. Thank you.
And I think that's where also we as UN Women can really help. As part of the technical committee, for example, that brings a lot of the partners together, but also just making sure that we offer resources also for shared platforms, because I think in this case, one of the challenges is, for example, data accessibility, right? So having a place where the data can be accessed. So that's definitely, I think, areas where we can help. So let me go to you on policy. From your perspective, which areas do you think would benefit from stronger gender data in the coming years, just to support basically the policy and programmatic work that you do?
Thank you. I think from the government's point of view, what has been very elusive over time is on track how budgets, especially on responsive consumption. We prioritize matters on gender responsive budgeting, just to be able to track how our budgets are being utilized, especially on matters gender. We want to ensure that also all budgets are able to be tracked. We are able to plan and also follow up onto how budgets are actually utilized. So besides that, we also look into institutionalizing data, especially at the State Department, so that we can also plan and ensure that all our programs and also policies, they are gender responsive. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And these are, again, definitely priorities for us also at UN, particularly the work on gender responsive budgeting, but also, the institutionalizing data production, and particularly also, data dissemination. So areas where we can definitely collaborate. So let me turn to you on policy challenges and that are evolving. What are the emerging issues that you think, from Kipra's perspective, that you think require stronger gender-responsive evidence to guide national planning and decision-making? Particularly looking at it from a research perspective, what do you think would help, essentially, your mandate in terms of data production, but also, not just production, but also accessibility?
Thank you very much. Some of the emerging issues we have identified as KIPRA are gender disparity in economics, constraints, not just as social issues. You find out that gender disparity is considered a social issue, but KIPRA want to consider it as a economic constraint, because you find out that there are more. We need more organization like or projects like Women Count, so that we can bridge the gap of men and women, employment and involvement in economic activities. Because according to the previous research we have done, we have realized that women involvement in economics at the household level improves the outcome, which in the long run improves the economic growth and development in Kenyan economy. So as KIPRA, we advise that we do more programs that are dealing with that covers women covers women and women involvement in economic activity, so that we can bridge this gap between men and women, so that the economic activity improve. Again, there are burden of unpaid care on women. So the unpaid care, these are, you find out that more, not recently in Kenya or in Africa, women used to stay home, taking care of the children and cooking and doing other household work. And this is it's a common knowledge, and men what work. So the door is limited, but it's still happening. So you find that the unpaid care, women are at home doing this work, and they're not getting involved in any paid activities that they can help them improve economically. So we encourage that we involve women and work on how to improve this unpaid work, so that they can get something, so that they can start, even if it's mamamboga at the grassroots level, so that they can have something, not that it depends on the man in the household. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, and really allow me to thank all of you for your insights, your leadership, and your continued commitment to advancing this agenda. Your collaboration over the last several years has been essential for the progress we've seen, and we look forward to working with all of you in the next chapter. A round of applause, please, for our speakers.
All right, and also let's appreciate Papa Sek for being such a wonderful, wonderful moderator for this session. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for that really wonderful session. And right about now, in the interest of time, like we said, today is a very, very special day, and we want to officially launch phase 3 of Women Count. So this is a celebratory moment, so I hope that you have a bit of space to celebrate. If you don't, ask your neighbor to move. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before the launch, like we said, good things are worth waiting for, right? So if you do not have enough space for a bit of celebration, please ask your neighbor to give you some bit of space when we'll be launching the third phase of Women Count. But even as we wait for our chief guest to arrive, let's get on to the second session of the day. We have 3 different sessions and 1 fireside chat. So I promise you, we'll give you some bit of time for break to stretch and whatnot. But before that, let's cross over to the second session of the day. And we're looking at from data to impact. How did gender data fuel policy change right here in Kenya? I think it's Miss Sarah Hendricks who told us, without data, then we cannot enforce change. But when we have data, we can enforce change in all aspects. So we just want to interrogate how did gender data fuel policy change right here in the country. And this session will really aim to highlight how gender data has been used to inspire policy action on the ground in key areas such as women's economic empowerment, preventing violence against women, and informing humanitarian action. It will also explore what are the essential factors needed to ensure gender data are being communicated and used to inform policy planning, accountability, as well as advocacy efforts on the ground. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know who will be leading in that session, we'll have Dr. Joy Kiru, who's a senior lecturer, University of Nairobi. But before we have that session now, remember we promised like 5 minutes or 10 minutes of question and answers. So do we have anybody who has a burning question before we cross over to the next session? If you want to contribute, if you have a comment, if you have a question directed to any of the panelists, do we have that burning question that you cannot go home without asking your question? We have 1 hand there, so we'll have a mic to you. 2 hands over there. So maybe Papa Sek, together with your panelists, if we can just assume the podium to answer some of these questions, and then we'll cross over to the next sessions. And for those ones who are asking the questions, please remember to keep it short and straight to the point, and let us know who you're directing your question to. So we'll have 2 or 3 mics coming to you. So Papa Sek, together with your panelists, if you can assume the podium. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them. So we have 1 hand there, and then please keep your hand up so that we can see you. We have another hand over there, and then I saw another hand at the back. Okay, so we'll get the mic to you. But meanwhile, let's have you start. Please tell us your name and your question and who you're directing your question to.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much. I have a question to the speaker who was speaking about the GBV data that is being prepared for next year, to be rolled out next year. My concern is it possible to accelerate that process? Because next year is election year, and I think it is very vital that members are taken through what they need to do in regard to gender-based violence, which is usually very prevalent during election time. And also in the paid care work, we also have domestic workers who are going through a lot of GBV in our homes. So I feel that that document should be rolled out this year and not rolled out next year.
Two, three.
Yes, ma'am.
Phoebe Okoth. Thank you so much. Please stand so that we can see you, and keep your question, if you can, as short and straight to the point, and let us know who you're directing it to.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kanana Prudence. My question, okay, to any panelist who can respond, I think they can. My first question, I'm an alumni of Laikipia University. I was also a student leader there. So my questions are majorly on youth. My first question is that some girls I come from Laikipia County. Some girls are still missing school, especially in Laikipia North, due to lack of sanitary pads. And it has become a major crisis. I just want to know from the CSOs there, anyone can respond. What are you doing about it, and how sustainable is it? Not just giving out pads and then leaving it at that point. The issue of endometriosis too. We know many women have been facing that challenge, and the medical bills are so high. So in regard to gender responsive budgeting, what are you doing in terms of policies, or rather with the health department, to counter that problem? My second question is that we've not yet achieved the 2/3 gender rule in Parliament and also in the House of Senate. We've not achieved that threshold. As CSOs, what are you doing now that elections are coming the following year to ensure that more women are included into leadership spaces? Yeah, those are my two questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your question. There's a hand at the, okay, so let's cross over to her and then we'll come to you, I promise.
Thank you. My name is Mary Chepkemoi from Mizizi Elimu Africa, formerly Zizi Africa Foundation. And just for reference, to say that we have the National Gender Research Agenda that we did together with KNBS, as well as the National Gender, the Commission for National Gender and Equality, and GEC. And that could be a very important document that we make reference to. It gives the priority areas for research for the next 3 years as a country, as well as key strategic areas that we need to harness so that we leverage and make use of that. So happy to share with you, should anyone want to make reference to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. More of a comment, all right? And then we have one hand. Oh, wow, okay. So we'll allow probably two. Okay, three if your questions are pretty short.
I'll be quite short. Good afternoon or morning still. My name is Dennis Junge. I work for Groots Kenya. I think my question is directed to the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, but also to Ms. Rosemary from KNBS. We all know that there are many aspects of data that we do have administrative data within the country, but yet we keep collecting survey data to be able to feed those data gaps. I think my question would be, what is the reflection around coordinating government towards being able to, use administrative data in a much more, updated way? For example, we have the land indicator, and when we look at women land rights, for example, there is already administrative data with our land ministry, but then we still have survey data every year in, year out, coming out, yet that data is available. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Aflin Yogo from Polycom Girls and Nikokadi. So my question is around the role of women's political leadership at the county level. So as Kenya approaches the next election cycle, how are women governors being supported and also held accountable to actively use gender data in shaping the policies and also the budgets? And again, how can this Women Count Phase 3 ensure that gender data does not exist, but is also politically prioritized? Thank you so much.
All right, good question. And then one last one, I think there was a hand. Oh yes, over there at the back, and then we'll answer those ones.
Hello everyone, my name is Clarice Omondi, working with Kibera Girls Soccer Academy. So I appreciate the good idea of collecting data and also working together with different organizations. So my question specifically relates to the street family. So to the entire panelists, so in relation to collection of data, do you also have a special data whereby you collect data to identify challenges that are being faced by girls in the street? And if so, what are some of the policies that have been put in place so as to ensure that every girl and woman in the street also count?
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow us to answer those questions before we transition to the second part. If time allows, I promise I'll give you a chance, but let's answer those ones first. Thank you. Papa Sek?
So there's been, I think, several questions for the State Department in KNBS. So let me start with you, and then maybe then Rosemary, and then we'll go to the rest of the panel.
So I think my first response will be on the question on the acceleration of the national policy on prevention of and response to GBV. So as I said earlier, the policy is still in development. So the policy is still in development, and inputs from or data from the KDHS has been inputted in the policy. The delay has actually been caused by the technical working group on GBV and femicide. So the report, we were actually waiting for the report and the launch so that then the recommendations can as well be addressed in the policy. The second question, maybe which I can respond to, is on how girls are still missing school and what the government is doing. Well, at the as an overview, the government, through the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Gender, through its implementing agency, which is the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, is actually offering this free sanitary wear. And it is an intervention which has proved to actually work, only now that probably the procurement and the disbursement of these sanitary pads is actually taking time. And the lag is probably causing this problem whereby when these girls don't get the sanitary wear, then they are not able to still go back to school. The third one is on the administrative data, on which what is the reflection towards coordinating government towards data collection. Well, the biggest challenge which I think the government faces in the implementation of programs and policies is on the coordination aspect, whereby actors are able to do their things differently, and the different actors are not able to know what the other actor is doing. So it's only through a policy or a regulation or any guideline that can mandate the implementation of some of these initiatives. So it's our role as government, and through State Department for Gender, maybe KNBS and any other entity, be it the Ministry of Lands, it's our call to now sit down and maybe find out how can we collect this data so that then that reliable data is now also used in some of these documents and programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there is a question on street families. I'll begin with that one. KNBS, in collaboration with, it is called Street Families and Rehabilitation Trust, managed to carry out a census of street families last year, and the report on that is just about to be released. I think it is the second one in terms of census, and I'll ask the person who has asked about this to be on the lookout. We shall be able to release this report. I cannot remember the details in terms of the questionnaire, but we collected quite a bit of information about the characteristics of the street families, including health issues, including the size of families and their living conditions. I cannot remember the details, but this would be very informative, so that I believe that the questions that you have about street families will be answered by this census report. The other question is on administrative data, and I think it was asked by Groots, on land versus survey data. Survey data and administrative data, from my point of view, are complementary. There are certain gaps in administrative data that are closed by survey data. A lot of survey data, of course, if it is a household-based survey, is answered at individual level or at household level. And some of the questions, like why certain things are the way they are, may not be answered by administrative data. So these data sources are complementary to one another. Sometime, I think in 2024, KNBS was able to do a pilot on harmonization and something like that. Yes, because we need administrative data from different data points to be transferred and be able to be used, analyzed at the bureau level and be used by various players. So we've been thinking about it, and we've taken action, and one of the ways to reduce the cost of production of statistics is to fully utilize administrative data. So just to underscore, administrative data, survey data, census data, they complement each other. On the 2/3 gender rule, what I can say as KNBS is that we have a standing chapter in our premier publication, that is Economic Survey, and another one that is called Statistical Abstract, that brings out the statistics in terms of our achievements in the various leadership positions in government, achievement of the 2/3 gender rule. So maybe the civil society organizations and other stakeholders can use this information now that we have elections next year to be able to press for more space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think there was also a question on the timing of the DHS. The GB module in the DHS.
I did not get the question properly, but we did a DHS in 2022, and we were able also to do another one last year. We completed it, I think around February. So we are going to be analyzing data. It is called mini DHS. It has fewer indicators compared to 2022 DHS. And one of the key elements of the DHS that we have done this year as KNBS is that we have information on technology facilitated GBV, and I think there are some more modules that were added. And the one that is missing is on FGM. Yes. So I didn't get the question properly. Maybe the person can repeat.
Was on the timing. the timing of the release of the report?
So currently, we are doing the data cleaning, and the next phase will be report writing. So before the end of the financial year, that is by July, we should be able to have the report out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's.
Thank you very much. I think quickly comment on the, I think the general question about the access for sanitary pads and also the street families. I think this, of course, brings us to the issue of double marginalization of women and girls. And so there's, of course, a lot of, as we continue with this phase 3, I think one of the priorities has to be for us looking through issues of, women and girls who face double marginalization, and I'd want to add also women with disability. And I know there's a lot in terms of, in paper, like access to sanitary pads, but in actual practice, that's where the issues are. So maybe citizen-generated data around, access to sanitary pads, and maybe that would give us accountability and also showcase to us where the gaps are. So I want to take this as maybe a challenge for all of us moving forward in terms of how then, if it's not working, if the ministry says there's already access to sanitary pads, and we know, you and I know that the women and girls we are working with are not accessing these critical commodities, then what needs to be done, or how can we take this forward? The second one I think that I can comment on is on gender responsive budgeting, and this is something that we've been doing with the Under the Gates Foundation work, looking at the different counties and how they allocate resources. And I believe this is something also many other partners around the room have been doing. And the critical component about this is once these studies reports are done, we need to now pick them up for advocacy purposes, because I believe sometimes we come up with very good research pieces that showcase in County X there's an opportunity for us to invest more, and maybe that county government might come up and also do the right thing with that particular data. Sometimes we don't go back to sort of monitor what happened or what needed to happen, or if there are partners around that particular county, then for them to use that as a priority in terms of budget allocation. And again, also for policy dialogues at national level with the different ministries, with the whole 360 kind of engagement. There needs to be a 360 kind of engagement within issues of gender responsive budgeting. When the pieces are out, then what next? I think that's what we need to talk about, and that's what we need to strategize around, because there's a big appetite around, can we see our county X budgeting on sanitary pads? Can we see them coming up with the safe houses? Can these safe houses become functional? Because sometimes some of these things are allocated, but eventually there are gaps within that. Then lastly, on women political participation, this is one thing that also we've been speaking about as the forum, saying that this can be a good opportunity with all the gender data that is available, because if you look at previous elections, we didn't have as much data as we have right now. So we need to acknowledge that there's already availability of gender data that can now be translated into policy briefs or just information pieces for political candidates, women candidates, youth, young men who can become women ambassadors, or can speak about why women matter in politics. And so changing the whole narrative requires for us to use a holistic approach that is evidence-based. And so we have a lot, and for me, to the UN Women and the rest of the partners, how can we utilize existing data that we've worked so hard for in these past phases? Can we translate this to become nuggets of wisdom that politicians or people who are vying for elections can showcase to their electorate, that this is what we can do from an evidence-based perspective? And that will be a good Kenya, if you think about it. I think many times we speak out of context as Kenyans in terms of politics, so we need to showcase why this matters, why the statistics matters, why investments matter. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to respond on gender imbalance in representative and leadership areas. As KIPRA, we don't implement the policies. We give analysis and support and recommendation to the government, since we are a research institute. So KIPRA, we recommended that since there is a SDS 5 targets women involvement in principle and equal opportunity in leadership, we recommended that more support is needed to implement Article 27, Section 8, and Article 81, Section B of the 2010 Constitution. In addition, there is a lack of implementation of gender equality provision in the Election Act of 2011, Political Parties Act of 2011, and County Government Act of 2012 separate the issues. Furthermore, the National Gender and Equality Commission Act of 2011 does not provide sufficient enforcement power for National Gender and Equality Commission to ensure equality in leadership and representation during the election process. So on the agenda on the question of imbalanced representation or in leadership role, as KIPRA, we have just give recommendation, and there is a question that involve children and women on the street. Currently, KIPRA is doing an evidential policy survey on national care policy. The care policy is funded by Gate Foundation, KIPRA in partnership with the Gate Foundation. The policy mandate is to look at the care work, both unpaid and paid care work, that majorly involves around, especially women, though there are care work that involve men. The policy is going to look at the care work of the little girl who unfortunately was impregnated at a lower age and needs support to continue with education, because we find out that at a lower age, when children or girls are unfortunately getting pregnant, they drop out of school. And the moment we drop out of school, that's where our problem starts. So the police is going to support, is going to look at how we can support these people and help them finish school, so that we, at the end of the day, the unfortunate thing that happened to them doesn't be their downfall. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate them, unless there is any clarification probably that you need to add on to.
Questions, or should we?
I think we can transition to the next session, but do you promise to be here for the entire day, just in case someone has a question or two for you?
Yes. I do have a question, though, for the panel. Just one last question, but no more than a couple of words. So, if you could make one bold ask to ensure Kenya continues to lead on gender data, what would it be? Just one. You get one bold ask, please. Huh? Sorry? If you could make one bold ask on to ensure that Kenya continues to lead on gender data, what would that be? What would that one bold ask on gender data be? Whether it's data production, data use, what would be your ask? What would be your one wish for gender data?
Personally, I'm going to talk as personally, though I'm representing KIPRA, I would ask more research be done to identify these areas that need help, especially in marginalized areas like Turkana, Mandera, and especially northeastern parts of Kenya, because they find out that these are the areas where education is very difficult. schools are about 50 or 100 kilometers apart, and girls have to walk about 20 or 50 kilometers to go to schools. These areas when you do more research and recommend support and these funds to cover for them, most schools should be built around the villages so that these girls should go to schools, because in the current research, we went about 2 weeks ago, we found there are a lot of school dropout girls in such areas. And it's very unfortunate, but this is due to, they have to walk a longer distance, and there's no support.
Thank you.
So when we do more research and we request for more funds so that we can support such areas, I will really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 2 words.
Production and use for both state and non-state actors. Partnership and resourcing for both state and non-actors. Thank you.
Thank you. Resources and partnerships. Please, Rosemary.
On my part, I think we should just have a more sustained budgeting for gender statistics, so that I think a lot of work, of course government has done a lot in terms of ensuring that we produce gender statistics, but I think going forward is, even though we have been supported so much by donors to produce gender statistics, we want, or we would be happier to have that gender statistics budget line that is continuously there in our budget. Thank you.
Domestic financing is critical. Donor financing is good, but domestic financing is really what moves the needle. Please.
I think what I would actually advocate for is on the use of the data. Much of the available data is still sitting on our shelves. The data needs to be disseminated to the lowest level, because also at the lowest level, the data was collected at the county level. We need to show this data and interpret it to the common man, so that some of these social cultural norms or the causes of gender inequality at the lowest level can then be handled. And when the survey data is collected at the next time, we can actually measure and ensure that there is impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And another round of applause, please, for our panelists. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Papa Second. Also, let's appreciate him as well for leading us through the sessions really, really well. And I think that's a question that expands to us as well. What is that one bold ask that you have as far as gender data is concerned? So let's keep, getting answers amongst ourselves even as we continue to interact. But let's quickly cross over to the second session. I promise you we will launch. I know some of you are like, what's happening? We're not launching. I promise we will launch, okay? Because that's the reason we are here today, to launch the third phase of Women Count. But before that, because again, like I said earlier on, good things are worth waiting for, okay? And those ones who are patient will be highly rewarded. So just bear with us for a second. We're waiting for our chief guest, and once he arrives, we'll be officially launching the third phase of Women Count. But for now, allow us to transition to the next session, and that is from data to impact, and we're interrogating how did gender data fuel policy change right here in Kenya? And the moderator would be, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate her, Dr. Joy Kiru, who's a senior lecturer from the University of Nairobi. Let's appreciate her as she makes her way to the podium. And her panelists as well will be Mr. Paul Kuria, who's the Director of Programs and Research, National Gender Equality Commission. If you're here, please make your way to the podium. We also have Mr. Dennis Njunge, who's a Program Oversight and Moral Manager, Groots Kenya. If you're here, please make your way to the podium. And we also have Miriam Mweni, who is from the Economic Empowerment Directorate, State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. Please make your way to the podium as well. And we also have Ms. Faith Kinyanjui, who's an inclusive PFM lead budget hub. Let's appreciate her as she makes her way to the podium. And last but not least, we have Mr. Capitas Chironga, who's the Deputy Director, Central Bank of Kenya. Let's appreciate them as well as they make their way to the podium. But if you're ready, the panel, panelists, and yes, if you're ready, then the stage is yours. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we'll have another session for question and answer once they're done with the discussion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our protocols observed. It's my singular pleasure to invite you to this session. And first things first, I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions for our panelists. I will just invite you to keep them till the end of the session. I'm going to spare hopefully some 10, 15, max 20 minutes for that. Hopefully time will allow us. First things first. Why are we here and what are we doing in this session? What is it that we want to get out of this? Maybe we start by saying about 10 years, and I'm privileged to have been part of this process all through in various roles. UN Women, in collaboration with the government of Kenya and other stakeholders, have been working to increase production, access, and use of gender data for policy and decision making. As I said, I am privileged to have been part of this process from the beginning and most part of it through various roles. I am witness to the great impact of this work. The success of this work is actually attributable to the very strong collaborations with academics like myself and others, NGOs, policymakers, and other stakeholders to ensure the production of high-quality gender data, analysis, and even deeper analysis through graduate students' grants like we did in this program, and then have this data come out of the shelves to inform policy and decision making in this country. We have also witnessed strategic advocacy and rapid responses by the various stakeholders in this process to contributing to national discussions on various issues spanning women economic empowerment, women's health, and domestic violence to ensure that data is used to shape policy outcomes and thus ensure equity, transparency, and well-being. And so today, we are gathered here to discuss some of these achievements as we explore the next steps and opportunities to address the existing gaps. To begin with, what's really is a great deal about data? What is it? What's a hullabaloo about? And we have heard from many speakers, and I just want to reiterate and repeat and echo, I'm a teacher, that's what we do all the time, and say that gender data is crucial because it transforms invisible inequalities into measurable evidence, enabling governments, institutions to design policies that are fair, targeted, and accountable. And without gender disaggregated data, policy risks to be blind to the distinct realities of women, men, and marginalized groups. We will hear from our panelists, and at the end of the day, we will have time for our own inputs, comments, questions to enrich this panel. Without much ado, I'm now turning to these distinguished experts in front of me. And I will begin with my first question, really an accelerator pitch question. In 1 or 2 minutes, introduce yourself, your institution, and what is it that you do with gender data in the work that you do. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emma Kemencho. I work with the National Gender and Equality Commission. And at the commission, we are a constitutional commission created to promote gender equality and non-discrimination for all Kenyans. But we lay emphasis on what we call the special interest groups, that is the youth, the elderly, women, persons with disability, children, and minority and marginalized groups. So how does data help us in our work? We use data to flag out discrimination and inequalities, and further or subsequently use the, after we've flagged out the discrimination, the data also helps us in executing our mandate, our constitutional mandate on advising the government, providing oversight, as well as monitoring equality and inclusion.
My name is Dennis Njunge. I work for grassroots organizations operating together in sisterhood. Most of the people know it as Roots Kenya. At Roots Kenya, we have in the 3 decades, we are actually 31 years this year. We work to ensure that there is effective engagement of grassroots women in all spaces of development. So our work is quite data heavy because gender data is foundational to our work, because a lot of the people we work with have not traditionally been included in the process of processing data. They've actually been the providers of data. But when it comes to use and production, they are actually not recognized, and those are grassroots women. So our work majorly is to make sure that across all the spaces, whether it's in agriculture, energy, we make sure that women participate effectively, and as such, data becomes very critical to enable them to participate in that. So we build their capacity extensively, making sure that they are able to, number one, access data, because that's the first hurdle of data. The second hurdle of data is interpretation of data, because as you all know, a lot of the data that we have in our systems is contained in statistical documents that are even difficult to interpret for ourselves. So we then finally support them to be able to undertake effective advocacy over their priorities. And they are the ones who identify those priorities, identify the solutions, and use that data effectively to be able to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joy. My name is Faith Ann Kinyanjui. I work at Bajeti Hub. Bajeti Hub is a Kenyan non-government organization working to advance transparency, accountability, and equity in public finance management in Kenya at the national and subnational level. We intervene at 3 main levels, so looking at decision making in public finance and citizen engagement with regard to that, whether citizens are being consulted. I think it matters for equity who's consulted and whether their input is taken up. So that's something that we're keen on when it comes to public participation. And we also engage at the point of planning, budgeting, looking at resource allocation and whether resources are allocated equitably. One of the things that we've been keen on is with regard to the division of revenue between the national and subnational governments and the further distribution of the resources among county governments and whether the formula used to do that is equitable and is taking into account principles of equity. And we also intervene at the point of budget implementation execution because it has implications for service delivery outcomes. If budgets are not implemented as planned, they may be very good, take into account all the gender data, but if they're not implemented as has been approved, then there's still a gap when it comes to outcomes for women in terms of maternal health care, education, social protection, and all that. So that's what we do at Bajeti Hub. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Miriam Mweni. I work for State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. As you are all aware, our core mandate is to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. Now, how does data inform? How do we use data in our department? Data is very critical, especially for government in development of policies. And as my colleague talked before us, he talked about the national care policy and the other policies that have been developed in the department. And also data is very critical in the department, especially in planning, in budgeting, resource allocation and all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. At least we know who is with us here today, and we appreciate you, and thank you so much. My first question, Emma, you're next to me. In 5 minutes or less, tell us specific examples of how you have used gender data in collaboration with Women Count in your work to inform specific programs and the results of those programs.
Thank you for that question. I'll highlight about 2 to 3 examples. So we've been able to use gender data in our programmatic work as a commission. Specifically, we've been able to use gender data in coming up with GBV dialogue forums, where we use the county gender data sheet that indicated the counties with the highest or with the rising cases of GBV, including Makueni, Murang'a, and we were able to go to those counties and have dialogues, engaging stakeholders, engaging men, and for once we moved away from creating awareness to action-based kind of engagement. The other example is that we've been able to conduct research on school-level factors affecting access to education, quality education by girls, and these we were able to utilize the indicators, gender disaggregated indicators that have been improved on by the Women Count program, specifically the enrollment rate, the retention rate, the completion rate. We were able to go out and assess how these indicators are faring on. And lastly, as Daktari from Zizi Afrique indicated, we collaborated with other stakeholders to come up with a national research gender agenda. And it was also informed, the gaps that she was highlighting were informed by the data that is available through the Women Count program.
Thank you so much. You've heard how that this work of Women Count program 1 and 2 has not just been sitting in good shelves or being read in conferences like this, but rather it has interacted with policymakers like you've heard and come up with viable products to have impactful outcomes on real people on the ground. Thank you very much. Now, next to you, Dennis from Roots. And I was talking to a friend of mine and she told me nobody understands the issues of grassroots women better than the grassroots women themselves. And I understand that Roots Kenya uses a unique bottom-up model to highlight issues affecting grassroots women economic empowerment. Based on your partnership with Women Count, please share specific examples of how some of that data you've generated from grassroots has been used for policy and advocacy efforts or by policymakers and other stakeholders to address specific challenges affecting grassroots women. If you can, please share with us specific examples.
Thank you so much, Dr. I think, and you say it right, no one else can talk about their own communities other than those who live in those communities. And so you can, whoever is here can actually speak about their communities because they live in those communities. So we cannot purport to speak about grassroots women's communities if we don't live in those communities. So we have to let them speak about those communities because they have internalized the issues, they have lived realities around those issues. So at the onset, I think the first phase of Women Count, Roots Kenya worked closely with UN Women. And our role was very, very specific. UN Women wanted to reach more people, because at that point, a lot of documents and data sets had been produced. You remember there was the Comprehensive Poverty Report, there was the Gender Statistical Plan, there was other reports that had been produced. But then the worry was, who actually is using this data? And so Roots Kenya occupied a space, and we still occupy that space within civil society. And that space is where we want to support the dissemination of data that is coming from our statistical office, but also that is coming from other CSO through the citizen-generated data platform. And in that, we did engage media, we engaged universities, and it was, for me, it was a very good experience, because you might think people know because they are doctors, they are professors, but this data might be out there, but it is very limitedly accessed. So we worked with civil society organizations to be able to tell them what actually exists when it comes to gender data and statistics. And initially, in 2021, this term gender data and statistics was not a very common term. It was just developing. I remember Dr. Kiilu was part of the team in the University of Nairobi trying to, demystify to other people what this is. So we occupied that space. And let me share very specific things. Out of this engagement, we've had over the years, because it was in 2021, have had amazing changes seen within both the formal and informal systems. And number one, with our work with UN Women, when we engaged the Kenyatta University WeHub, which actually had been funded by the Gates Foundation, we actually immediately got into an MOU with the Applied Economics Department at Kenyatta University, an MOU that is still continuing up to today. And within that MOU, we've actually been able to build the capacity of students to understand what gender statistics, because the idea was, if you're bringing on board new statistician into the market, you want them to fully understand what gender statistics is, and they can actually be able to relate, analyze, interpret gender statistics. But beyond that, when we went lower to the grassroots, supporting grassroots women understand data and access it, because those were two issues. Understanding that there was accessibility to data, that was number one. But number two is understanding that you can actually access this data and interpret it and use it to be able to lobby and advocate for change within the communities that you work in. And one specific area that we've had a lot of success is women land rights. And Roots Kenya is a big actor within the Women Land Rights Caucus. And today, as we speak, we did a lot of work around supporting women collect their own data on, for example, registers within ranches in Laikipia County. You all know that traditionally within the Maasai communities, women were not put in the registers, only men were put in the registers. But then one of the things that data did is women identified, we have this number of ranches. I think we worked that time with 14 ranches. Women were able to generate data, but then they were also able to identify the challenges. As we speak today, in a community where women were not leaders, we now have a chair of a CLMC, which is a Community Land Management Committee, which is the governing body within community ranches. We've also gone ahead today. We are working with communities within Baringo County on women land rights, and they are now registering their own community lands, and women are not left behind, because then we realize the issue is just not to highlight gender data. It is to move beyond highlighting gender data and identifying what are the solutions to the gaps that are existing in that. Beyond that, I think from a broader perspective, Roots Kenya is working within a broader framework with other organizations on gender-based violence. We now have a complete framework of collecting gender cases, gender-based violence cases at real time as we speak right now, because we are working with communities and women in those communities to be able to collect that information. Maybe I'll get there.
I apologize, Dr. Joy and your panel, but ladies and gentlemen, allow me to request us to be upstanding as our chief guest is getting seated, getting into the room. Let's appreciate him with a big round of applause as we welcome him into the session. Dr. Boniface Makoha, who's the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning. Karibu sana sir, which is good to see you. Good to also have you join us for this very important event, and that is on the launch of the third phase of Women Count. Karibu sana, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him. Tumpige makofi as he has made his way into the room. Thank you so much, Bona PS, for joining us. We'll probably allow him a few minutes to settle, and then he will give us his remarks and also launch officially the third phase of Women Count. But for now, Dr. Joy, if you may, continue with the panel so that we allow our chief guest to settle. Karibu sana, Bona PS.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam MC. Please, whenever we are ready to continue, give me the hint and I will relinquish the floor. To mine, from our previous speaker, I think you got it for ourselves, and KNBS is here. And you've heard that it's not just the role of KNBS and other formal institutions like learned universities and all, but also there's a role for other citizens and grassroots women to all of us join together and present data to inform policy from extremely contextualized cases. So thank you so much for bringing that out, and we really appreciate you. And just before I leave that, I think we started a conversation with KNBS to tell them, come on guys, give us space on your table, even if it means ensuring that there are frameworks to assert the quality of some of the data that we use, and therefore enable it to be used on tables by policymakers, even though it doesn't come from you. I hope during tea time we'll have to catch up on that conversation and see how far we've gone with it. Thank you very much. And I proceed to my next speaker, Miriam Mweni from State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. You have had a lot of collaboration with many stakeholders in this room, especially UN Women, KNBS, University of Nairobi, among others, not only to make use of new gender data generated, new gender data from policies such as the National Care Policy and the National Policy on Women Economic Empowerment. Sorry, you didn't hear me. I was talking to me. Okay, I'll take it again. I'm now addressing Miriam Mweni from State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. The State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action has collaborated with many stakeholders in this room, including UN Women, KNBS, University of Nairobi, among others, to not only make use of new gender data generated to inform policies such as the National Care Policy and the National Policy on Women Economic Empowerment. Kindly share with us the journey and the process you have used from the data collected to produce some of these policies in Kenya, from collection of data to policy impacts. The case of State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would go specifically to talk about the National Care Policy, which was informed by the two surveys that were done by KNBS. There was a lot of collaboration between the stakeholders, the academia, the CSOs, the government agencies, and NGOs. So the development of the policy started way back in 2021. It has been a journey. I remember that even coming up with the name was an issue. Diana can ascertain to that. At first, we were talking of the domestic workers and care policy something. Until now, we really talked about it and agreed that we'll name it the National Care Policy. It was really collaborative from both government and non-governmental agencies. At some point, a technical working group was constituted so that it can work through the document. And I can report that at least now we have a document that has been given a session paper. It is now session paper 2 of 2026, and we are waiting for approval. It has been a journey, but we can say we are here by the use of data that was generated by KNBS. We have a document. At some point, we have been sensitizing communities on this policy. It is not easy to penetrate such policy in the communities. At some point, we were in a forum in Garissa, and somebody asked, how do you bring, how is KNBS coming between my happiness? How is KNBS bringing unhappiness between me and my wife? We were talking of redistributing work in the family setup. I know when you read the document, you see the 5 R's. So we were talking about redistributing, and then men were like, how do I redistribute work with my wife? So that has been issues, but we are happy the document is here and it will be embraced. So that is how we have used the data to develop our national care policy, and at least the policy is here with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've heard that. The care policy started from scratch, from training of interviewers to going to the field, to collecting the data, analyzing it, stakeholder engagement, difficulty conversation, and finally, we are celebrating a national care policy and some budget to implement it. Isn't it great what data can do to convince people of things how things need to be done right? And now I come to you, Faith, of the Budgeti Hub. We have always seen you agitating transparency, accountability, participation, and equity in national and subnational budgeting processes. Kindly share with us specific examples of how public expenditure data has been used to advocate for fiscal discipline and some of the successes you have achieved so far in the national and county governments.
Thank you. So, public expenditure data for fiscal discipline, that's pretty wide, but allow me to highlight 2 good indicators of fiscal discipline. That would be budget credibility, I alluded to it earlier, and budget transparency, which is something that we're also keen on at Budgeti Hub. So budget credibility has to do with government spending as planned when it comes to revenue raising and expenditure as well, expenditure estimates. And it's important because poor budget credibility has implications, and this can range anywhere from, of course, higher deficits if we are spending more and collecting less, and more borrowing. That's a challenge as of now in our country, and it can also go all the way to the service delivery points. It's the women that Dennis was talking about going to a health facility and not accessing a service because there are no pharmaceuticals or non-pharmaceuticals, because a budget line was not spent, either because resources were not received or because of other many reasons, budget implementation challenges. We first conducted a study to understand budget credibility in 2019, and in one of the counties, some of the findings were quite interesting because the water sector, Baringo was one of the county, and in the water department was underspending close to 50% of its development budget. That has to do with water projects that are necessary for access to water. And upon interrogating further, we realized that one of the reasons for this underspend was that the approach that the county was taking towards the participatory budgeting approach was one of the key contributors, in that it was uninformed. So citizens come to public participation forums, they have a list of projects that they want implemented in their wards, in their sub-counties, and they're not aware of the resource implications. What does it take to have a borehole up and running, and last mile supply up to the households, up to the various household levels. So that was not something that was being done. It was very uninformed. So when that was realized, the solution which was came from the department was to come up with a cost reference for water projects. That this would then inform public participation forums, and citizens could then be able to tell if we're asking for 3 boreholes in our ward or in our sub-county, this is what it means for the resource side, for the money side of it. Do we have that much money looking at the entire water sector budget? No. So then we may need to prioritize. I think this goes to show just what how powerful data or information in the hands of citizens can be when it comes to informing public policy decisions, budgeting decisions in this case, and it's something that has been mentioned here that when we're talking about use of gender data, the citizens, and Dennis mentioned that grassroots women have been producers, they've been used to collect this data, but are they users of this data? Can they be able to utilize the gender data that is being produced, that is now very much available, to be able to ask of their governments that this is what we need, resource, these are our priorities. On budget transparency quickly is, and this has been key because you are not even able to have credible budgets if transparency is not a thing. It needs to start at that very foundational level. We have been conducting an annual survey looking at the transparency of county budgets. And between 2020 and 2024, there's been significant improvement, especially when it comes to we assess the comprehensiveness of those documents, looking at the level of information provided, and a key part of that is the non-financial information. So non-financial information has to do with targets, indicators, what are the objectives, what are the outcomes we are targeting, who are we targeting, which is a key thing when it comes to who benefits from the resourcing decisions that are being made. And looking at the scores between 2020 and 2024, general transparency improved from about 33 points to 64 points. And looking at non-financial information specifically, the targets, the indicators, the who benefits, the beyond the money, right? It has also improved in terms of the information that counties are providing on that, from about 30 to 70 percentage points. So there is, I would say there is good will on that side of the county governments to be able to make use of, not only make use of data, but show us, that's the transparency part, how they're making use of this data and what decisions it is informing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have met your executive director several times in various forums, and your work is not easy. It's a difficult job, looking behind what people have spent, asking them for transparency, accountability. But I think you've done a good job to ensure that public resources are not only respected, but they are accounted for, and citizens at least know what is happening. Keep it up, and kudos to you. And before we finish this first part of this, I think I would like maybe to let the panel know that Women Count 1 did not just look at the production of new data. We all know that data is very expensive to produce, but you also looked at, with Women Count 1 also looked at how can existing data be exhaustively or at least extensively analyzed to bring out the underlying relationships that can be able to inform policy and decision making at very specific granular levels. And I think that's where the academics and other statisticians came in, and we and women went ahead to build capacity for university graduates to enable them access already data that is existing, giving them the tools to access already existing data, and deeply analyzing it from a policy perspective, and bringing all this evidence to policymakers and start discussions on and conversation on women economic empowerment and other issues pertaining gender equality. I thought it's important to hear that part of the story, as you've heard what other issues have been addressed through Women Count round one. And now finally, my last question to each one of you, as I said, thank you so much for your great contributions. In 1 or 2 minutes, tell us, with respect to your institutions, what gaps do you still see in the production, access, and use of gender data to inform policy and decision making? And what more would you like to see done or done better? Faith. Emma, start.
Yes, thank you very much. So in terms of gaps, as I indicated earlier on, we've come up with a national gender research agenda, and in it we identified the gaps in terms of gender research, and one of them was the fragmented data sets. There are very many people producing data, but there's no common platform where people can access that data, and there's also limited production of intersectional data. Therefore, we are unable to understand the lived realities of the intersection between gender and other variables like youth, disability, and age. So we'd love to see more of that, and we'd also love to see more utilization, coming up with strategies to ensure that the policymakers indeed utilize this data.
Thank you. Dennis.
Thank you so much. I think I'd look at it from a number of perspectives. I think 3 perspectives. Number one, I think we all acknowledge that even though there has been great progress in terms of production of gender statistics, gender data and statistics, there still remains gaps. If you talk to KNBS, you'll understand issues of climate change and how that affects women and men disproportionately. Does not family exist? You know, we cannot particularly say this is how women are affected. I know we have lived experiences from where we sit, and that's where citizen-generated data is critical because of those lived experiences. So we need to work on those gaps, and one of the things that I've been asking KNBS, and I see Rosemary is not here, is can we have a compendium? I see Peter from Statistics Sweden. Can we have a compendium, a complete compendium of our data gaps here in Kenya, pertaining not only from SDG perspective, but also from other, because the country needs other data other than what is only listed within the SDG framework. I think number 2, there is serious gap between how we translate what is produced to use. And then earlier in the year, last year, 2 years ago, we worked with UN Women SRO and developed this toolkit on unlocking the value of gender data. And we tried to look at it with Isabella, who is in the house, tried to look at the different actors. You know, when we talked to members of parliament, we actually spoke to senators and tried to understand from which perspective do they look at data from. Because then we have to make data available to those people who are using it in the way that they need it. Because a lot of the way academicians need data is not the same way grassroots women need data. And Growth Kenya and working with KNBS, we are trying to work around a process of innovation, trying to think about how can we have more people access data, particularly in the grassroots, without having to struggle. For example, today, if we create a dashboard, a woman still will need to have a smartphone. They will still need to have internet for them to be able to access that dashboard because it's in a server. But then we are thinking about other innovative, democratized ways of accessing data, and we are hoping that the process that we are working together can be launched at the Global Data Fest this year in June, where we think we all have, USSD format for you to access your bank accounts here in Kenya. Can data be able to be used and accessed in similar ways? And we are testing that. So we have to make sure that we bridge the data gap between production and use, so that then at the grassroots level, if we have enough granularity of the data, we can have women and men in those communities understand their situation and the data related to those situations and be able to advocate for change including the budgets that Faith is talking about, because when people discuss budget without information, then they end up not getting what is needed in their context into the budgets that they have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now, Faith.
Thank you. For me, 3 things. I think one has already been mentioned. I'll not belabor it, but strengthening the demand side, the citizen side, to be able to ask for priorities, give input with this data in mind. The second one has to do with the subnational governments or county governments. They're responsible for one of the critical service delivery, that is healthcare. It sits largely with the counties. Do they understand how they can be able to utilize this data? Are they doing it? Perhaps they are to an extent, but that I believe can be strengthened so that it's more responsive to the gaps, to the needs of women, girls in all the 47 counties. And thirdly, I would say coordination when it comes to the ministries, department, agencies, the State Department for Economic Planning, where KNBS sits, and also counties, all that counties to that mix. So coordination when it comes to use of that data in especially budgeting processes. Thank you.
Miriam?
Okay, thank you very much. In the Department of Gender, we implement several programs, and in the implementation, we rely on the data that is available to implement our programs. I want to be specific on one policy that we have developed, the National Policy for Women Economic Empowerment. When you look at that policy, it has 15 thematic areas, and they are very holistic, like they touch all the sectors. So that when we want to implement that program, that policy, we need data which will enable us to plan, to budget, and implement the policy. And still on the national care policy, we still need data to implement the thematic areas that are in the policy. So those are the gaps that exist. And if we can access that data, we'll be able to implement the programs that are in the policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the message is very clear. There's still room for production, access, use, and there's still room for more collaboration in ensuring that data is not only produced, but it's used to bring real change in human lives like you've had. I'm trying to save us some time, and so I just want to open the floor a little bit. MC, please let me know when my time is up, but I'm just about to naturally finish. Questions, quick ones, should I take 1 or 2? Yes, I can see 1 here, let me take 3. At the back, I can see another hand there, and I can see another hand here. There's another one? There are 2 there. I think that's it. No more other round. I think I'm standing between us and very important things. The first one.
Good afternoon. My name is Magdalene Owino. I come from County Government of Homa Bay. Mine will go straight to Budget Hub. There are a lot of counties who have not put any budget for GBV. And as we know, GBV has become a thorn in the flesh of this country. What are we going to do about it? Number 2, we have very many GBV cases that are going unreported. What can we do as Kenya to let us count every GBV case and follow it to the dot that the case is resolved and justice is served? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can take the questions first.
Thank you very much. My name is Elinzu Nicodemo, working with the National Bureau of Statistics, Tanzania. My question is going to the budgeting hub. I just wanted to know the methodology, or how do you assess the budget specifically for the gender statistics issues and the exact use of that amount of money, maybe from the high level to the lower level. You can maybe Also, I wanted to know the assessment, the methodology which used to assess this budgeting. Is it done at national level or at county level, or it goes to the lower level? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Paul Muraguri from the National Gender and Equality Commission. My question goes to Faith of Budgeti Hub. And the question is, how do you ensure women and girls are involved in the budget-making processes, especially during the public participation? Thank you.
My name is Professor Mandela from Kenyatta University. I wish to make an additional comment to what the National Gender and Equality Commission has said, because I was part of the team that worked with them to co-create the National Gender Research Agenda concerning the gaps in data collection. We noted that significant research in gender is happening at our universities, but there is a gap in the sense that universities are not collaborating enough. They seem to be locking up themselves in their own space, and we may need to think about increasing our collaboration with the universities. There was a gap in the sense that most of the data produced at the university is at a small scale. Our graduate students are doing small scale kind of research, and so the usability of the data becomes a challenge. But when we begin collaborating with them, then they'll get to a space where they can use the large-scale data we are producing to do their work. And then lastly, we found that there is a gap in terms of mentorship of our graduate students and even their supervisors in the context of researching in a manner to address the root causes of inequalities. Thank you.
1 minute.
Okay.
You can ask last question. Joy, I would request if we can address the question maybe after the break, because we need to move to the next level because of time. Please, but you can put up your question and then we'll stop it there.
Thank you very much. My name is Wycliffe Osango. I work for Kenyan Paraplegic Organization. As a sit here, I've listened to very good presentation, but I'm sad that I've not heard of women and girls with disabilities issues that affect them. My question is, how, when collecting data, how do you ensure that you also collect data that is disaggregated by disability? Because when data is being presented, they just say this number of persons with disabilities also participated, but they don't go down and disaggregate by their impairments. The second issue or question goes to Budget Hub. How do you ensure that, because I understand one of the barrier is information when it comes to persons with disabilities. How do you ensure that the CIDPs, ADPs, and other documents are accessible to persons with disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you. I think to the panel, I'll send it back to you. We'll address the questions after the break. Please allow us to move to the next session. We've overrun the time. Thank you.
I really hope Dr. Joy will be able to remember all those questions. I hope we have noted down. But ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them with a really, really big round. of applause. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Tell the person seated next to you that time has come. We have waited for this time since morning, but finally the time has come. And yes, we'll be officially launching the phase 3 of Women Count. But before that, allow me to welcome and ask to be upstanding as we welcome our chief guest, that is PS Dr. Boniface Makoha, to come give us a bit of his remark, and then we will do the launch. So let's be upstanding as the PS makes his way onto the podium. And let's appreciate him as well with a very, very big round of applause. I know he's had a very, very busy schedule, but he is here. So let's appreciate him. Karibu sana bwana PS.
Thank you very much. Asanteni, we can be seated. Thank you, all of us that are here to ensure that women and our girls count. Allow me to start by really apologizing that we are supposed to be here together with the cabinet secretary early in the morning, but because of other competing urgent meetings, he is not with us. So as I stand here, I'm wearing two hats. One, because I see I appear on the program at 9, and he appears at 10. Actually, he's the chief guest. So I'll very quickly read his statement, but after I've made a few remarks on my own behalf, on behalf of the State Department of Economic Planning, and by extension the entire government. Ms. Sarah Hendricks, Director Policy Program and Intergovernmental Division, UN Women Headquarters. Ms. Anna Mtavati, UN Women Regional Director, Eastern and Southern Africa Region. Ms. Diana Warira, Representative of the Director, Africa Gates Foundation, Representative of Sweden Embassy and Norway, other regional and long-standing partners, regional partners, representative of academia, representatives of civil society, members of the fourth state, all participants, good morning. Allow me very fast, just 4 points before I read the CS statement to say the following. The State Department for Economic Planning is charged with coordinating the formulation, the implementation, tracking, monitoring of all government plans. And part of the things that we are doing that is tied to what our discussion today, together with the UN office here, is to ensure that we bring in the aspect of gender responsive planning. Budgeting can never be done unless planning is done. Very correct and right planning leads to the correct budgeting. So when we talk of gender responsive budgeting, then we have to go a step backwards and look at the planning. Was it gender responsive? So as a department, we are trying to see how can we do that so that we ensure our planning, the national plans, the long-term plans, are gender responsive. Very quickly, just to highlight, one of the things that we are doing, and I heard there was a question about ensuring we strengthen citizen side in terms of data use and data generation. As a department, we have rolled out a program We are calling it Gumzo la Uchumi Mashinani, means a discussion on matters of economy at grassroots, where we are reaching out to the citizens to get their perspective as we go to another phase of long-term planning, and even as we assess the current long-term plan. And part of the stakeholders that we are dealing with, we have a component on data training. We are calling it training grassroots champions on data collection and use. This is already factored in the current budget, the supplementary that we are handling, and we roll it out in the entire country, targeting mainly our administrative officers and officers together with identified champions at grassroots. I want to agree that for a long time, probably, our people at the grassroots were not able, yes, they generate a lot of data, but are they able to use that data to interpret and all inform what they are doing? So those are some of the things that we are doing. Very quickly also, on matters of SGBV, yesterday I was in Busia County, and we were handling a threat. I think we call it triple threat, which the UN Women is also well on top of it. The triple threat to a girl child. This includes HIV, the pregnancies, early pregnancies, and SGBV. And we initiated a project that we called Adopt a Fruit Tree, Grow It as It Grows You, just to encourage a girl child to be able to attend school, grow the tree. We seek for resources, tie that resources to the tree, so that when you send, the resources are used to cater for their needs in school. So this will also help us to be able to understand how best we are able to ensure that every woman and every girl counts. I thought those were some of the very key highlights that I wanted to bring to our attention. Now, friends, allow me to read the CS speech, remarks, and once done, I'll be able to take my leave. Asante. I'm deeply honored to join you as we mark the official launch of Phase 3, 2026-2029 of Making Every Woman Count, Every Woman and Girl Count program, a transformative initiative nurtured by the UN Women that has reshaped the landscape of gender statistics, not only in Kenya, but across the continent. Let me begin by appreciating the UN Women leadership representative here, Sarah Hendricks, Director of Policy Program and Intergovernmental Division, and Ms. Antonia Galaba Sodon, the country representative of Kenya, for your steadfast stewardship of this global program. I also extend our profound gratitude to the government of Sweden, represented by Maria Ottosson, Head of International Development Cooperation, whose generous financial commitment continue to enable Kenya to strengthen gender-responsive data ecosystems. To all our development partners, government officials, civil society, and academia, thank you for your commitment and partnership. Today's event is a milestone in Kenya's journey towards a development paradigm anchored in evidence, equity, and inclusion. Our gathering reflects a shared commitment to strengthening the gender data ecosystem, a foundation without which no nation can plan sustainably, no nation can allocate resources equitably or deliver development outcomes that reach all its people. Over the past decade, the Making Every Woman and Girl Count program has emerged as one of the most ambitious global efforts to radically improve how gender data is produced, disseminated, and used to inform national development priorities. This program's objective aligns seamlessly with Kenya's own national aspiration to create a society where women and girls are visible in every statistics, represented in every policy, and empowered in every sector of our economy. In addition, at the heart of this program is the understanding that gender data is not peripheral to development because it is a core driver of planning, budgeting, investment, and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's leadership in gender statistics is well recognized across Africa. In 2018, Kenya was selected as one of the MEWGC program pathfinder countries, a distinction granted to nations that demonstrate strong political commitment, institutional readiness, and technical capacity to advance gender data systems. As we embark on phase 3, allow me to reaffirm the central role played by my ministry, the National Treasury, in supporting this initiative. Our mandate, established under the Constitution of Kenya and the Public Finance Management Act of 2022, entrusts the ministry with A, managing public finance and ensuring macroeconomic stability, B, formulating physical and economic policies, C, overseeing national development planning frameworks, D, managing public debt and safeguarding the integrity of financial systems, and E, coordinating the national statistical systems to ensure that planning is grounded in credible, timely, and disaggregated data. The mandate positions the National Treasury at the heart of Kenya's long-term socio-economic development agenda. As you may all be aware, effective planning and budgeting require accurate data and evidence, and gender disaggregated data are essential in ensuring that our national development plans and policies reflect the realities, contributions, and the needs of all Kenyans. Thus, the MEWGC program initiative strengthens the very foundation upon which our national planning and budgeting function depends. It enables us to fulfill our mandate responsibly and to ensure that public resources are allocated in a manner that promotes fairness, inclusion, and long-term prosperity. Distinguished guests, as we continue with today's proceedings, it is important that we turn our attention to the achievements realized under phase 1 and phase 2 of Making Every Woman and Girl Count program. These achievements form the solid foundation upon which phase 3 is being launched. They also demonstrate the value of sustained investment in gender statistics and catalytic impact that data can have on national development outcomes. The program of Making Every Woman, Girl Count has over the past 8 years significantly transformed Kenya's gender data landscape through strengthened institutional capacity, improved coordination across the national statistical systems, and enhanced technical capabilities within state and non-state institutions. This transformation has been achieved through targeted support to institutions such as Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action, the academia, especially University of Nairobi, the civil society, and multi-sectoral agencies. The coordinated implementation model has ensured harmonization of gender data efforts, a reduction in duplication of efforts, and improved alignment with both national priorities and global commitments. Ladies and gentlemen, the strategic vision for Kenya's long-term socioeconomic transformation is embodied in the Vision 2030, which seeks to establish a globally competitive, prosperous, and equitable nation in this continent. Vision 2030 recognizes that no country can attain high level of human development, productivity, and innovation without fully harnessing the contribution of women and girls across all sectors. To unlock this potential, sound gender statistics are indispensable. The Making Every Woman and Girl Count program's emphasis on enhancing gender data availability and its utilization aligns well with the Vision 2030's call for A, strengthening national statistical systems, B, promoting evidence-informed public policy, C, improving governance and public administration, D, advancing social and economic equity, and E, ensuring that development benefits are equitably distributed in a more inclusive and sustainable manner. Additionally, it is important to note that the fourth medium-term plan, running from 2023 to 2027, operationalizes the Kenya Vision 2030 over the period of 2023 to 2027, and it underscores economic transformation, human capital development, social inclusion, and institutional strengthening. Central to these priorities is the government's commitment to evidence-based policy formulation and results-driven planning and budgeting. Therefore, it is my expectation that in the next 4 years, within the next context of the gender equality priorities of the government of Kenya, Making Every Woman and Girl Count program continues to directly support the implementation of the MTP4 through number one, it's supporting the production of high-quality gender disaggregated data necessary for designing, evaluating interventions in key sectors such as finance, education, health, agriculture, labor, social protection, public administration, and governance, among other sectors. B, collaborating with the National Treasury to institutionalize gender-responsive planning and budgeting to ensure that public resources are allocated equitably, effectively, in ways that promote gender equality. Consequently, as per the Public Finance Management Act of 2025, the National Treasury is responsible for formulating and implementing budget policies that promote prudent financial management and inclusive development. Hence, gender-responsive budgeting and planning enriches this mandate by ensuring that every budget cycle reflects the needs, roles, and contributions of women, and men in Kenya's physical reform agenda. Part C, strengthening national and county planning. Kenya's devolved system of governance places counties at the forefront of service delivery, subnational development, and grassroots economic transformation. For devolution to succeed, counties require reliable, disaggregated, and timely statistical data to guide planning, resource allocation, and monitoring. And D, strengthening partnership and collaboration. Achieving the ambition of phase 3 of this program will require strong collaboration across multi-sectoral stakeholders. Therefore, together, this partnership, we believe, will produce a collaborative data ecosystem that empowers Kenya to not only produce gender data, but also to apply it effectively and sustainably. Dear participants, I call upon every stakeholder represented here, from the ministries, state corporations, county governments, development partners, civil society organizations, academic institutions, private sector leaders, and our regional and international allies to reaffirm your commitment to making gender data a strategic priority. This can be made through just suggesting several ways. One, prioritizing use of gender data in all planning and budgeting processes. Gender data is not optional. It is a foundational to service delivery, to national planning, public finance management, and legislative reform. Every sector, such as health, education, agriculture, finance, governance, environment, and security, should integrate gender disaggregated indicators into its planning and reporting framework. Such integration is essential for achieving the goals outlined in our vision, Kenya Vision 2030, and the fourth medium-term plan. Part B, strengthening institutional capacity at national and county levels. We urge all counties to embed gender data within county integrated development plans, annual development plans, budget implementation frameworks, and local interventions targeting women's economic empowerment, health, and education, etc. C, sustain partnership and foster collaboration. Gender equality requires a multi-sectoral effort. Government institutions should continue working hand in hand with development partners such as UN Women to maintain momentum and ensure lasting progress. Let this phase be defined not only by gender data production, but by the use of gender data to advance rights, strengthen accountability, and improve the lives of women and girls across Kenya. Distinguished guests, as we officially launch phase 3 of the program today, it is vital that we turn our focus to the path that lies ahead. This event marks a new beginning that calls for renewed commitment, strengthened collaboration, unwavering dedication to gender-responsive planning and development. Therefore, the National Treasury affirms its commitment to ensuring that gender statistics remain a pillar of Kenya's development planning and public finance management system. Through institutionalizing gender-responsive budgeting, the National Treasury will continue to strengthen gender-responsive budgeting frameworks to ensure that every ministry, department, agency, and county integrates gender consideration into their planning and budget submissions. The gender data collected through this program will be also central to monitoring gender allocations and evaluating their outcomes. B, embedding gender statistics in national planning instruments. The National Treasury will ensure that gender disaggregated data informs medium-term expenditure framework, which we, in brackets, is the MTEF. We refer to it as MTEF. It also informs MTP4 implementation and annual budget processes. Gender statistics has to remain a core component of national planning, performance management, and monitoring. As I conclude, today's launch is a testament that Kenya's economic transformation hinges not only on big infrastructure, macroeconomic stability, and investment flows, but also depends on how well we count, how well we value, how well we invest in women and girls. Hence, as we embark on phase 3, let us remember that gender data is more than just numbers and indicators, because it is the voice of every woman, it is the voice of every girl whose experiences, whose aspirations and challenges must be visible in our policies, must be visible in our plans, must be visible in our budgets and development strategies. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Kenya.
Thank you very much, Bwana CS. I'd humbly ask you to just remain on the podium for a brief moment, photo session moment. And also, I'd like to invite Ms. Antonia to also join the PS. Also, as well as Peter Nelson, you'll join the PS to represent Ms. Marie, as well as Ms. Sarah, Ms. Diana as well, and Dr. Josephine. So if we can all come just here at the center, so that we have a brief moment of photo session, and then we'll cross over to the other side for the official launch. So the media, if we have some bit of celebratory music as we take the photos, that would be really appreciated. All right, Ms. Hannah Mutavati, yes, she is there, yes. Papa Sek, do you want to join in the photo? Papa Sek, if you...
It's a celebration.
Papa Sek, yes. Let's have you join in on the photo. Rosemary as well, let's have you join in on the photo.
It's a celebration. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's
And then immediately after the photo session, we'll also humbly ask Boda PS as well as Peter, who will lead us now in the official launch, so with the cutting of the ribbon. And then we will have Miss Antonia, we'll also have Miss Sarah, Miss Diana, Dr. Josephine, as well as Dr. Joy, Papa Sek as well to join in. So let's cross over to the other side, led by Boda PS and Peter, who will lead us now in the cutting of the ribbon. Yes, just over there. And then we will all do a countdown. No, please don't sit. We're all going over there for the official launch. Yes. So PS with Peter will lead us in the cutting, and then the rest of us will actually count down from 5 up until 1. And then once we get to 1, the media team will give us a celebratory song as well as the Pyron as well. But yes, let's have all the speakers who joined in this morning to join in on the photo session. All right, so let's count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Officially launched on the phase 3 of Women Count celebration. Woohoo! Minor UN Women Regional Gender Statistics and Communication Specialist, as well as Gregory as well, helping us with the same. And then the rest of us, let's join them for a brief photo session moment. All right, Papa Sek and all this team here, Miss Hannah, let's join them. Yes, let's cross over that side so that we can do one more photo session.
A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good time.
And then Brenda, if you're here, Brenda will take us through the cake cutting ceremony as well as we celebrate the 3rd phase of Women Count. So Brenda and Joshua, if we can have you lead us in the cake cutting celebration.
We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you.
Excellent. All right. And also for the peers, we'll be cutting cake. So Brenda and Joshua. Yes. So Brenda and Joshua will lead us in that session. All right. So I would ask us, Bonapierre, can we stand on the side so that we see the phase 3 of Women Count? Let's stand on the side so that we see the 3rd phase.
It's a celebration.
Very nice. Yes, so that we see that. Fantastic. All right, let's have the Pyron run as well as we do one more session. Yes.
A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're celebrating. Let's appreciate them with a big round of applause. Yes, it is the 3rd edition of Women Count. So yes, this is more than a celebration. This is a moment in itself. So thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, just say if okay. Okay, so Joshua and Brenda are ready to also lead us in the next session as we cut the cake and celebrate as well. They will tell us whether the cake has salt, whether it has baking powder, and what that means. But let's appreciate them. Joshua, you're welcome.
It's a celebration.
Thank you. We are marking 10 years since the beginning of making every woman and girl count. PS, I think it was too long and mouthful for you. We call it count. So in future, I think we'll just say women count. That would be good. So we have a cake that's been prepared, and we'll be inviting, I think, the PS on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, our senior Sarah. You'll also be making a step forward. And Peter, I think you just come closer. And yeah. Yes, I think there's only one knife, or there are 2 knives we can give. Yes. Anna should be there. Anna, we all started this long time. Yes. So we go down a bit, the cake. Yes. Yes. Another one. Yes.
Celebration.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I think then
Your celebration.
I think we can have a piece.
Celebrate.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I send it back to you. You can break it.
Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate that. That is a wonderful, wonderful session over there, and that is the official launch of Women Count Phase 3. Thank you so much, Bwana PS, together with Peter Nelson, for leading us. So we do not want to stand between you and your food, okay? So Joshua will help guide our distinguished guests as well as we go for lunch. But the rest of us, lunch will be served on the second floor, but you will have to cross the bridge. There's a beautiful bridge. So you will cross over there closer to the pool side and you will get your meal card. So remember, if you do not get a meal card, you will not get a meal. Okay, so please make sure that you get your meal card as you, on your way out, yes. Yes, so make sure you get your meal card on your way out. But right about now, I will allow Joshua to direct our distinguished guests to have a moment for lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. We will see you at exactly 2 p.m.
Let's all celebrate and have a good time. This is your celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here.
Dixon Anyango, please come to the front. Dixon Anyango. Ladies and gentlemen, you're free to break for lunch because the next session will be starting at exactly 2 p.m. So please take a moment, engage with one another, but also remember to post, for those of us who took photos at the selfie, with a selfie prop, please remember to post and tag UN Women. The hashtag that we're using is Women Count, and also remember to use all the hashtags that we have here.
is not only a moment of celebration, it is a moment of strategic renewal. It allows us to reflect on how far we have come, and more importantly, to define how we accelerate evidence-based action for gender equality. This moment marks a decade of investment in gender data.
Statistics provide an indispensable element in the information system of a democratic society. And without statistics, it is indeed difficult, maybe even impossible, to plan accurately and to take informed decisions.
Across more than 100 countries, we've reached, through Women Count, one very constant truth emerges, no matter where this work takes place. And that truth is that when gender data is available, when gender data is used, decisions change.
Women Count centers the very important need to fill data gaps, to make the right decisions where women's needs are concerned. Women Count centers the very important need to fill data gaps, to make the right decisions where women's needs are concerned.
Now, these achievements are not abstract. They have changed lives. They have also ensured that women entrepreneurs are recognized in economic planning, that survivors of violence are visible in justice systems, and that girls in marginalized counties are counted in education statistics.
The Women Count program was conceived as part of the negotiation of the Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030, where we successfully negotiated for very key targets and indicators on gender equality, including on women's leadership, on girls' education, on ending violence against women, on so many areas where women are still not yet at the same level as men.
As a Bureau of Statistics, we have that mandate of a national statistical system. And for us to really achieve that particular mandate, we are working together with the UN Women. So for the case of gender, we have the Gender Statistics Sector Plan, which has also identified the gaps. So we are looking at all that and bringing them together and ensuring that what we require in the area of gender statistics is well achieved through those programs.
The coordination between the State Department for Gender and other stakeholders has been very robust. This interagency has provided a platform where participation and engagement of all stakeholders has been harnessed.
For this program, we coordinated very well with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, of course through the support of UN Women. And we've realized that the uptake of gender statistics by the county governments that were targeted has been very impressive. A lot of governors have actually expressed desire to have statistics, because without data you can't plan. And so given what's happening in the country in terms of segregation of data, I'm very happy that the agencies were able to collaborate and produce very good gender statistical sheets, which are now being used by counties for planning purposes.
COVID-19 has given the global community, including Kenya, an opportunity to actually understand gaps in as far as gender is concerned, and there's a lot of data and statistics that were collected to bring this out.
Through the Women Count survey that we did, we actually found out that the incidence of gender-based violence had gone up as a result of spouses or partners, intimate partners, spending more time together at home. We also found out that a sizable number of girls dropped out of school and teenage pregnancies went up. We also found that there was a very high burden of care on women, that unpaid care work at home, which just went up as women were spending much more time at home.
significance of this program is now people are more tuned towards knowing that there is data disaggregation and that data will inform various programs. So this issue of having the data, it's actually now a critical component that cannot be ignored.
In the long run, the effect of the data that is being produced to women's lives in Kenya is that it will support in getting them out of poverty, because the most critical contribution of this data is guiding public investments and public policy. And the moment we get it right with public policy and public investment, then we are already getting the women out of poverty.
I think the biggest achievement would be for UN Women to be seen as a strategic partner by the National Statistics Office. And just establishing that partnership and driving the program from 2018 and having them lead it, just the fact that we were able to nurture that partnership, demonstrate our comparative advantage when it comes to gender statistics, and then have the National Statistics Office and the National Statistical System appreciate our contribution in the discourse, in the program, and in the interventions has been perhaps for me the biggest achievement.
Statistics is deceiving if its quality is not guaranteed.
As they say, if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it.
Data is very informative in also addressing gaps within national development programs.
Thinking gender policy together.
Gender data is important in formulation of gender policies.
Gender equality is not just for women.
The experiences of women and girls have to be counted for us to achieve gender equality.
Gender data is what will enable us to stop underestimating the challenges we continue facing as we accelerate the achievement of gender equality and women's empowerment.
Anyone can look at data and anyone can see this is what it says, but how did you analyze it? That's very critical, because a simple mistake in the analysis of data, you can misinform. But what you're doing is we are starting the discussions. When you get people talking, when you start bringing the policy makers to the table and to say when you analyze this data, this is what it says, this is what it implies, then you got everybody listening. Then you are closer to having relevant policies in place.
I enjoyed the course very much because research is important, and for you to do research you have to understand the economy. That is something that I learned from the university. At my current job at Kipra, I am using what I learned from the University of Nairobi. As a young woman, I think that information and data is very important for our future, because we'll have to know the true representation of women in our country, and it will also inform and be easy even to make a decision on policies for it to make a better world. Yeah.
Our main target in the dissemination of gender data was, one, the grassroots women, because that is where population impacted most by lack of development. And we feel and believe that if we start using evidence for planning at the very devolved level, then we will get things right and we will accelerate progress on gender equality.
UNICEF is partnering with UN Women to engage the most important agencies in Kenya. So one example, the Council of Governors has picked this data and uploaded it on their website, so that is accessible to all the 47 counties. So the counties are then picking on the data to actually use it in their planning and budgeting process. So the big strategy here is transferring the data to the government institutions, for the government institutions to apply that data themselves.
I saw increased involvement of women in projects and programs at county level. But as a result of this, the production of these gender data sheets, the counties were able now to allocate pro rata in terms of the resources that are there. Not adequate, of course, but at least informed with the data that they have. And because it's not just a gender issue, it's actually an issue about planning. Gender is actually a planning tool. And so all the other departments were involved. So I saw an improvement and a departure from the haphazard planning that has been there in relation to matters to do with gender.
You know, media holds a very significant and fundamental space in dissemination of gender statistics and gender data. They misunderstand it, they give the wrong story. They understand it, they're going to give very positive stories about women and girls, men and boys. Remember, media has a huge audience and they need to understand it so that they appreciate why we need to invest in gender equality.
I think the first way it will be made accessible is by disseminating it to policymakers. The real change will come when the government is able to appreciate the data that is now available, and this will help them to stop perhaps overestimating the progress we have made on gender equality and women's empowerment. So disseminating it to policymakers and also to the technocrats who are actually, drafting the planning and budgeting frameworks for the country. Because if we don't have the investment, then we are not able to demonstrate our commitment and accountability to the people who really matter.
Women Empowerment Index has been very, very, very useful. First of all, is to understand the pathways to women economic empowerment, understanding where the areas they are left behind and what policy interventions need to be put in place. The women empowerment is also going to be very useful in informing the national development programs at the county level and the national level. And therefore, this is a very important tool for planning, a very important tool for budgeting as well, and a very important tool for targeting.
You know, timing survey is one thing that we have talked about for a very, very long time. And it does not find its space in computation of our economy, simply because we have not been looking at what is the value of unpaid work without really being compensated for it. And so we lacked funds for a long time, but when the UN Women came on board in full force, we have managed to undertake that survey. We are doing that because it's the first time that we are doing it in Kenya, so we don't have any baseline information. So that is another achievement that we have made.
That is information that is now available in the public realm, because this study was undertaken by KIPRA and that data was packaged and it's out there. So there is now available data informing us on the women's access to finance, especially for agri-finance, telling us about the social and economic environment within which the women live and operate, speaking to us about the kind of sources of financing that women can access. So that is data, according to me.
This program has been very instrumental in supporting to identify the existing data gaps. And I say this because the inception of the program has also greatly enabled the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to incorporate the Gender and Empowerment chapter in the annual economic survey report, which is a key milestone, having been recommended before by the UN Statistical Commission about the progress that government would use in a way of demonstrating its commitment in supporting the production and use of gender statistics.
We feel that we have set a good foundation for our partners, for ourselves as an institution, just on the trajectory of, contributing to the Agenda 2030. We shall continue to invest in gender data, continue demanding for accountability, and ensure that the transformation we want for the people who really matter will actually be achieved.
First of all, you identify the stakeholders in all sectors that we cover, and so within each of those sectors, they come up with a strategic plan. For the case of gender statistics, we have the Gender Statistics Sector Plan, the GSSP, which has also identified the gaps. It has identified what is it that we need to do, how do we need to do it. So that is already incorporated. So with the GSSP, we have now a number of activities that we are implementing to ensure that we reduce the gaps.
The Gender Statistic Plan is part of the Kenya strategy for the development of statistics, aimed at strengthening statistical capacity in gender statistics. It has been very important because it enhances stakeholders' participation in gender statistics, particularly in the production and management of data.
The State Department for Gender is in charge of promotion of gender equality and empowerment of women in the entire country. And that's why, through the formation of Interagency Gender Statistics Technical Working Group, we were able to bring together different players that include other government entities dealing with gender, academia, and civil societies, even including the Council of Governors.
UN Women partnered with UNICEF to support Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to generate a comprehensive poverty report at the national level, but also 47 county poverty reports. And since those reports were produced, UN Women has engaged National Treasury through the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis to actually engage Treasury and counties to utilize that evidence in their review of the budget process.
I would say it is still work in progress, but we have certainly made major milestones. So for example, we now have a system for coordination of gender statistics in Kenya, which is led by government with participation of UN agencies and civil society organizations. We also have developed a national gender statistics plan to just guide the work that we'll be doing in collection of gender statistics and its use by different stakeholders in planning, in budgeting, and in making policy decisions.
This plan is coming to an end in 2022-2023 financial year. So we hope beyond that we'll be able to look at what is it that we have achieved, what is it that is still pending, how do we then look into the other issues going into the future.
Gender statistics still has a long way to go. So I would say that as long as gender equality has not yet been achieved, we will still need programs like the Women Count program to be our barometer, to help us measure whether we are making an impact or not, whether we are achieving our goals or not.
not only a moment of celebration, it is a moment of strategic renewal. It allows us to reflect on how far we have come, and more importantly, to define how we accelerate evidence-based action for gender equality. This moment marks a decade of investment in gender data.
Statistics provide an indispensable element in the information system of a democratic society. And without statistics, it is indeed difficult, maybe even impossible, to plan accurately and to take informed decisions.
Across more than 100 countries, we've reached, through Women Count, one very constant truth emerges, no matter where this work takes place. And that truth is that when gender data is available, when gender data is used, decisions change.
Women Count centers the very important need to fill data gaps, to make the right decisions where women's needs are concerned. Women Count centers the very important need to fill data gaps, to make the right decisions where women's needs are concerned. Now, these achievements are not abstract. They have changed lives. They have also ensured that women entrepreneurs are recognized in economic planning, that survivors of violence are visible in justice systems, and that girls in marginalized counties are counted in education statistics.
The Women Count program was conceived as part of the negotiation of the Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030, where we successfully negotiated for very key targets and indicators on gender equality, including on women's leadership, on girls' education, on ending violence against women, on so many areas where women are still not yet at the same level as men.
As a Bureau of Statistics, we have that mandate of coordinating the national statistical system. And for us to really achieve that particular mandate, we are working together with the UN Women. So for the case of gender, we have the Gender Statistics Sector Plan, which has also identified the gaps. So we are looking at all that and bringing them together and ensuring that what we require in the area of gender statistics is well achieved through those programs.
The coordination between the State Department for Gender and other stakeholders has been very robust. This interagency has provided a platform where participation and engagement of all stakeholders has been harnessed.
For this program, we coordinated very well with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, of course through the support of UN Women. And we've realized that the uptake of gender statistics by the county governments that were targeted has been very impressive. A lot of governors have actually expressed desire to have statistics because without data you can't plan. And so given what's happening in the country in terms of segregation of data, I'm very happy that the agencies were able to collaborate and produce very good gender statistical sheets, which are now being used by counties for planning purposes.
COVID-19 has given the global community, including Kenya, an opportunity to actually understand gaps in as far as gender is concerned. And there's a lot of data and statistics that were collected to bring this out.
Through the Women Count survey that we did, we actually found out that the incidence of gender-based violence had gone up as a result of spouses or partners, intimate partners spending more time together at home. We also found out that a sizable number of girls dropped out of school and teenage pregnancies went up. We also found that there was a very high burden of care on women, that unpaid care work at home, which just went up as women were spending much more time at home.
significance of this program is now people are more tuned towards knowing that there is data disaggregation and that data will inform various programs. So this issue of having the data, it's actually now a critical component that cannot be ignored.
In the long run, the effect of the data that is being produced to women's lives in Kenya is that it will support in getting them out of poverty, because the most critical contribution of this data is guiding public investments and public policy. And the moment we get it right with public policy and public investment, then we are already getting the women out of poverty.
I think the biggest achievement would be for UN Women to be seen as a strategic partner by the National Statistics Office, and just establishing that partnership and driving the program from 2018 and having them lead it. Just the fact that we were able to nurture that partnership, demonstrate our comparative advantage when it comes to gender statistics, and then have the National Statistics Office and the National Statistical System appreciate our contribution in the discourse, in the program, and in the interventions has been, perhaps for me, the biggest achievement.
Statistics is deceiving if its quality is not guaranteed.
As they say, if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it.
Data is very informative in also addressing gaps within national development programs.
Thinking gender policy together.
Gender data is important in formulation of gender policies.
Gender equality is not just for women.
The experiences of women and girls have to be counted for us to achieve gender equality.
Gender data is what will enable us to stop underestimating the challenges we continue facing as we accelerate the achievement of gender equality and women's empowerment.
Anyone can look at data and anyone can see this is what it says, but how did you analyze it? That's very critical, because a simple mistake in the analysis of data, you can misinform. But what you're doing is we are starting the discussions. When you get people talking, when you start bringing the policy makers to the table and to say, when you analyze this data, this is what it says, this is what it implies, then you got everybody listening. Then you are closer to having relevant policies in place.
I enjoyed the course very much because research is important, and for you to do research you have to understand the economy. That is something that I learned from the university. At my current job at Kipra, I am using what I learned from the University of Nairobi. As a young woman, I think that information and data is very important for our future, because we'll have to know the true representation of women in our country, and it will also inform and be easy even to make a decision on policies for it to make a better world. Yeah.
Our main target in the dissemination of gender data was, one, the grassroots women, because that is where population impacted most by lack of development. And we feel and believe that if we start using evidence for planning at the very devolved level, then we will get things right and we will accelerate progress on gender equality.
UNICEF is partnering with UN Women to engage the most important agencies in Kenya. So one example, the Council of Governors has picked this data and uploaded it on their website, so that is accessible to all the 47 counties. So the counties are then picking on the data to actually use it in their planning and budgeting process. So the big strategy here is transferring the data to the government institutions, for the government institutions to apply that data themselves.
I saw increased involvement of women in projects and programs at county level. But as a result of this, the production of these gender data sheets, the counties were able now to allocate pro rata in terms of the resources that are there. Not adequate, of course, but at least informed with the data that they have. And because it's not just a gender issue, it's actually an issue about planning. Gender is actually a planning tool. And so all the other departments were involved. So I saw an improvement and a departure from the haphazard planning that has been there in relation to matters to do with gender.
You know, media holds a very significant and fundamental space in dissemination of gender statistics and gender data. They misunderstand it, they give the wrong story. They understand it, they're going to give very positive stories about women and girls, men and boys. Remember, media has a huge audience and they need to understand it so that they appreciate why we need to invest in gender equality.
I think the first way to be made accessible is by disseminating it to policymakers. The real change will come when the government is able to appreciate the data that is now available, and this will help them to stop perhaps overestimating the progress we have made on gender equality and women's empowerment. So disseminating it to policymakers and also to the technocrats who are actually, drafting the planning and budgeting frameworks for the country. Because if we don't have the investment, then we are not able to demonstrate our commitment and accountability to the people who really matter.
Women Empowerment Index has been very, very, very useful. First of all, is to understand the pathways to women economic empowerment, understanding where the areas they are left behind and what policy interventions need to be put in place. The women empowerment is also going to be very useful in informing the national development programs at the county level and the national level. And therefore, this is a very important tool for planning, a very important tool for budgeting as well, and a very important tool for targeting.
Timely survey is one thing that we have talked about for a very, very long time, and it does not find its space in computation of our economy, simply because we have not been looking at what is the value of unpaid work without really being compensated for it. And so we lacked funds for a long time, but when the UN Women came on board in full force, we have managed to undertake that survey. We are doing that because it's the first time that we are doing it in Kenya, so we don't have any baseline information. So that is another achievement that we have made.
That is information that is now available in the public realm, because this study was undertaken by KIPRA and that data was packaged and it's out there. So there is now available data informing us on the women's access to finance, especially for agri-finance, telling us about the social and economic environment within which the women live and operate, speaking to us about the kind of sources of financing that women can access. So that is data, according to me.
This program has been very instrumental in supporting to identify the existing data gaps. And I say this because the inception of the program has also greatly enabled the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to incorporate the gender and empowerment chapter in the annual economic survey report, which is a key milestone, having been recommended before by the UN Statistical Commission about the progress that government would use in a way of demonstrating its commitment in supporting the production and use of gender statistics.
We feel that we have set a good foundation for our partners, for ourselves as an institution, just on the trajectory of, contributing to the Agenda 2030. We shall continue to invest in gender data, continue demanding for accountability, and ensure that the transformation we want for the people who really matter will actually be achieved.
First of all, you identify the stakeholders in all sectors that we cover, and so within each of those sectors they come up with a strategic plan. For the case of gender statistics, we have the Gender Statistics Sector Plan, the GSSP, which has also identified the gaps. It has identified what is it that we need to do, how do we need to do it. So that is already incorporated. So with the GSSP, we have now a number of activities that we are implementing to ensure that we reduce the gaps.
The Gender Statistic Plan is part of the Kenya strategy for the development of statistics, aimed at strengthening statistical capacity in gender statistics. It has been very important because it enhances stakeholders' participation in gender statistics, particularly in the production and management of data.
The State Department for Gender is in charge of promotion of gender equality and empowerment of women in the entire country. And that's why, through the formation of Interagency Gender Statistics Technical Working Group, we were able to bring together different players that include other government entities dealing with gender, academia, and civil societies, even including the Council of Governors.
UN Women partnered with UNICEF to support Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to generate a comprehensive poverty report at the national level, but also 47 county poverty reports. And since those reports were produced, UN Women has engaged National Treasury through the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis to actually engage Treasury and counties to utilize that evidence in their review of the budget process.
I would say it is still work in progress, but we have certainly made major milestones. So for example, we now have a system for coordination of gender statistics in Kenya, which is led by government with participation of UN agencies and civil society organizations. We also have developed a national gender statistics plan to just guide the work that we'll be doing in collection of gender statistics and its use by different stakeholders in planning, in budgeting, and in making policy decisions.
This plan is coming to an end in 2022-2023 financial year. So we hope beyond that we'll be able to look at what is it that we have achieved, what is it that is still pending, how do we then look into the other issues going into the future.
Gender statistics still has a long way to go. So I would say that as long as gender equality has not yet been achieved, we will still need programs like the Women Count program to be our barometer, to help us measure whether we are making an impact or not, whether we are achieving our goals or not.
Today is not only a moment of celebration, it is a moment of strategic renewal. It allows us to reflect on how far we have come, and more importantly, to define how we accelerate evidence-based action for gender equality. This moment marks a decade of investment in gender data.
Statistics provide an indispensable element in the information system of a democratic society. And without statistics, it is indeed difficult, maybe even impossible, to plan accurately and to take informed decisions.
Across more than 100 countries, we've reached, through Women Count, one very constant truth emerges, no matter where this work takes place. And that truth is that when gender data is available, when gender data is used, decisions change.
Women Count centers the very important need to fill data gaps, to make the right decisions where women's needs are concerned. Women Count centers the very important need to fill data gaps, to make the right decisions where women's needs are concerned. Now, these achievements are not abstract. They have changed lives. They have also ensured that women entrepreneurs are recognized in economic planning, that survivors of violence are visible in justice systems, and that girls in marginalized counties are counted in education statistics.
The Women Count program was conceived as part of the negotiation of the Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030, where we successfully negotiated for very key targets and indicators on gender equality, including on women's leadership, on girls' education, on ending violence against women, on so many areas where women are still not yet at the same level as men.
As a Bureau of Statistics, we have that mandate of coordinating the national statistical system. And for us to really achieve that particular mandate, we are working together with the UN Women. So for the case of gender, we have the Gender Statistics Sector Plan, which has also identified the gaps. So we are looking at all that and bringing them together and ensuring that what we require in the area of gender statistics is well achieved through those programs.
The coordination between the State Department for Gender and other stakeholders has been very robust. This interagency has provided a platform where participation and engagement of all stakeholders has been harnessed.
For this program, we coordinated very well with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, of course through the support of UN Women. And we've realized that the uptake of gender statistics by the county governments that were targeted has been very impressive. A lot of governors have actually expressed desire to have statistics because without data you can't plan. And so given what's happening in the country in terms of segregation of data, I'm very happy that the agencies were able to collaborate and produce very good gender statistical sheets, which are now being used by counties for planning purposes.
COVID-19 has given the global community, including Kenya, an opportunity to actually understand gaps in as far as gender is concerned. And there's a lot of data and statistics that were collected to bring this out.
Through the Women Count survey that we did, we actually found out that the incidence of gender-based violence had gone up as a result of spouses or partners, intimate partners spending more time together at home. We also found out that a sizable number of girls dropped out of school and teenage pregnancies went up. We also found that there was a very high burden of care on women, that unpaid care work at home, which just went up as women were spending much more time at home.
The significance of this program is now people are more tuned towards knowing that there is data disaggregation and that data will inform various programs. So this issue of having the data, it's actually now a critical component that cannot be ignored.
In the long run, the effect of the data that is being produced to women's lives in Kenya is that it will support in getting them out of poverty, because the most critical contribution of this data is guiding public investments and public policy. And the moment we get it right with public policy and public investment, then we are already getting the women out of poverty.
I think the biggest achievement would be for UN Women to be seen as a strategic partner by the National Statistics Office, and just establishing that partnership and driving the program from 2018 and having them lead it. Just the fact that we were able to nurture that partnership, demonstrate our comparative advantage when it comes to gender statistics, and then have the National Statistics Office and the National Statistical System appreciate our contribution in the discourse, in the program, and in the interventions has been, perhaps for me, the biggest achievement.
Statistics is deceiving if its quality is not guaranteed.
As they say, if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it.
Data is very informative in also addressing gaps within national development programs.
Thinking gender policy together.
Gender data is important in formulation of gender policies.
Gender equality is not just for women.
The experiences of women and girls have to be counted for us to achieve gender equality.
Gender data is what will enable us to stop underestimating the challenges we continue facing as we accelerate the achievement of gender equality and women's empowerment.
Anyone can look at data and anyone can see this is what it says, but how did you analyze it? That's very critical, because a simple mistake in the analysis of data, you can misinform. But what you're doing is we are starting the discussions. When you get people talking, when you start bringing the policy makers to the table and to say, when you analyze this is what it says, this is what it implies, then you got everybody listening. Then you are closer to having relevant policies in place.
I enjoyed the course very much because research is important, and for you to do research you have to understand the economy. That is something that I learned from the university. At my current job at Kipra, I am using what I learned from the University of Nairobi. As a young woman, I think that information and data is very important for our future, because we'll have to know the true representation of women in our country, and it will also inform and be easy even to make a decision on policies for it to make a better world. Yeah.
Our main target in the dissemination of gender data was, one, the grassroots women, because that is where population impacted most by lack of development. And we feel and believe that if we start using evidence for planning at the very devolved level, then we will get things right and we will accelerate progress on gender equality.
UNICEF is partnering with UN Women to engage the most important agencies in Kenya. So one example, the Council of Governors has picked this data and uploaded it on their website, so that is accessible to all the 47 counties. So the counties are then picking on the data to actually use it in their planning and budgeting process. So the big strategy here is transferring the data to the government institutions, for the government institutions to apply that data themselves.
I saw increased involvement of women in projects and programs at county level. But as a result of this, the production of these gender data sheets, the counties were able now to allocate pro rata in terms of the resources that are there. Not adequate, of course, but at least informed with the data that they have. And because it's not just a gender issue, it's actually an issue about planning. Gender is actually a planning tool. And so all the other departments were involved. So I saw an improvement and a departure from the haphazard planning that has been there in relation to matters to do with gender.
Media holds a very significant and fundamental space in dissemination of gender statistics and gender data. They misunderstand it, they give the wrong story. They understand it, they're going to give very positive stories about women and girls, men and boys. Remember, media has a huge audience and they need to understand it so that they appreciate why we need to invest in gender equality.
I think the first way it will be made accessible is by disseminating it to policymakers. The real change will come when the government is able to appreciate the data that is now available, and this will help them to stop perhaps overestimating the progress we have made on gender equality and women's empowerment. So disseminating it to policymakers and also to the technocrats who are actually, drafting the planning and budgeting frameworks for the country. Because if we don't have the investment, then we are not able to demonstrate our commitment and accountability to the people who really matter.
Women Empowerment Index has been very, very, very useful. First of all, is to understand the pathways to women economic empowerment, understanding where the areas they are left behind and what policy interventions need to be put in place. The women empowerment is also going to be very useful in informing the national development programs at the county level and the national level. And therefore, this is a very important tool for planning, a very important tool for budgeting as well, and a very important tool for targeting.
Time use survey is one thing that we have talked about for a very, very long time, and it does not find its space in computation of our economy, simply because we have not been looking at what is the value of unpaid work without really being compensated for it. And so we lacked funds for a long time, but when the UN Women came on board in full force, we have managed to undertake that survey. We are doing that because it's the first time that we are doing it in Kenya, so we don't have any baseline information. So that is another achievement that we have made.
That is information that is now available in the public realm, because this study was undertaken by KIPRA and that data was packaged and it's out there. So there is now available data informing us on the women's access to finance, especially for agri-finance, telling us about the social and economic environment within which the women live and operate, speaking to us about the kind of sources of financing that women can access. So that is data, according to me.
This program has been very instrumental in supporting to identify the existing data gaps. And I say this because the inception of the program has also greatly enabled the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to incorporate the the Gender and Empowerment chapter in the annual economic survey report, which is a key milestone, having been recommended before by the UN Statistical Commission about the progress that government would use in a way of demonstrating its commitment in supporting the production and use of gender statistics.
We feel that we have set a good foundation for our partners, for ourselves as an institution, just on the trajectory of, contributing to the Agenda 2030. We shall continue to invest in gender data, continue demanding for accountability, and ensure that the transformation we want for the people who really matter will actually be achieved.
First of all, you identify the stakeholders in all sectors that we cover, and so within each of those sectors, they come up with a strategic plan. For the case of gender statistics, we have the Gender Statistics Sector Plan, the GSSP, which has also identified the gaps. It has identified what is it that we need to do, how do we need to do it. So that is already incorporated. So with the GSSP, we have now a number of activities that we are implementing to ensure that we reduce the gaps.
The Gender Statistic Plan is part of the Kenya strategy for the development of statistics, aimed at strengthening statistical capacity in gender statistics. It has been very important because it enhances stakeholders' participation in gender statistics, particularly in the production and management of data.
The State Department for Gender is in charge of promotion of gender equality and empowerment of women in the entire country. And that's why, through the formation of Interagency Gender Statistics Technical Working Group, we were able to bring together different players that include other government entities dealing with gender, academia, and civil societies, even including the Council of Governors.
UN Women partnered with UNICEF to support Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to generate a comprehensive poverty report at the national level, but also 47 county poverty reports. And since those reports were produced, UN Women has engaged National Treasury through the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis to actually engage Treasury and counties to utilize that evidence in their review of the budget process.
I would say it is still work in progress, but we have certainly made major milestones. So for example, we now have a system for coordination of gender statistics in Kenya, which is led by government with participation of UN agencies and civil society organizations. We also have developed a national gender statistics plan to just guide the work that we'll be doing in collection of gender statistics and its use by different stakeholders in planning, in budgeting, and in making policy decisions.
This plan is coming to an end in 2022-2023 financial year. So we hope beyond that we'll be able to look at what is it that we have achieved, what is it that is still pending, how do we then look into the other issues going into the future.
Gender statistics still has a long way to go. So I would say that as long as gender equality is not yet been achieved, we will still need programs like the Women Count program to be our barometer, to help us measure whether we are making an impact or not, whether we are achieving our goals or not.
is not only a moment of celebration, it is a moment of strategic renewal. It allows us to reflect on how far we have come, and more importantly, to define how we accelerate evidence-based action for gender equality. This moment marks a decade of investment in gender data.
Statistics provide an indispensable element in the information system of a democratic society. And without statistics, it is indeed difficult, maybe even impossible, to plan accurately and to take informed decisions.
Across more than 100 countries, we've reached, through Women Count, one very constant truth emerges, no matter where this work takes place. And that truth is that when gender data is available, when gender data is used, decisions change.
Women Count centers the very important need to fill data gaps, to make the right decisions where women's needs are concerned. Women Count centers the very important need to fill data gaps, to make the right decisions where women's needs are concerned.
Now, these achievements are not abstract. They have changed lives. They have also ensured that women entrepreneurs are recognized in economic planning, that survivors of violence are visible in justice systems, and that girls in marginalized counties are counted in education statistics.
The person who can speak better than me. I'm calling you by name na msikii. Nasema Sebastian Katini, nasema we Seba, ukili how are you? Na he kept on seeing, nikasema nitapita hapo nikusalimie. But it's okay. Yeah.
This isn't just any chat, it's ClickUp chat. Sure, you can tag your team, ask questions,
Shada. Good.
Thank you.
MC, you have to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Tumeshiba, are we okay? Did we enjoy our meal? Is there anything that you wish could have been added? No, everything was okay? Okay, sawa sawa. So I know we've just had our meal, and I'd want us to just stand and do a little bit of exercise as we wait for the others who are still outside. And this is a very famous dance. So if you know it, please come up front so that you can lead us. This is a chicken dance. It's a very easy dance. So if we can all be upstanding, and the media, if we can have that projected on the screen, the chicken dance, yes, so that we dance. No, you come help us do the dance. Okay, anybody else who knows the chicken dance? There's actually an award for the best dancer. I promise. We have something for the best dancer. Oh, please come so that you take us through the chicken dance. Please come. I will support you, I promise you. I have 2 left feet, but I will try. I'll be your support system. Or can we have your entire table come support you? Do you want to nominate your entire table to come and be your support system? Yeah. The entire table nominated. Okay. Come, let's do a bit of a chicken dance. Let's dance a little bit. As our mom used to say, so let's all be upstanding. Dixon, if we're ready, if we can have the chicken dance video displayed on the screen so that people see. And like I said, there is an award for the best chicken dancer. We'll have an award for you. Okay, it's not this one, is it? This one, able play so that we see. It's not this one. No, it's the one with This is fine. Okay, so the entire table has said yes. Do you guys want to come here? She nominated you guys and said support system. Sawa. All right. All right, and as we wait,
Try now.
for those of us
Colgate
who are
Max.
still outside, please let's make our way in so that we can start our afternoon session. But meanwhile, let's do a bit of a chicken dance, okay? All right, Dixon, whenever you're ready. Very nice. So if you're holding on to something, weke chini. If your neighbor is so close to you, tell them to give you some space, so that we can dance. All right, Dixon, let's go. job, good job. Who do you nominate amongst yourselves? Eh? Who do you think is the best dancer? Ah, you guys are nominating yourselves. No. No, you have to nominate someone. You don't nominate yourself. Who do you nominate from your table, the best dancer? But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Such a wonderful, wonderful day on the launch of the third phase of Women Count. And like we said, this is not just a day for us to sit and talk and then go home. This is a day that we enforce change. We make a lot of noise. And like we said earlier on, we have our selfie props out there. So if you've not taken a photo, please make your, okay, not now, but later on at the end of the day, please take some photos and make sure that you post tag UN Women, and at the same time use the hashtag Women Count or all these hashtags that we have over here. So we're going to go into our next session, the third session, and on this session we'll be looking at remaining gaps, emerging priorities, and new frontiers. And this session will aim to explore what the remaining gaps that need to be prioritized and highlight what are some of the emerging priorities and new frontiers, such as gender-responsive budgeting, subnational data, citizen data, where there is opportunity to drive progress in these areas. And the moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Abraham Rugo, who's the Executive Director, Bajeti Hub, as he makes his way onto the podium. Let's appreciate him with a big, big round of applause. And also on the panel, we'll have Mr. Samuel Kiru, who is the Director. All right, so next on stage is Mr. Samuel Kiru, who's the Director of Budget Policy Unit, National Treasury of Kenya. If you're here, please make your way to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause. We also have Mr. Kizito Wangalwa, who is the Director of Committees and Programs, Council of Governors. Please make your way to the podium if you are here. And we also have Rosemary Chepkoech, who's the Director of Population and Social Statistics, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. If you're here, please make your way to the podium. And we also have Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, who's the Executive Director, Usawa Agenda. Good to see you again. Daktari, I have interacted and hosted Daktari so many times on my show, so it's really, really good to see a familiar face. And we also have Mr. Michael Kariuki, who's the Director of Gender-Based Violence Mitigation, State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. And I think they're being represented. Oh, yes. All right, so let's appreciate them as they get ready for the session. And remember, as per usual, we'll have a session for question and answer. And yes, I have not forgotten the previous session, there were questions that were asked. So we'll answer all of them after this session. So also remember house rules, let's limit movement, and especially in front of the camera, let's try and not pass in front of the camera, and also keep our phones on silent. All right, so if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be able to moderate this session. It's a good day to have two Bajeti Hub people in the conversations, and really appreciate the session by my colleague Fidan earlier on. So my job today is to ask questions. It's a unique one because I'm always on the other side. And I'll try and make sure my interventions are not as much. We have just to confirm that we, of course, I know Bwana Samuel Kiru, I know Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa. We don't have Michael Karaoke, but standing in. Then we have Rosemary Chepkoech. Yes, Rosemary is here, and we don't have Mr. Michael Karaoke and Bwana Kizito Wangalwa. But just in case they come, we should be able to. So in this session, we want to look at the unfinished agenda. Let me give my. Is it possible to move Manyasa just slightly? So then it looks like we are having a conversation. Yes. Good. So we have, I think each of you will have a mic, or we'll just use one roaming mic. So when we are thinking about the launch of the third phase, of course, There's a lot that has been achieved from morning until now. We have heard a lot about what has been achieved in the last couple of years. But it all comes down to budgets. It all comes down to data. It comes down to, now it's even coming down further to digital stuff and what is possible there. And therefore, with the kind of people I have here, I'm going to be focusing on a couple. And I'll start with you, Bwana Kiru. You work at the National Treasury for as long as I've been in this space. And you've been championing and engaging quite a lot with different perspectives as a lead for budget policy. I think what I'd be interested to hear from you, just to get us going, is what more reforms, what else needs to be done to institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting across the MDAs, particularly in ensuring that gender data is consistently being generated and used for budget formulation and resource allocation. Over to you, Bwana Kiru.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to handle the issue of gender-responsive budgeting in terms of how are we mainstreaming the same in the budget process. Because for the issues of gender to be well articulated, they must be mainstreamed in the national budget. And towards that, we have undertaken a number of reforms. We have also done a lot in terms of capacity building. We are partnering also with institutions like UNICEF, UN Women, the IMF. In fact, in the month of May, we have an engagement with the IMF headquarters and the National Treasury of South Africa, which is well advanced in terms of articulation of gender-responsive budgeting. If you recall, and maybe this can also be seen in our National Treasury website, in 2024-2025, we did issue guidelines in terms of mainstreaming of gender-responsive budgeting and child-sensitive budgeting across ministries, departments, and agencies. And in line with that, we also realized that there was a challenge in terms of monitoring the efficiency and the effectiveness of the initiatives that the government is undertaking. And one of the reforms that we want to address that is the re-engineering of the integrated financial management systems so that it is able to take on board. It is able to take on board non-financial information. You can only know the efficiency and effectiveness of the budget by looking at non-financial information. If you look at just the financial information, that might be misleading, because sometimes you may see that budgets were utilized 100%, but if we are talking about program and performance-based budgeting, you are looking at outputs and outcomes, what was achieved with the spending. So one of the reforms that we are undertaking is the re-engineering the IFMIS, and with the re-engineering of the IFMIS, there is what we call the standard chart of accounts. We are also upgrading the standard chart of accounts so that issues such as gender-responsive budgeting, child-sensitive budgeting, climate tagging can be traced in terms of monitoring and evaluation as part of the budget indicators in the program-based budget. So there are quite a number of initiatives that we want to undertake, and we are hoping that maybe latest by 2027, 2028, we should, as a country, be able to come up with what we call gender budget statement. Those countries that are advanced, other than the budgets that they present to Parliament, alongside the budget, they are also supposed to give what we call gender budget statements. South Africa is a good example. I think Rwanda has also been trying to go along that line. And with that, you should be able to see what the government is doing in a specific ministry, department, or agency in terms of addressing gender disparities and issues that affect children.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him for that. I can't wait to read the gender budget statement. I think we've waited for it for a long time. Allow me to turn to Rosemary. And Rosemary, I want us to go into, there's been a lot of work that you have done around data, but allow me to push into the discussion around, maximizing of technology. Of course, there's demand for national statistics offices to embrace modernization in data production and dissemination. How is KNBS, particularly around the kind of discussion that we are having today, data that is very nuanced, data that is very specific for development, for budgeting, and the like? How is KNBS preparing to leverage on these technologies to improve accessibility and timeliness of gender data, especially for policymakers and civil society partners and any other development partners?
Thank you very much. So in our previous strategic plan, the one that ended in 2023, and the current one, that is the strategic plan for KNBS, which also works together with the KSDS and also the GSSP that is going to be launched, is that KNBS is beginning to focus on big data analytics. And what we have seen in the last few years is development of capacity to be able to have capacity to be able to analyze data that is a huge data that is not conventional in terms of surveys and censuses or administrative data. And we've received support in terms of capacity building from various partners like the ONS and others to train upcoming statisticians with the skills that are able to use big data. On top of that, we've been supported by Statistics Sweden to come up with a data science lab. And in that data science lab, we have a number of young statisticians that are, I can say, experimenting with data so that in future, apart from the data that we get from surveys and censuses, we can be able to use alternative data that is collected in a big way. So previously, we were able even to use the mobile data to try to come up with some indicators. Mobile data is data that is collected by the telecoms. So in preparation for moving to the new frontiers in terms of using technology to harness data, the Bureau is preparing like that, and also going through training generally, especially for the young statisticians that are coming in. We are taking advantage of trainings and capacity building that has been ongoing. So basically that's what we are doing, and also in various other opportunities that we have harnessed, for example, the hackathons. So during the African Statistics Day, we have had a number of university students from various universities participating in hackathons, using new skills in statistical analysis and production. And we have done this, I think it's almost like 3 years in a row. And we have really had some innovations in terms of handling data by the young people. And we believe that as we do that, some of those young minds that are in the universities will translate in supporting statistical production within the KNBS or within the larger national statistical system.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Rosemary. I think it's good to, first of all, to just hear that there is a lot of work going around big data. I think if you're not dealing with big data analytics, lab experiments on how to maximize that data. Let me turn to you, Daktari. So Usawa agenda, as I know, it has been doing quite a lot of, particularly, matters in equality, but especially in education, and I know that has been your passion. But we are noticing that there's a growing national focus on subnational disparities, like especially highlighted by the county gender data sheets. What role can Usawa agenda play in ensuring this data translates into evidence-driven accountability mechanisms? And not just Usawa agenda, all other actors who are working with that kind of data, who are observing that kind of disparity, whether it's poverty level, whether it's multidimensional poverty. What role can be played there so that then we can be able to all, have this data that can help generate evidence that then informs the kind of policy making and accountability that we require from our government. Over to you, Manyasa.
Thank you. I am pleased to be here. My name is Emmanuel Manyasa. I work for Usawa Agenda. We promote education justice through research and engagement, and we choose the words we use carefully. As an organization, we do not use the word inclusion at all. Reason being that we don't believe that there is anyone with the right to include another. So we believe in justice and inclusion. And so all the data that we generate is geared towards, first of all, informing all of us that the systems we have built over time are actually unjust. And we need to transform those systems to make them just, including the gender systems that we have built over time. We are a small organization based in Nairobi, but we have roots in every county in Kenya. We have 52 partners across the country that we work with in generating large-scale data on education, which we then take back for engagement at the county levels. Now we're trying to go lower from the county to the sub-county level and even to the school level to engage at that level. And for us to be able to do that, we are training our subnational partners on how to generate locally relevant data at the lowest level and be able to use it at that level. You were here in the morning, I think you heard Florence mention, we were supporting the SDGs Kenya Forum to be able to generate data in Makueni County for specific engagement within Makueni. We have also supported SHOFCO to generate data from schools in the informal settlements in Nairobi for specific engagement around the issues that affect schools in the informal settlement. We think that at this particular point in time, we actually need to develop more data users and more data producers. We are registered by the National Data Commission as a data generator and as a data processor. But we are trying to transfer that registration that we have to our partners who are at the lowest level so that we can help them maintain the standard of making sure that they live within the data protection rules of the country while they are generating and using data to inform action at that particular level down there. Our job is to coordinate. We collect this data, we develop the tools, we make sure the standards are followed, but we coordinate the work that is done by these 52 subnational actors. And we want to find a way of making sure that they are able to, first of all, design, translate that evidence, that data into evidence, because that is a process. Data is not evidence in itself. So we need to be able to translate that data into evidence that is usable at several levels. The first level is at the ward level where many decisions are happening. The second level is at the sub-county level. The third level is county. We produce regional reports that cover the 8 regions in Kenya, and currently we are working on those regional reports. We have also decided deliberately to produce a gender equality in and through education report. We produced for the first time in 2024, we are producing the second edition to highlight the issues of gender inequalities across our education system. For instance, if you look at primary school 57% of the teachers are female. But the head teachers, 70% are male. And board members, board chairs, 85% are male. Those are issues we are trying to highlight in this report, so that we can also use them to engage at the national level. At national level, we are not just engaging with the government, we are engaging with other actors. With the National Council of Churches of Kenya, we are engaging with the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, because they are sponsors of schools and they have influence on who ends up running those schools. And we want to see them take into account the gender disparities that we are observing from the data that we collect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Bwana Manyasa, Daktari. And it's good to hear you talk about data, but also to hear about even the governance, so that then we're not just focusing on service delivery, but you're also looking at how that service is being delivered, whether it's also embedding, the same principles that we have. But I want to turn us now into looking forward in this second round of questions. And I will start with you, Bwana Kiru, again. One is, what are some of the efforts that are there at the National Treasury to support and to finance gender-responsive budgeting efforts? And what kind of accountability mechanisms are being introduced, so that to make sure that MDAs and counties actually utilize, the GRB allocations, and they are actually for evidence-based gender interventions?
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of what we are doing at the National Treasury to advance the whole issue of gender, the first thing we are doing is to build capacity. We start by building capacity, because public finance management officials have to have a very clear understanding. For instance, if you are talking about gender responsive budgeting, what is it all about? They need to have a very clear understanding of gender responsive budgeting. They need to know what kind of indicators are we looking at if we are trying to follow up in terms of gender-related issues. The second thing is to ensure that public has access to information. And in line with that, I think last 2024-2025, we developed what we call a budget portal. I think in the morning I had some participants saying that they are not able to access information from county governments. All information for county governments and the national government is available in a portal that the National Treasury has created. The portal is called Budget Year 2. So if you go to the National Treasury, we developed a portal with I think it was with the support of the UN Women and UNICEF. We developed a budget portal. So we have a budget portal where all materials or all information, whether you are looking at budget preparation, whether you are looking at budget implementation, all the documentation that is related to those key cycles of the budget are loaded into that cycle. And we hope that respective county governments have been updating the information. The second thing, we have to ensure that monitoring and evaluation systems are robust. We know that preparing budget is one side of the coin, but implementing budgets is the other side of the coin. So we need to ensure that budgets are implemented to achieve the outlined goals and objectives. So one of the things that we want to enhance is to improve the monitoring systems, so that we ensure that public resources are used for the intended purposes. The third thing that we are doing is also to benchmark with those countries that have advanced in terms of gender responsive budgeting, and we are doing quite a lot, especially when you talk about capacity building with the partner institutions like the IMF, like UNICEF, like UN Women and the others. So there are quite a number of areas that we are focusing on so as to ensure that we mainstream matters to do with the gender responsive budgeting across MDAs. I did mention that we intend to, for the first time, to do a pilot in terms of what we'd call a gender budget statement. That is in 2027, 2028. In between that, we will actually require to do a lot of pilots. We require to do a lot of issues, especially in the key sectors such as education, health, labor, social protection, trade, and all those areas that are very, very key to mainstreaming gender responsive budgeting across government.
Thank you so much, appreciated. It's good to hear that there's quite a lot of effort, and I hope beyond even the monitoring evaluation, I don't know whether there can be rewards and it's normally rewards and punishments, Mwalimu, where people get rewarded for doing some of these things, and also perhaps there are certain sanctions just to make sure then that becomes a reality. Rosemary, I would like you to mention on what are some of the efforts that KNBS is putting in place to address the remaining, the remaining data gaps, particularly on things like unpaid care. But also, as you think about moving forward, what are the priority areas? What do you see as the priority areas that need to be focused on?
So one of the focus that we have to improve gender statistics, and in this area of unpaid care work, is to ensure that we implement time use surveys. So we are having an upcoming labor force survey. We have not had a labor force survey for many years, but there is one that is coming very soon. We have embedded a module on time use. You remember that these other policies that we have been able to come up with depended on the time use survey of 2021. So we have a module that is going to provide additional information again, so that we will be able to produce probably another household satellite account to estimate the value of unpaid domestic and care work. The other focus that we have is to ensure that whenever we have surveys that are coming up or censuses that are coming up, we need to focus to ensure that any gap in terms of statistics for gender is addressed by ensuring that we have questions in those questionnaires or modules. And a case, for example, is the Kenya mini DHS that is now being processed. We were able to onboard a few modules. One of them is the one on femicide. You remember that the president one time had appointed a committee that was dealing with the rising cases of femicide. But we require accompanying statistics for that. So we were able to onboard a module on that. And we want to keep it as a practice that whenever we are coming up with a survey, until we have enough resources to be able to do a fully fledged survey that provides for all statistics that we may require, we keep onboarding in the surveys and censuses that are going on. And one of the ways, of course, is to ensure that the administrative data that is being produced by the MDAs, we want to ensure that we make maximum use of it. The other focus is that it is one thing to produce statistics, it is the other thing to ensure that there is uptake. So our focus also is to ensure that this gender statistics is being accessed so that it informs policy and it informs decisions at different levels. The other focus is also to ensure that we work together with the counties. One thing is that when you produce data at national level, it can only be useful at that level. But if you want greater impact, is to ensure that we have this data at lower levels for decisions to be done at the lower levels. So our focus also is to ensure that we partner also with the counties to ensure that we produce this data also at county level. Of course, the other one I had mentioned in the morning is that we want to also make use of data that is produced by the civil society organizations. So long as we've been able to take it through the validation criteria for quality statistics, then we can use it also for official reporting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. And it's good when you talk about working with counties, because I think there is also a question of coordination, even in terms of not only quality of data, but even data that is saying the same thing, so that you don't have numbers, that are differing. They're supposed to be measured. I turn to you, Manyasa, and from your perspective, and this is now from a looking forward perspective, angle. What is the most significant missed opportunity in how CSOs currently are using gender data? We've talked about it needs to be used, it needs to be engaged, and how can this program now with the Women Count strengthen that connection between community level evidence and national decision making?
Thank you. I think that the missed opportunity until now has been lack of ambition. Let me say, for instance, we are still talking about gender responsive budgeting now. Ideally, we should be on gender transformative budgeting. That is a step ahead of. So we haven't had this significant ambition to make sure that we translate all the data we have into significant change. And I think that is a missed opportunity. And another missed opportunity is our inability to integrate the statistics that we have generated with the impactful stories that exist within our communities. People respond more to stories than to figures. It is different. It took stories in the media to get the president to form a commission to look at gender-based violence. It's not like there was no data. There was data showing that this thing is actually prevalent in our communities. But it took stories to get that commission to be established. So our inability to integrate these stories into the statistics is a missed opportunity. And I hope that going forward we'll be able to get these stories that exist, that can be told better than we are currently telling them, to be integrated, to back up the statistics that we generate, even as we improve the quality of the statistics themselves. And I think that there is a lot of room for us to work together, to leverage on each other, because I think there is also a missed opportunity in terms of collaboration and partnership. We are not collaborating sufficiently. We are collaborating partially. Many other times we are competing. And I think that is still another missed opportunity, and we can be able to leverage that to make sure that, first of all, our statistics are robust, but they are backed up by the stories that need to give them meaning to the ordinary person who is not a statistician, to whom numbers don't really make so much sense. But still, numbers matter. I think those are three things that I feel we can do better now, going forward.
Thank you so much. Give me an applause for the panel here. And now I want to turn it to you. I wanted to keep it short and punchy, straight to the point. I turn it to you. Questions, comments, thoughts. Particularly, what do you think needs to be done to make sure that data is not just produced? I think from what we are hearing, there is quite some data, but it's actually being utilized. It's being collaborated on. It's being engaged across different platforms and different actors. So not just questions, but also comments and thoughts. I don't know who is handling the roaming mic. We have a question right here. The lady in, I believe, Burgundy. It's a belief, so don't run with it. And then the gentleman, my friend there in a black coat. Then there's a hand at the very back. I think we can take those three. Let's start. Say your name and who you are directing your question to or comment to.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Amakove Wala, representing the House Managers Agencies Association. but also a political aspirant, and I'm very, very sad to see the program does not have our policy makers, the politicians. My question is to the panel. These statistics, this data, who in this room has ever been interviewed in any of this government data, apart from the national population surveys? Who are these people who are being interviewed, especially for those in the urban settings? That's just a question I've always had with polls, surveys, data. Yeah, who are these people who are being interviewed? Thank you.
Thank you. We direct that to Rosemary. Do they exist? Good.
Thank you so much.
So, it was a gentleman after you, before you, but go ahead. Now that you have the mic, please keep it short.
Thank you. Mine is very short. My name is Purity Mutisia. I come from the county government of Kitui. My question is budget unit, budget policy unit, and the efforts you are doing to ensure the budgets are very gender responsive. That's a very good input. But then my question goes to the amount that is given to the gender affairs, both at the national government and the county governments. It's too low. So do we need to concentrate on ensuring that the budgets are enough, or we need to focus on making them responsive? My view is that we need to ensure that they are available enough, then we make them responsive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then there's a gentleman at that table there, on my extreme end. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Gikwana. I'm a sustainability and impact consultant. My question is to the statisticians, and also in connection to the corporate, or rather the governance structure, in terms of the women rep position that we have. It's of course budgeted as we speak, but the question is, what is that budget doing? Can we have data that shows that actually that position, the way it was created, it actually is serving its purpose? Having worked in that office before, we need to see gender data because of that position, which is already budgeted. What is it? Does it have relevance today as it was envisioned to be? And that's my question.
Thank you. You're asking whether NGAF is working and everything around it. Thank you very much. Let's hear the gentleman.
I'm Gakunga Dirango from the county government of Laikipia. To me, I agree, we are collecting a lot of data and we have a lot of information. But is it, are the end users able to use the data? And I use an example. Yesterday, we were interacting with data on our agricultural systems. And there are those activities that are done mainly by men, others by women. But at the end of the day, the bigger question in the room was, what do we do with this data? Because the data does not tell us, how does it disadvantage men or advantage men, same as women, same as youth, and also the people with disabilities. And therefore, as we collect data, I think it is important to unpackage it to an extent that the people who are using it, they are able to consume it in the best way possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ndirango. I'm going to come back to the panel, and I think if allowed, pass it back to the initial panel also. The panelists, I think Faidan had most of the questions. So I'll start this time the other way around. We'll start with you, Manyasa, and then come to Rosemary, then Kiru, and then pass it to the previous panel so that then we can all respond to those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I can only respond to the last issue raised around data usage. I mentioned that data is not evidence, and I think one of the gaps we still have to work on is to translate that data into evidence. Once translated into evidence, it is consumable, and it can be broken down to the level that we intend it to be used. For instance, if you have collected data on women's empowerment, and I'm using this word very carefully because I know the word empowerment has become a buzzword and people use it without knowing what it means. But if that is what we are working on, there are very many levels of women who need to consume that data. And you have to translate the data into levels of evidence that are consumable by each group. The chairpersons of Maendeleo ya Wanawake in the village require a different set of evidence in their decision making from even the chairperson of Maendeleo ya Wanawake at the national level and from the Ministry of Gender. They require different levels. You have the same data set, you have to translate it into evidence pieces that are consumable by the different levels of consumers you target. And I think that is one of the things we haven't done well, and it's a challenge to keep doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rosemary, there were quite a number of maybe one or two questions around statistics. Also, whether you actually measure impact of budgets.
Thank you very much for the questions on statistics. I think there is a question on who are being interviewed. Whenever we do a population census, which happens every 10 years, the country is subdivided into units that are called enumeration areas. After the census, we form sampling units that are called clusters, where we have about, I think, are they 30 households? Caro? Are they 30? Yeah, so they form clusters, and we have got different sampling blocks. To avoid respondent fatigue, we keep moving the people that we want, the areas that we need to interview over time. And when we do a survey, we don't have to interview everybody. We call, we pick some areas to represent others. So there are certain criteria to be able to come up with as a sampling unit that responds on behalf of others. Otherwise, all of us would be tired of getting questions from KNBS because there are really many, many surveys and many, many questions. So I would say if you've not been interviewed, someone maybe of the same socioeconomic status could have been interviewed and they have answered on your behalf. Because statistics are estimates. Maybe the only thing that is not an estimate is a census. So, and in any case, even a census may not be 100% in terms of response rate. So if you are in this room and you have never been interviewed, someone may have been interviewed and they have given a response. And we do estimates or averages. So a lot of our statistics is just estimating that the people from this area, this is the situation for that particular aspect. On NG, is it what the women representative money does? I'm not sure whether we have done a tracking in terms of what happens, but I'm not sure whether it is the mandate of KNBS to provide statistics on that. There should be an office that is responsible for tracking expenditure. I don't know whether it is Treasury. I don't know whether it is it the controller of budget? I don't know. I'm not quite sure, but I don't think it is KNBS. Are end users able to use the data? I think this is a good feedback for KNBS in terms of the products that we use to disseminate statistics. Normally we think that if we produce the big basic report, then we produce a popular version, then we produce a facts and figures, then we produce fact sheets. We always think that probably the different categories of users have been reached. But I think we have a communication person in here from KNBS. Probably we need to be more innovative in terms of targeting the users of statistics. Otherwise, it is of no point to produce data that is not that cannot be used by our users. So I think that is important feedback for KNBS. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The reason why actually I threw the question around the women rep is because their efforts are towards development. So they are supposed to be helping, the improvement of human development index and all those kind of things. Perhaps it's something we need to start doing a bit more actively, because there's a lot of funds out there that are aiming at addressing development outcomes that are beyond monitoring and evaluation. And perhaps KNBS can help us, with that kind of thing as part of the economic survey kind of reporting that we get. Perhaps food for thought to consider. Kiru, I pass to you.
Yeah, I think mine was just one issue, I think, from the participants, Purity from Kitui, if I'm not wrong. I think the issue was in terms of this initiative of gender responsive budgeting, and I appreciate her comments. That is a good reform. We intend to embed gender responsive budgeting into every facet of budgeting, so that we have to ensure that each and every sharing actively contributes to gender disparities, closing the gender disparities and fostering growth. In doing that, we prepare what we call program performance budgets. And I'm discussing this in relation to the allocations that specific ministry, departments, units get in terms of allocation, because I think her question specifically was on the allocations RO for gender units in the ministries, departments, and the agencies. When we talk about program performance-based budgeting, we are talking about budgeting for results. You get results, you get resources based on the expected outputs and outcomes in terms of tangible goods or services that you want to deliver to the wananchi. And we do critically analyze what is coming from us from MDS. And I would say that gender units in MDS have gone a bit low in terms of being proactive in the activities that they are supposed to undertake. If I do recall the budgets that we used to prepare around the year, that was around the year 2011, 2012, all the way to 2016, I think gender units in MDS were a bit proactive. What you'll find nowadays, they only submit budgets for operations and maintenance without giving very, very good strategies in terms of what they expect now to give to the society in terms of tangible outputs and outcomes. So what you'll find is that most of these units are asking for recurrent budgets, monies for consumption within the office, without having an outreach to the society. So I think I would throw this back to them in terms of now coming up with strategies, tangible strategies that can be able to ensure that if, for instance, we are talking about education, what is the role of gender unit in the Ministry of Education? There are quite a number of things to be addressed in the Ministry of Education. The issues to do with enrollments, the issues to do with other gaps that exist between boys and girls. But probably what you would see are just the regular budgets for administration, office administration, which may explain why they are not getting a good allocation. The Ministry for Gender, I know that if you are to ask about the ministry itself, I think the Ministry for Gender, I think there are certain issues. There have also been a bit of confusion in terms of the resources that they get. And I would give you a very good example. The issue of gender-based violence. Gender-based violence, I think it is an issue in Kenya, and we had an allocation which ended up being taken up by the women members of parliament. I think about 100 million. We had given them some times back. I don't know how they used it, but I think we have in the past given some interventions to to that ministry. And I think it was taken by the women members representatives. Let me give you another example. The sanitary towers for girls is an initiative that used to be in the Ministry for Education. Then the women members or representatives requested, or actually they had their own way of maneuvering, and that money was redirected to the Ministry of Gender. But even as it was directed to the Ministry of Gender, they took control of it. So I think we need to see a demarcation between what members of parliament are supposed to do as legislators and what the ministry itself as an executive arm of the government is supposed to do. Because part of the requirements that are specifically meant for that ministry, I think the politicians are taking it on their sides. So we need to sit down and agree so that there is a demarcation of what the ministry is supposed to do, what the National Gender and Equality Commission is supposed to do, and what the gender units within ministry departments and agencies are supposed to do, so that we eliminate the issues of duplication, so that each and every person or agency plays the right role in the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Madam MC, should I pass to the other panelists, the ones you had mentioned? I think there's one Faith Ann is there. She can just respond from wherever she's seated.
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate this panel and the amazing conversation that was had and insight. So let's appreciate them with a really big round of applause. And yes, if we can have the panelists for the previous session before we transition to the next one, kindly assume the podium as we say thank you to this panel so we can answer. There were some questions that were asked previously. So Dr. Joy excused herself. She had to go for another meeting, but Mr. Paul Courier or a representative, if you're here, please assume the podium, as well as Dennis. Dennis, I think, is still here. Yes, I see you. Please assume the podium. And Faith, I see you as well. Let's please assume the podium, as well as Miriam. If you're here, let's please get to the podium and answer a few questions that were asked earlier on. I don't know if you can remember. Did you note down some of the questions? I think you did. All right. Okay. And then, do we have any other question for the previous? Okay. I see a hand way at the back. Any other hand? Any other person with a question before we allow them to answer? All right. So I don't know, Faith, if you're ready, probably we can start with the questions that you have, and then I'll pass on the mic to any other person who has a question.
Okay, thank you, Winnie. I noted some of the questions. I think there are 4. There was a question that is related to just the last conversation from the previous panel on GBV and whether or not counties are allocating resources towards either GBV rescue centers or interventions around that. And the lady who asked that noted that some counties are not doing that and asked what we can do about it. My response is, I think that's a question, or the answers should be in this room, and it will likely take more than one of us. It will not just take Budgeti Hub, it will likely take Budgeti Hub, it will take Growth, it will take the State Department, it will take other actors in this room to get to a point where we're saying that these counties, County X, Y, Z, they also all are having allocations to ending GBV. There was a question around methodology and how we are assessing budgets from a gender lens. I think one of the challenges that we've had while doing that has to do, it's a transparency challenge, right? So the level of information that these documents contain, it's not enough to even form an opinion to say that, budgets are gender responsive. When you look at the health sector, when you look at education, and you look at social protection. So that's why for us, taking the transparency approach and advocacy around budget transparency has been key, because if we don't have outcomes, we're not clear on the outputs, we don't have targets, who's being targeted with these programs, what are the intended outputs. If we don't have that, then we're not able to tell whether or not the resources we are allocating are going towards addressing gender inequalities, for instance. Then on the budget transparency survey and how we conduct that, it would likely take me a whole day explaining that methodology, but at a broader level, we look at two things. We look at, number one, are budget documents available, publicly available? Our definition of publicly available is that I can go to Nairobi County's website and get the annual development plan. I can go on there, get the quarterly budget implementation report. So we check that across all the 47 counties, the availability, and then for the available budget documents, we assess them for comprehensiveness. We look at whether they contain, like I mentioned earlier, non-financial information, financial information, have they broken down allocation into recurrent or development, for instance? Is there a clear objective? Do we have disaggregated allocation across all the departments? So that is what we assess, looking at comprehensiveness as required in the public finance management laws, regulations, but we also assess some elements of good practice. And an example is you find counties that are providing disaggregated information with regard to staff. So not the names and all that, but for instance, in the health sector, what are the various job groups, how many people are employed there, what is their salary, just to give an indication of we are spending money right. We are paying our human resource for health, and this is our budget. So there is information disaggregated to that point, and those are some of the things we check for good practice. But the survey details are also available on our website, that is budgetyhub.org, in case anyone wants to get a bit more information on that. Finally, on women and girls participation, and I know this is something that Dennis might also add to. One, this is something we're keen on, and we are proactively supporting women and girls participation in when it comes to budget decision-making processes. So if there's a public participation forum, one of the things that we do with the network of budget champions, budget facilitators, that people we've trained to understand how the processes work, we have this citizen convened platforms. We call them budget deliberation cafes. So these are platforms or spaces where citizens come together, they look at what is being proposed, and then collate, agree, synergize, and then take this to the public participation forum. So they're going there more informed, they're going there with clarity on this is what we want done in the next financial year. I think the access to budget documents has been addressed here, but just to mention that the Budgetie2 portal is not up to date when it comes to budget information and budget documents. So that is one of the sites that we look at when we are checking for availability of budget documents. But otherwise, according to the law, these are documents that should be available on the county website.
Thank you so much, Faith, for addressing that. Lucky for me, no particular question was addressed to me, which is a lucky part. But I wanted to contribute onto something that Faith talked about, because we have similarities in our organization. So we do, as Groots Kenya, we do run something we call the Budget Academy. And the Budget Academy model is a model where we run a 2-week process with grassroots women and girls, where they learn about the public finance management cycle. We do have additives, we do add advocacy within that, and a bit of analysis of the budget documents. Uniquely, how we run the budget cycle is we work with the directors of budgeting and the directors of public participation. And this is where I wanted to make my point on the question, particularly on the issue of some counties are doing certain things, some counties are not. If you look at the constitutional dispensation since 2013, there is one very important thing that we do have in our processes, especially the public finance management cycle. It's public participation. But the question you ask yourself, who participates in public participation? The challenge is, if you read the documentation around public participation, there is no clarity how should it be done. It varies from county to county, and that's the difference. But then, if we have to make meaningful change into our budgeting process, we have to support our communities and members of our communities to effectively participate in the budgeting process. And I know Budgeting Hub does a lot of work supporting people to fully understand that process, because that process, if you look at it, both at the national level and at the county level, it has constitutional timelines. You know, the CFSP, for example, in a county government should be released at a certain point. There are many, the budget ceilings. And the challenge that for me I see, and that many of us, even the person who is asking the question will see, is where our communities participate to do certain things in the wrong processes. For example, you cannot share priorities of what you want done in your community when people are talking about the budget ceilings, because that has been overtaken by time. So we have to invest data and resourcing and knowledge in communities for them to fully understand the budgeting process and to be able to effectively understand what their priorities are and be able to share those priorities. Because at the end of the day, whatever finds itself in our annual development plan, whatever finds itself in our county integrated development plans, are choices we made knowingly or unknowingly. So we have to invest, and that's why for Growth Kenya, it is critical that we support communities. Some communities have put and have lobbied and have advocated to have a GBV safe house. And it has gone through the budgeting process. It has been allocated money. And of course, we have to do monitoring and evaluation for all those processes. It's a lengthy process, but there are constitutional processes that we can be able to go through, and once communities understand, they are able. One of the most effective one we've had ourselves is in Laikipia County, and Budgeting Hub can attest to that. I think during the CIDP process, the county held 210 public forums. It has only 15 wards, but it held 210 public forums. In one of the public forums, 498 people attended a public participation process. Those communities were mobilized by someone, and especially grassroots women, because those needs that we have to be addressed at that level. We cannot address them when we are seated where we are, because sometimes the communities we work in and the communities we live in are very different. So we have to be able to give the capacity for those communities we work in the ability to be able to do public participation on their own. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll address the question on GBV cases. There was a comment that GBV cases are being underreported, and what is being done in relation to the GBV survivors accessing justice. So for the Commission, we use different approaches in ensuring that the GBV survivors access justice. We monitor court cases for GBV. We've been monitoring several cases, one in Nyeri on defilement, to ensure that the justice system does not fail the survivors. We also do legal aid clinics to raise awareness on matters to do with GBV and to offer linkages on how survivors can access justice. Then there was a question on how data is captured, data for persons with disability. We recognize that there are various categories that are internationally recognized, and we endeavor, whenever we are collecting data, we endeavor to disaggregate along those categories and also advocate for the same. Thank you.
All right, and I know we have one more question. I think she didn't have time to ask earlier on, so we'll just allow just one very quick, short and straight to the point, and also tell us who you're addressing your question to.
Good afternoon. I'm Purity Maleno from State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. I have one question. Now that we have that data and we have that knowledge, I wanted to know, how are we going to help this marginalized community who didn't have a chance to go to school, yet they don't have any social media to learn more about this data? Thank you.
Yep, I think I can start off. I think number one is to acknowledge that the way data is provided currently, especially official statistics, but also citizen-generated data, is very statistical in nature. It means that interpreting that data is not easy for a layman. And number one, there are processes that have been used in the past. Number one is visualizing the data into infographics, and I know Women Count and the UN Women has actually done and invested some resources in that, because a lot of us visualize something that is, interpret something that is visual much more easier. If you have a graph, for example, or you have a pie chart, or you have certain other infographics that show number of women, number of men, and the different statistics, then you are able to. That's one way. But we've also realized from where we sit that even that has its own limitation. Because, for example, the easiest way currently to disseminate that information is, for example, you share it through WhatsApp. But how many people also have data? How many people have a smartphone that accesses WhatsApp? If you decide then to put it in dashboards, they also need some level of expertise to be able to go into them. Like, for example, Growth Kenya does have a gender data dashboard, but then who is accessing that dashboard? It's really not the marginalized and the grassroots women. And that's that's indeed a gap that we have to think about. So number three, we have then to start thinking about processes that make data more available to people who do not have access to internet and who do not have access to phones, not phones, smartphones specifically. And there are many processes. I think one of the ones that we are really trying to think about is the USSD. Half of you will access your data, your phone or bank details through a USSD. If you're in a certain bank, then you go in and they will tell you, type star this. Is it doable? I think it's a question that we can only answer after some time. But indeed, other than the direct dissemination where we sit together, which is not cheap, and Joshua is there, they've tried that with CSOs, it's not cheap because you'll have to have people in this room. There has to be an opportunity for innovation to work to be able to disseminate data. And I know there are lots of other institutions, organizations that are trying it because there are traditional methods, radio, but is it able to communicate data in its entire breadth? Sometimes not. And maybe also the cost implications might also be a challenge. So it's indeed a challenge that we have to call upon everyone to make it sure visible. But once you train some data champions, I know the ministry, the PS talked about training data champions within communities, then maybe that's also another approach that can increase the data literacy within communities. But I must accept it is a challenge currently, and that's why we do have huge publications, lots of publications at the production level, but is it translating into use? Not fully. And if it is, it's not up to the levels that we would all want to have use happening. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And we only have just one comment and then we transition on to the next session. Fireside chat, which I know that would be a little bit more, hot. So before that, just one comment and then we
Good afternoon. My name is Eva Komba, and I just want to mention two things. Kenya is in the process of developing what we call a marine spatial plan, and also in the process of developing what we call a sustainable ocean plan. I am a social expert in the development of the sustainable ocean plan. And there are two things here. We've talked about the usual data, not to mention that some sectors are superior than others, but I still feel that there are sectors that we have still underexplored. And there is need to think about them as we go into this Women Count 3, or we just ignore and catch up later. Right now, Kenya is beginning explorations of oil and gas in the ocean. Women are absent. We have the sector of marine conservation. Do we know how many mangroves we have? How about turtles? What are our fish stocks? We also have marine transport that is still underexplored. How many women on catamarans? All right, we'll catch up later, but I needed to bring this to this space, that there are sectors that are heavily underexplored, but they also present many opportunities for women and girls and households, and we may want to think about them.
All right, thank you. Let's appreciate her and let's appreciate the panel as well for answering all your questions. But again, if you still have more questions, I believe they will still be here even after the session, the fireside session. So please get in touch with them, ask them all the questions that you have, and if you have a comment as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we're aging closer to the end of day one as far as the launch of the third phase of Women Count. And right about now, we're just going to quickly transition on to the last session of the day. And this is the fireside chart. And this will be a shared vision for gender data for the future in Kenya. And this session will be moderated by Papa Sek, who's the Chief Research and Data Section from UN Women. Let's appreciate him as he comes on stage. And I know we were supposed to have CSS and PSS as well for this fireside chat, but they have sent representatives, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Dr. Josephine Obonyo, who was here in the morning, and she is still here with us, representative of the CES, that is Gender. Karibu sana, Dr. Josephine. And we also have Rosemary Chepkoech, Director, Population and Social Statistics, joining us again for this fireside chat. We also have Professor Alfred Agwanda, Director, Population Studies and Research Institute. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate them as they make their way to the stage. And we also have Samuel Kiru, who's the Director of Budget Policy Unit at the National Treasury. All right, so Papa Sek, the floor is yours. And yes, let's appreciate them as they make their way to the podium.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. We've had really rich discussions. So in the opening segment, for example, we heard about why gender data still matters, why it is so critical for Kenya, and also what the Women Count program has been able to achieve with other partners here over the last 8 years. But we also heard about the priorities, at least some of them. In session 1, we dive a little bit deeper into the program's impact and some discussions on priorities. Session 2 was all about, session 2 essentially had 2 parts. We've just finished the last part just now, where there were really good conversations about how the pathways for gender data to fuel change in Kenya. And in session 3, it was about the remaining gaps, the emerging priorities and the new frontiers. So now, in this fireside chat, what we want to do is really bring it all together into a short conversation dedicated to the future of Women Count Kenya and the next frontiers of gender data. We already have some ideas, of course, but we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you so that we can help shape what comes next. So we're really, again, I'm really pleased to share the stage again with all of you to have this discussion. So I'll start with you, Rosemary. When you imagine the gender data landscape in 2030 and beyond, what do you envision? What would you like to see? But this is a question for all of you, so just so that you know what's coming. But I want to hear it from the perspective of the organization that you represent. So what do you see, where do you see this country in 2030, 4 years from now, from a gender data point of view?
Thank you very much. So what I envision is a situation whereby we have a dedicated budget for gender statistics in our own national budget, so that even though we are depending on donors, we have largely depended on development partners for the development of gender statistics. But I would like to see a budget line that is distinct for gender statistics. The other thing that I would like to see is a situation whereby we have got routine and institutionalized submission of data by the MDAs without so much. Okay, at KNBS, we write a lot of letters. We request for data and so forth. I would like to see a situation whereby there is that seamless transfer of data to KNBS from the MDAs. The other one is I would like to see a strengthened capacity in terms of coordination mechanism and role of KNBS, so that the statistics units and all agencies that produce statistics are able to produce statistics and be able to channel them to KNBS. The other one is ensure that the gender data that is produced by KNBS or by the national statistical system in general is able to be accessible generally for use by policymakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So you're talking 30 years and beyond, or 2030 and beyond, but one thing is for sure, that it's one thing to have data, and it's another to put it into use. So what is important for me would be first to ensure that as an institution, we are able to let the world, the public, the user know it's available, first and foremost. And that means then that dissemination is deliberate, because you're already committed to ensuring that we are getting that data. That's already happening. But how about disseminating, making sure the user is aware, and therefore it means that as part of our programming, we have to ensure that that dissemination is done, and done appropriately and in a timely manner. Now, at the same time, it will be important and to focus on ensuring that part of budgeting, because we talk about gender responsive budgeting, but sometimes maybe gender responsive budgeting is misconstrued to mean that
you're putting just money for gender activities. However, what we would like to see is a proper gender responsive budgeting across all ministries, whereby each and every activity, right from planning, conceptualization to the implementation, the gender responsive budgeting aspect is considered. And that means that be it in matters around manufacturing, be it construction, be it a road being done somewhere, gender responsive budgeting is considered. That way you find that it will be easy so that gender responsive budgeting is mainstreamed, and that can only be done and achieved in a proper manner if we are using data. Because otherwise then you'll find that even right now, the institutions that actually claim to be doing gender responsive budgeting, and even at the county level, and sometimes when you look at it keenly, then you find that there's a slight allocation somewhere for agenda activity, which others may consider to be agenda responsive budgeting. And therefore also it's important that for we as a State Department for Gender Affirmative Action, we are also, we are foreseeing a situation, and that is our plan also, to ensure that we mainstream, we bring everybody up to speed to be able to understand how that should be done in a proper manner. But at the same time is also bringing together both the user and the producer of that data. When these two are brought together and in different forums, then that also helps people to be able to understand. Because we had here in the morning where, even with regards to how that data has been used, for example, at the State Department, where it's been repeated, and one of the biggest outputs has been the care policy. But when it's not explained clearly to the end user what this data is about, then you find that people misunderstand. And for example, a situation where people think that when you come up with a policy like that, then you're going to be dividing homes. But if this data is clearly explained and both the user and the producer are put together in different forums, then it's easier for it to be appreciated, and therefore implementation becomes easy. Now, one thing is for sure, sometimes you'll find that when you go out, you know, because getting data means research. And going out for a research, then you expect to come out with new data, or at least new information. More often than not, you find that the information is there, but we're just trying to put it in a structured manner so that it can be used in a proper manner. And therefore, it is important that as we set out to even find this data, as we accumulate that data to be able to use it later, then it is done in an informed manner, and both the producer and the user are able to understand what the end result is about. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I think a lot has been said. I've been with making women and girl child count since 2018. And today I'll say one or two things that I still feel are missing that we need to focus on. One, older persons. We have all the survey data we have a termination age. But people 60 years and over have not been placed in country statistics. Except for the censuses, we do not capture information on older persons. And up to now, there's no national survey that captures information on older persons. One, older persons are, that is people 60 years and over, are the fastest growing segment of the Kenyan population and many African populations. So this needs to be accounted for. And that the numbers are increasing. Now, the next thing is that as we look at the longevity, yes, we talk about life expectancy, but that is when people die. But how long do people live with disability or some kind of problems? actuary analysis of the last census shows that, yes, women live longer than men, but the majority of, but more women live longer with disability than, or the healthy expectation of life is more women live with disability than men. So these are things that need to be start considering. The second thing is, yes, we have talked about young people, children, but there's a particular segment of the population, and more of them are women than men, is people, young people, aged 15 to 24, not in education, not in employment, not in training. Now, it's just 2016 that the government has tried to give this information, but we do not understand why this group of people manifests, particularly in the last two surveys that KNBS has done. So these are groups of the people that we like to see. What is it? There are more women than men, not in education, not in training, not in employment. But what do they do? So this actually has a life cycle problem that will soon begin to experience. So these are the two categories of people that I'd like to see us focus more on. Thank you.
From my perspective, I think it's quite evident that Kenya faces persistent gender disparities across almost all the sectors, whether you are looking at it from the perspective of agriculture, whether you are looking at it from the perspective of education, whether you are looking at it from health, you are looking at it from labor, employment issues, and so forth. So we clearly face persistent, serious gaps in terms of gender disparities. How do we intend to solve that going forward? We have to start from where we are coming from. We are coming from a situation whereby sometimes we just rely on general statements. We don't have a document that can hold the government accountable. And that is why we are proposing that by 2027, 2028, after doing the pilot in 2026, that is the coming financial year, we do the pilot in key ministries such as education, health, agriculture, energy, and others. After doing the pilot in 2027, 2028, we need for each budget cycle the government to be coming up with a gender budget statement to show the issues that are at the focus in terms of what is this that each ministry is focusing. Even when we talk about public participation, maybe one of the questions that the Wananchi should be asking, whether you are looking at it from the perspective of county government or national government, what issues are at the focus to address gender disparities in Kenya, so that each ministry, department, and agency is able to come up with what we call gender responsive measures. They are measures to address the gaps in terms of the gender. So, and I think since we also have experts who are also able to give us data. If we are talking about Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, we are talking about KIPLA, we have enough experts in Kenya who are able to give us baseline data so that we have somewhere to start. Our information will be guided by data, which is available, but data can only be useful if it is analyzed and put in the right perspective. To spearhead the process, I think we'll be liaising with the the ministry dealing with the gender and women issues, so that we are able to come up with a multidisciplinary steering team that can drive that agenda forward, so that we are able now to refocus in terms of gender mainstreaming again in government, which probably may have lost some focus at one stage or another. And we ensure that that is embedded into program and performance budgeting. With that, we should be able to compare favorably with our comparators like the South Africa or Rwanda and other countries that have advanced in this area. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We've heard several priorities here on financing, capacity, accessibility, communication. Just, I think some of the keywords that came up for me. I really liked your intervention, Professor, on the life cycle dimension, age-related issues, looking at older people and younger people as well, and particularly the need indicators. Also, I think, on how do we capacitate also the MDAs to come up with their own gender responsive measures, and and the data to actually monitor implementation. So I think these are really important points. But I think the challenge is really how do we make this happen, right? So there are obviously lots of priorities, but limited resources. So if you don't mind, Rosemary, I'll come back to you on the resources side challenge, because that's the point. That's the first point that you made. We've seen that across countries, at least just in the past year, for example, 75% of national statistical offices have reported reduction of resources, and this is following the discontinuation of the demographic and health surveys. Lots of countries, and particularly national statistical offices, are struggling with that, let alone national statistical systems. So from your perspective, what institutional reforms or investments do you think are needed to ensure that gender data is fully embedded in the national statistical system, both in terms of planning, but especially in terms of financing, which was, I think, your first point on the domestic financing side?
Thank you very much. So once we emphasize on gender responsive budgeting, which has been resounding in the entire meeting, whenever we need to budget to ensure that our budget is responding to gender issues, then you cannot budget properly in that manner without statistics. So if it is the National Treasury trying to ensure that they are undertaking the gender responsive budgeting, it means they will also require to budget for data. So it goes without saying that if we are going to focus on gender responsive budgeting, then we need to provide resources for providing gender statistics. So I think that is one of the ways that we should be able to lobby, to say that if you want to ensure that your budgeting process is gender responsive, then you need to provide a budget line also to provide gender statistics without having to look up to the donors all the time. So that is one way. Of course, the other way is to ensure that we diversify our data sources. Administrative data is a lot of data. If we can be able to harness it, then that can help us, because at the KNBS currently, we have a technical working committee for the gender statistics. And this committee comes from the MDAs, that is the ministries, departments, and agencies. Of course, we also have this other outfit, the Interagency Technical Committee, that has been helping us as a vehicle for implementing the Women Count program. So one of the ways is to strengthen the administrative data. And I think I said something early in the morning that we are also strengthening capacity for the emerging data. That is the big data and also the citizen-generated data. So, and of course, we will keep ensuring that we continue with collaboration and partnerships, because we need all the resources to ensure that we produce statistics. So one of the ways is that as we focus on gender responsive budgeting, then we will require a budget line for that. So the Treasury should be able to help us with that. We continue with the collaboration and partnerships. We explore on the emerging data. We strengthen administrative data. We already have a network in terms of the technical working groups and the what we call IASC, Interagency Technical Working Group. Yes. So basically that should be able to help us to ensure that we have gender statistics produced. Thank you.
I think you've sent a very strong message to the Treasury, and hopefully it will be heard. Josephine, let me the same line of questioning. You've talked about gender responsive budgeting, and I think from what Rosemary just said, we need that approach to make sure that MDAs, for example, start to budget for gender statistics routinely as part of their work. That's the only way you will unlock the domestic financing. So from your perspective, how can the State Department facilitate that process? In terms of, because you've talked about capacity, just thinking about, for example, over the next few years, how do you see that process happening?
Okay. Yeah, so first and foremost is, of course, the easiest way would be to enhance capacity of, basically, from a government perspective, all government staff. Because you find that most of the resources that are going towards generating this data, a lot of it also is going into, enhancing the capacity of those who have to collect that data in the first place. So if, as part of the process, is to ensure that each and every government officer is capacity built enough to be able to generate that data. That makes it easier and cheaper as a first step. However, as State Department, part of our mandate is gender mainstreaming, to ensure gender mainstreaming, particularly in all MDAs. And that's something that we already do. And therefore, it will mean that the same way currently we have a reporting tool or a monitoring tool that we have where all MDAs then have, and work together closely with the National Gender and Equality Commission, where all MDAs then have to, they report on annual basis on the status of implementation with regards to gender mainstreaming with very specific indicators. Then we can be very specific, whereby we either include it in the gender mainstreaming reporting tool, or we come up with then a separate tool, which again, can be tiresome when people have to do to respond to so many tools. But we can ensure that this is emphasized and enhanced, so that it's an indicator on its own, indicating on annual basis the status in terms of how far an MDA has gone with regards to gender data. Now, at the same time, it's very clear that there's so much citizen-generated data out there. Take an example of the academia. When it comes to gender data, they produce quite a bit. And this is, I can say, not even on an annual basis, probably even less than annually. They produce so much. Now, that happens, and also civil society organizations. I'm aware, I've sat with many, and they also produce a lot of data, gender data. Now, for this data to be able to be utilized at the national level, then I think what I would then propose will be something that already KNBS is willing to do, will be closer collaboration. And I think we've always called upon, and the KNBS has made it clear, because it's part of government, that if any institution wants that data to be utilized, then they can, right from the onset, at the onset of data collection, then they can liaise with KNBS, and KNBS can be able to enhance capacity of these institutions, and eventually then this data can be utilized in a better manner. Because I've been part of processes. Sometimes, you're invited where maybe an institution is going to disseminate some very important data. But unfortunately, you find that that data cannot be utilized in the state in which it has been collected, and also in the state in which it's being reported. And therefore, for me, I feel that if you can enhance the capacity of these institutions and ensure that that data is collected in a proper manner through participation of involvement of KNBS, then that way already will be, because a lot of this data that we're collecting right now, many times you find that once data is collected, then you find that information is actually somewhere else. But it's only that it's not in a refined manner, in a way that it should be, it can be utilized. And therefore, building capacity of institutions, working together with all stakeholders, like I've said, academia, civil society, and others, and ensuring that this data is collected in a proper manner, that already is a step in the right direction, and will ensure that all the data that is collected, no effort goes to waste, because sometimes that is how it looks like. Now, and maybe just lastly also is to ensure that, like currently, one of the challenges we have as a State Department, as government, is initially it was mandatory for each and every MDA to report on the state of gender mainstreaming annually. Now, I think already there's a process ongoing, which I think we'll just try to ensure that is fast-tracked, so that it's also brought up as part of PC reporting. Because when an issue has to be reported in the performance contract, then it's mandatory for each and every MDA. And that's something that's already being followed up. And once that is done, and we ensure that there's a clear indicator with regards to gender data, then it should be easy to get more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It would be great to see how this process unfolds, because we also want to learn from you, right? We want to learn from these processes so that we can, because in a lot of countries we're facing the same challenges, right? So where we do have declining donor funding for gender data, but we don't have commensurate increases in domestic investment, and gender-based budgeting is often highlighted as the solution, but we do face, I think, quite a lot of challenges in making it happen. So looking forward to working with you, but also learning from your own progress in this area. Professor, so you've talked about issues that are quite challenging, right? So, and this is not just in Kenya. These are actually global issues. A few years ago, I was part of a group called the Ditchfield City Group on Aging and Age Disaggregated Data. 5 years, we didn't make a lot of progress in this area, right? So, and this is the, with lots of experts, but really getting progress at the global level is really hard in this area. So maybe, just from your perspective, what do you think would be new indicators or data innovations that could help us unlock progress in this area? Just some advice that you would have for maybe for the global community in this area.
Okay, if I may comment on that, is that I know previously we are focused, but we have a cut-off age through which we have information. I think we have a lot of information, particularly up to the age 49. But our systems, we need to open our minds so that whether administrative data, survey data, we need to expand so that we have more information on the older persons. I'll give an example. We did a survey, a longitudinal survey in Nairobi for persons 60 and over, but only 4% of that population had access to some sort of pension. That's how bad it is. And this is an urban center. What about the rural areas? Those are kind of questions. And that extends what kind of social protection mechanisms do we have for the older persons who are 60 and above? The first thing is that we have no information. So how do we get this information? So it needs a little bit more thinking on how to generate information, particularly for persons who are older, 60 years and over. We were supposed to have a health survey which takes up to 69, but 69 leaves the people who are more vulnerable, which we do not have information about. So just to think, we start to start thinking now, so that we are not caught the way we were caught with the young people, so that we have information about older persons. It's still at the early stage, but we should not be caught the way we were caught with the younger people. That's all.
Yeah. One of the challenges that we've had in this area for a long time was actually the demographic and health surveys. Because when you're talking about the age cutoff at 49, that was exactly the DHS, right? Yeah. So the DHS are gone, so gives us a new starting point, but it's also an important data source that is gone, that costs millions to produce. So the challenge now is actually where to get the resources to design something new and better that can open up those age ranges. But also I think one of the key challenges that we face in this area is that disaggregation alone does not deal with issues confronting older people, right? So if you do a survey on violence, for example, the violence against women who are in the age range of 20 to 35, for example, is very different from the violence that older women are facing. So I think lots of challenges here. Sometimes you do need to disaggregate, but sometimes you actually do need standalone instruments, which again raises issues related to resources and so on. So those are the main challenges that we've faced in the past in really trying to open up, get data. But I fully agree with you that this is an area that is quite important, that we need to address somehow, and we need to find a way. So thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. There is a study, it is called LOSHAC, that is coming up. It is a longitudinal study on the health of the aged in Kenya. It is being done between KNBS, Ministry of Health, and the University of Michigan and Aga Khan University. It is in the offing. We are just beginning the process. So maybe outside this meeting, maybe we can discuss so that we can see that whether the input that you have can be able to enrich the study. So this is coming up. I think it could be among the first studies of that kind that we are doing in collaboration with other stakeholders. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think this actually, just underscores the utility of these conversations, right? So bringing different stakeholders together, you actually solve problems on the spot. So congratulations on the new study. So let me go now to you, Samuel, on just going back to financing mechanisms. We've talked about gender budgeting, but what are the financing mechanisms, just mechanisms in general, that you see would be useful in ensuring that gender data is systematically used in budgeting, in monitoring, but also particularly planning and evaluation across governments. So what are the, what tools do you see could be used, whether it's carrots, sticks, what is it that can be used to actually make sure that this happens? So the use of gender data in planning, monitoring, and evaluation.
Gender-based budgeting cuts across. So do the financing mechanisms. When we are looking at the issues to do with gender, you can approach it from the county government perspective. There are a number of issues that they deal with which have to do with gender. So in terms of the financing mechanisms, financing can be at both the national and the county government level. In terms of the sources of financing, the sources of financing are also several. The obvious source of financing is from the exchequer, that is the money from the taxes, the money that we collect from the taxes. We could also have development partners who can also come in and support various aspects of gender or gender responsive budgets. And finally, the government can also come up with earmarked financing. Earmarked financing to ensure that certain aspects of gender responsive budgeting are already earmarked in terms of financing. The financing is already known, subject to confirmation of the expected outputs and outcomes from each ministry, department, or agency. The final bit could also come from what we call public-private partnerships, because most of what we do sometimes may not require government funding. It may require change of behavior, change of attitude in our own communities, in our own houses, in our own homes. So it could also come in form of public-private partnership. For instance, if we are looking at communities, there are communities that favor the education of boys compared to girls. So we may probably require to do a lot of awareness in those communities so that girls and boys are equally catered for in terms of education, in terms of health, and in terms of other needs, so that you don't have a situation whereby communities still live in the past and they expect the government to do everything. So financing can come from all those sources, from government itself through the exchequer, the taxes that we collect, from the resources given to the county governments, or even the resources that they also generate from their local sources. Development partners are also willing to support those areas, UN Women, UNICEF, and others. So we also have development partners. And of course, the most important source of financing is what we call public-private partnership through individuals. You as a parent, you as an individual, you have the right to ensure that the boys and the girls in your family are equally catered. So those are the major sources of financing. There are others which may not be major, faith-based organizations, non-governmental organizations, and so on. So we have a whole array of financing mechanisms. In some countries, this could be in the Latin American countries. Sometimes they come up with a certain allocation. I think it's something like those in the social protection. I think there is something they are called universal child financing or something like that. Something that ensures that when the government is undertaking various programs, there is a universal allocation for each child, just based now on the gender perspective. a boy has different needs, a girl has different needs. So in terms of budgeting, the government also, in terms of its own initiatives, have to take cognizance of the special needs for girls and the special needs for boys. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Really, really rich discussion. So we do have about between 10 and 15 minutes to hear from all of you, whether it is advice, question, comment. We want to hear from you. So I know it's a bit late, so but I'm still standing, and I'm still on New York time. So I think we can keep you maybe for another 10 minutes. But please raise your hand and introduce yourself if you want to take the floor. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is John Ochia, as I've introduced myself earlier. I'm going to talk about gender gap in climate vulnerability. As we know that evident by World Bank shows that women are more vulnerable to climate change than men because of their involvement in the agricultural and natural production of natural resources. So when climate change, there are more possible to take more heat in their agricultural activity than any other gender. So my question is to Department of Economic Planning. Can a budget be set aside to cater for this in such cases when climate change brings women to more vulnerabilities, especially in arid and semi-arid areas? Thank you.
Do we have any other hand before we answer that question? Or we have a hand over there. All right. Anybody else? Question, comment before we close the day? All right. Great. I think we have those two questions.
Yes, my questions go direct to the National Bureau of Statistics, Kenya. I know that you conducted the mean DHS, and I know in the DHS we have the modules for gender statistics, FGM, gender-based violence. So I'm asking did you manage to include those gender modules in the mini DHS? And if not, what is your plan? Because I know those modules, they are very important to produce the gender statistics. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so we have those two questions. So perhaps we start with the State Department.
Should I continue? Okay. I just have a quick question to Rosemary. You mentioned that you would like to focus more on administrative data in order to make your data collection and production more sustainable. Are there specific registers that you would prioritize as you begin to strengthen administrative data for statistical purposes?
Thank you very much. My name is Angela Nakafeira. I'm from Uganda. There's quite a lot of promise in terms of using citizen-generated data. It looks to be a great opportunity, but looking at how governments prepare, collect, analyze data and evidence, is quite very elaborate. I'm wondering whether we are prepared to take, like civil society organizations, through similar legal experiences for us to be able to generate harmonized data, use harmonized tools, analyze in the same way, disseminate, so that at the end of the day, citizen-generated data really contributes significantly to making gender statistics available to inform policy and decision-making. Thank you.
There was a question on women being more vulnerable. No, actually, it's the State Department for Planning, I think, right? Planning, okay. So, sorry. It's women more vulnerable than men in agriculture. Can the budget be set aside for research on gender and climate change? For you, Simon. Huh?
I'm from university. Are you from Treasury?
Oh, okay. I think from my understanding, I think is whether the budget can be set aside for gender issues like gender tagging and especially in ASAL areas. Government exists to solve problems in the society which cannot be sorted out by the private sector. And in that relation, the government comes up with their various initiatives. But these initiatives have to come out from the public itself. So there are certain initiatives, and I'm going to just give you a few, which have come up as a result of public participation. Before 2009, actually before 2010, we never used to have something we call orphans and vulnerable children. Support to orphans and vulnerable children. But this was a particular initiative that was initiated by the government, initially through the support of the World Bank as a grant, and later through government allocating some 400 million. We started orphans and vulnerable children with about 400 million Kenya shillings. And over time, this program has grown. And now it's a program that is fully mainstreamed in government funding. And it especially targets those children that are orphaned and also vulnerable. And it has been working well. If we are talking about issues to do with ASAL areas, I'll give you another example. There is a council that was established called the Council for Nomads. I think there's a council dealing with the nomadic council. And looking at the issues and the way they were affecting especially girls, the government came up with what we call the school feeding program. The school feeding program was to take care of children, especially those in arid and semi-arid areas, with food so that they are able to be retained in school. And again, that program was piloted, and now it's a full program that is supported by, it's actually run through an agency called NACONECT. That is the Council for dealing with issues to do with ASAL. The sanitary towels initiative was a very good initiative, especially when it was being run by the Ministry of Education, because the ministry was in a position to distribute sanitary towels to girls. I understand later it moved to the Ministry of Gender, but now I think the program is run by women representatives. So those are very, very good initiatives, and it can actually show that the government can set aside budgets for tagging something like gender, tagging something like orphans and vulnerable children, or even tagging something like the elderly. I think we have something called Inua Jamii. Some of you who are coming from the Ministry of Social Protection, we have the Inua Jamii, this program whereby those who are above 70 years are given some support, about 2,000 or so Kenya shillings monthly by the government for some basics. I think we also had another program which I think it has, which has now been transformed into the new SHA program, that is the Reader Mama program. So again, you can see, what I'm trying to show is that if there is need, the government can set aside funds for tagging a particular area. If it is gender, if it is climate, or those things that the government needs to sort out. So I think what the participant the question the participant had asked, I would respond in the affirmative. It's possible. It's possible to set aside funds for certain initiatives by the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. So, yes, please.
Sorry. Maybe I would just like to probably just for the record, because it also came up in the morning, and I appreciate the fact that you've mentioned the issue around sanitary towels. Definitely, the issuance of sanitary towels to school-going girls from class 5 to 8 is an affirmative action policy to ensure that girls stay in school. And yes, initially it was under the Ministry of Education, and it is currently still under the State Department, because when you talk of NGAF, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund is still under the State Department. And probably what maybe we need to understand is that the government, we do not give to all girls. It's targeted. It's girls from class 5 to class 8. And at the same time, we do not give 12. It's actually 8 sanitary towels. So probably maybe because of that, then maybe sometimes you can see a gap. And that is where then we are working around to ensure that in future, then they are able to get adequate. So it may not be adequate, but one thing I can confirm is that yes, we are supplying towels, but each girl only gets 8 sanitary towels for the year. And we also give all those 8 at a go. So you see, once it's given at a go, then how then the individual uses is also different. So it's important that that is clarified, but for sure, those sanitary towels reach every corner of this country. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we have 3 questions, one on the mini DHS and the GBV module, and what modules are included. Prioritizing focus on administrative data and the issue of rigor when it comes to citizen data.
Thank you very much. I'll ask Baldwin and Kannabel to help me with the modules that are in the mini DHS. So what I know for sure is that we do not have the FGM module in the mini DHS, but then the anti-FGM board has approached KNBS for I don't know whether there are 22 hotspot counties, and there is a plan to carry out a survey for those 22 hotspot counties where we think FGM is still prevalent. Based on the 2022 KDHS, we are at 15% nationally, and we were not able to give county estimates because we did not have sufficient sample to give county estimates. So one of the modules that I'm sure is not in the mini DHS is the FGM, but Baldwin and Kannabel should be able to tell us which are those modules that would be going to be giving to us gender data. In terms of the CGD, how we came up with CGD being used for official reporting is that we needed to report on some SDG indicators, and sometimes we look at the data that is collected nationally, we are not able to have some of the data. But then we have got good data produced by some civil society organizations that are on large scale and sometimes in some smaller populations. And in that case, we developed a criteria to be able to validate the data that is produced by civil society organizations that meet minimum requirements to be used for official reporting. So it is alternative data that can be a stopgap measure. Like I said previously, it is very expensive to carry out all the surveys that we need and all the censuses that we need. But then if we have data that we have taken through the quality criteria and it meets the criteria, then it can be able to meet our requirement for official reporting. And the process is normally rigorous. We have got what we call case curve. It's a framework that is adopted from the UN that is used for checking the quality of data that is reported officially. But we have appended a criteria for qualifying citizen-generated data. So the question was whether we can be able to have large-scale data that undergoes rigorous checks to be used for official use. We have got data that could be covering the whole country. Like, I think we have, is it Dr. Manyasa? We have the Twaweza. We have validated, and we even have it in our website. That is on the education. We also have data on ICRH. That is on reproductive health. We have qualified it for official use. I don't remember the other one, but we have qualified several data sets. In terms of the administrative data, we do not have a focus on a specific thematic area, but generally, that is the direction that we are going as KNBS. And we have been involved in some discussions on, I think it is called collaborative on administrative data. So the conversation is going on, and I know that the more administrative data is useful for statistical use, the better for KNBS, so that this information that is collected routinely as the MDAs are doing their activities can be able to really be utilized by the Bureau. Maybe I'll, if you could, I'll allow Kannabel and Baldwin to talk about the modules that are in the mini DHS.
As they still come for the mic, I think it's important because I remember us having this conversation some time back when we met stakeholders around gender data, that as KNBS, and I think you were well represented in that meeting, so that in terms of authentication of citizen-generated data, we be more, instead of being reactive, then we can ensure that I think there are processes that were explained, that then you are able, institutions are able to approach KNBS before they embark on collecting data. So that instead of being reactive at the end and trying to ensure going through that rigorous process to authenticate, then you're involved from the beginning. That way then it saves a lot of time and you provide guidance when it's needed. Thank you.
So maybe before Kannabel comes in that area of improving the quality of statistics generally in the national statistical system, we developed guidelines in collaboration with, I think it was GBSDD, Kannabel, so that even the civil society organizations, if they can follow those guidelines, generally their data should be able to meet the criteria for official use. Again, maybe our voice has not been magnified, but KNBS is one of the mandates based on the Statistics Act is to be able to provide technical support to MDS and all the players in ensuring that their process of statistical production ends up with products that are fit for purpose or for official use. So that is one of our mandate, and maybe we have our comms person here. Maybe we need ways of being able to magnify that information about our mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Kannabel, you wanted to add on? Yes?
Okay. Thank you. So just like Madam Rosemary has mentioned, from the DHS, we have a standalone gender-based survey module on technology, gender-based violence, and also on the knowledge of femicide. The reason we did this was that, and Professor Gwanda is here, we've had a challenge over the years in the country to be able to measure intentional female homicide. And so the only opportunity we had, he recommended that we use the sisterhood methodology to be able to try and estimate the number of the intentional female homicides from the sisters or the siblings of the victims. And so that is one of the opportunities we are going to be able to try to a better extent to measure femicide. And then of course we also have some qualitative questions also in terms of trying to establish the knowledge of femicide within the country. So other than that, we also have of course other cross-cutting gender-related indicators across the various modules within the DHS. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Professor, please.
Thank you. Maybe somebody else could talk about, but the mini DHS was a small operation because of limited funding, so it was not a full-scale issues on the gender issues, but something that was new that needed to be captured. The second thing is we need to be a little bit more innovative in use of administrative data. One thing, that problem that has been there with administrative data is that the reports do not, or the reports are not easily accessible to the general public. So there are a little bit more things to be done so that the administrative data is available to the various individuals who require it. Sometime in 2009, we had access to the health data, administrative, but somehow, somewhere along the lines, this was cut. I would not go into the reasons why, but the issue is that we need to get a little bit more transparent with the data. Although we also need to take into account the misuse of data or abuse of the data. This also has been noted, particularly from 2009, that some communities, some people, somewhere try to give misinformation about the data. So these are things that need to be thought about on how to get quality, useful data from the community. But I remember one time when we visited Thailand, in the chief's office, daily, there were reports, what happened, what new disease was reported in the hospitals, what and so on. And this became also a useful part of alternative way of getting information. There are innovative ways, there are also ways to learn from other people. This is because the future is that the government of Kenya will be responsible for its own data. We should not be we should not rely that upon the idea that somebody else will be able to fund your data. The government of Kenya must be responsible for its own data, and they must be responsible for generating appropriate resources for generating that data. That is something that we have to begin with the collapse of the DHS. So it is high time that the government invested particularly in generating resources to generate data. And this is something that we have to start to live with. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Professor. And really, some really important themes here for us to think about also as we go forward. The issue of financing is front and center. I think this is an issue that has come up, that we've been talking about for a long time, but we've been forced to do something about it, I think, in the last year, right? In the last year alone, we've seen cuts that are really, severe for national statistical systems, particularly when it comes to development finance. So domestic financing really becomes an important element. We've also talked about two other areas, for example, on citizen data or administrative data. In each of these, UN Women are highly involved. For the work on citizen data, for example, we were the founding member of the collaborative on citizen data. So now we actually chair the subgroup on gender and citizen data, really trying to advance that area of work. And on administrative data, my colleague Isabella, who asked the question, is actually the co-chair of the Global Collaborative on Administrative Data. So I think this provides really an opportunity to exchange in these areas, not only to work with you on your own systems, but also to facilitate collaboration with others across the continent, because this is something that we hear wherever we go. We need to do better with the data we currently have, and that includes administrative data in particular, but also expansion into citizen data. So this has really been a privilege to moderate this panel, to participate in this discussion. Thank you, all of you, for really important insights. And tomorrow we will kick off by discussing the other part of the agenda, which is the regional element, right? So today, in the agenda, we focused a lot on, Kenya, what has been achieved here, but we do also have the regional projects. And the regional project covers countries across Eastern and Southern Africa, and extends to the whole continent, but on also the progress that we've been able to make in that area. So that will be the discussion for tomorrow. But for today, really a huge round of applause for our panelists, and thank you to all of you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them even better. Fantastic discussion. I know most of the time, sometimes people are usually cautious when it comes to discussions, especially in the afternoon after we've had our meals. But I'm so happy that you guys really engaged and also stayed. So please just give a high five to the person sat next to you and tell them, I am happy you came, and I am so happy you stayed. And I am so excited and looking forward to seeing you as well tomorrow. Thank you so much, Papa Sek, for that discussion and also a little bit of a highlight of what will be happening tomorrow. So before I forget, there was a black folder that was left, I think, on one of the tables. So if you have seen it, it is Dr. Josephine. So please find her and give it to her. If you have seen it anywhere, or if you have kept it for her, please look for her after the session. So tomorrow, like Papa said, there's a lot of things to look forward to, but I really hope to see all of you tomorrow, because we'll also have an exciting launch tomorrow. We'll be launching the gender sector statistics plan together with a 47 county gender data sheet. So I really hope that we'll see all of you tomorrow for that exciting launch. But for now, I just say thank you so much for coming today. Thank you so much for staying up until this far, and thank you for also according us a little bit more of your time. We had a hard stop at 4 p.m., but hey, we're here, so thank you so much for that. So tomorrow also we're saying please tag along, either a friend or a colleague or your mom, all right, or your dad or your sister. Tag along a friend tomorrow as well, because it's going to be a peak. Today we had rich discussions, but tomorrow we'll also equally have rich discussions, if not richer, so you cannot afford to miss. And like we said, today we danced, so, and we asked you to nominate the best dancer in your table, okay? But I think all of us did well. So please, on your way out, probably pick, we have goodie bags, I think, for you, Sylvia, Brenda. Please direct on that. But yes, we have goodie bags for you. And tomorrow, come dressed in your Sunday best. You never know. We might award you for being the best dressed person here in the room. But until then, thank you so much for coming. Dr. Viwe, I see you all the way from South Africa. Thank you so much for coming as well, Dr. Viwe Sobudula from the National Treasury of South Africa. Enjoy the rest of your evening. My name is Winnie Lubembe. Thank you so much, and I will see you tomorrow. The session will start at exactly 8 a.m. So have yourselves a lovely evening.